a little bit long on the loading screen. I was finishing a piece of toast. Chat. Good morning! Ushion Lover, thank you for that fucking tier 3 38-month resub. Thank you. Luna Reddick, thank you for the 14 months of Proom as well. Thank you! Thank you. Oh my god. I'm still fucking dying a little bit on the inside. Piece of toast, not enough. It's all I had time for. I slept really, really well. I was fucking zonked out, man. Slept for ages. Cheese, yeah, I have a bit of a cheese hangover, you know? Lactose intolerance confirmed. No, I didn't have any of those issues. It was just like, you know when you eat turkey and it like puts you the fuck out? It's kind of like that. Just in time, you're scraping, sanding, and repainting a wall to get market ready. Oh man, good luck. The cheese almost took her forever. The cheese can't take me, chat. I have superior genes to defeat the cheese. Did the Bunker Bros demolish? Yeah, I gave them the tray, so I'm assuming it's completely gone by now. The Hellion Kirsche, what the heck? Did I get the meat sweats? No, I don't think I've ever gotten the meat sweats. Pineapple hat. I have pineapple hat. You know, Kirsche does not lack the toes. We have seen the feet. True. Good quality cheese would have enough to knock you the fuck out. It would. It was good cheese. It was really fun. Meat sweats are a sign of good eats. I don't know about that. People get meat sweats? I guess so. I mean, I've heard it said often enough that if it has to be a term, some people must have gotten it at some time, right? Yeah. Got done watching the debanking executive order vid. One thing to mention, lawful business activities was front and center after religious political views. Processors have nothing to stand on. Yeah, absolutely. I'm hoping this is going to have an effect. Some people call it the itis. The itis. You've been up for 26 hours and cannot get sleep. I don't know what you should do. If I was up for 26 hours, I wouldn't be, because I would have passed out before then. So I have absolutely no idea what you should do, because I hope you can sleep. Need the Togepi hat toggle, true. Good morning, Victus. Mario Truilo, thank you. You turned 37. Here's some money for entertainment. Happy birthday! Happy birthday, Mario Truilo. I hope you have a good birthday day with delicious pastry. You got meat sweats once? You ate 6 steaks in one night. Well, that'll fucking do it. 6 steaks is a lot, man. What the fuck? Guess I'll just die is basically went on second day of being awake. Your Gamer Subs Christmas in July order came. You got a free Gamer Subs can and AFK samples. I hope you enjoy the can. I fucking love the cans, bro. If you can't sleep, try Gamer Subs AFK with melatonin using code Kirsche for 10% off at checkout. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm so used to shilling the AFK as what gives you big comes. I completely forgot that its intended purpose is the big sleeps. Gotta force yourself to sleep, start work extra early? Oh no! That sucks, bro. S-Skill, thank you for the knock. Is it Expedition 33 time? It's only like 20 minutes into stream, right? No, 10 minutes. I can't read. I can't play games that early. Thomas, thank you for the 25 months, brother. Thank you. Fringed Horizon, thank you for the 5. Survived the cheese coma. I did. I'm gonna melt some of that fucking Casio Cavallo on some fucking burgers, man. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Superior genes to defeat the cheese. So you're saying you wear American Eagle, Foxu, truly. Excellent. Also, apparently Arby's is now racist because hot girls eat meat at Arby's or something. I hate current year individuals. I'm gonna have a pizza with the Gamer Subs can. Heck yeah. Pizza and Gamer Subs. What a nice pairing. I'm on you. You like cheese? I can't imagine not liking cheese. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's gonna take me a year and a half to play Expedition 33 at this pace. What do you mean? I feel like I've been playing it at a pretty good pace, especially for how much progress I usually make in games, you know? You love a brie cheese with red grappes. I don't know why my grappes weren't as sweet as they should have been. Not even been out for 6 months. You've been making a hot ham and cheese sandwich for dinner. I don't like ham. You're generally not a fan of Cheems? What the fuck? Cheems is the best. Your friend Sean Martin's birthday, he's a big fan of mine. Can you get a birthday shout out for him? Is that Sean the lawyer's last name? When I don't know people's last names, I just like have them as what their profession is, so I remember. Mods, ban the cheese hater. You did a lot more meandering and grinding when you played the game. I would like to grind more, because I feel like it helps when learning the parry timings. Kirsche playing games? No way! You can show the chatters that are not on Twitter you don't understand the ballsack, butthole, Casio Cavallo looks like hanging. You just think it's funny looking? What? What? This is his actual birthday? Oh, is it? Oh, because I feel... am I gonna get a clip later on of him being like, it's not my birthday? But if it is his birthday, happy birthday, Sean, Mr. Lawyer Man. Don't get you wrong, you don't hate cheese, but you don't like it as the main part of the flavor profile. You like it as an enhancer to a meal overall. I mean, yeah, cheese really shines when it's an enhancer for a meal, but like a lot of cheeses taste good by damn fucking selves. Your mouth autism prevents you from enjoying cold cheese. You need it melting. I'm sorry. I can't even knock you because I understand how the mouth autism be. Azaze the Wicked, thank you for the prune, brother. Sean Haruki, thank you. I just found out your uncle passed away this morning. Thank you for being here and cheering you up with cheese and cursed knowledge. Sorry to hear about your uncle, my dude. Never fun having someone die, but hopefully everything will be alright with you. Sharp cheddar and sweet pickles are a great combo. Maybe. I still really like sharp white cheddar and peanut butter together. That shit tastes good. KB, thank you for that fucking tier 3 24-month resub, and also pre-subbing for 3 months, dude. Thanks. So a lot of people originally got their last names. John Smith was likely a blacksmith. Jim Baker was likely a baker. I mean, that's true. I'm just reverting to monkey, I suppose. It's really it's really odd to see in the Twitch chat people doing the like salute for the uncle, and then right under it just all caps peanuts. Oh man, what the heck? Room temp cheese when it's still solid, the sharper the better. He had cheese once. The only way to describe it was feeling like there were tiny bits of glass in it. You were bitching. What? What? I've never ever eaten a cheese and described it as having little bits of glass in it. I feel like your cheese was tainted. Nate the lawyer's son. John Lawyerson. True. Sean Haruki, thank you. You just... Oh, I read that already. Thank you again, Sean Haruki. Sorry, I almost reread it. I do that sometimes. I was gonna say something else, and then I forgot. Oh, Loot RNGesus. Loot God RNGesus. Thank you for the 15-month tier 3, my guy. Thank you. Any chance of more Zillow shenanigans? I don't have any Zillow shenanigans pulled up. I've been hella busy recently. So I haven't been, like, super scouring through it. Plus, I might get lucky. Glass or crystallized sugar. Not much different than peanut butter and pickles. I've not had peanut butter and pickles together. You feel a bit like that with really aged Parmesan. Salt crystallizes in tiny crunchy pockets. Interesting. Interesting. Captain Crunch in the cheese. Do not put Captain Crunch in your cheese. We made a Denver omelet yesterday with pepper jack, egg, ham on olive oil rosemary bread. It was as good as all of that. Yeah, that sounds fucking delicious. Holy shit. Holy shit. John Kanji, thank you for the 8-month member. More Expedition 33? Yes, we will get there. I want to play more French, people. Peanut butter and pickle is delicious. I feel like you guys are trolling me. Peanut butter and pickle sounds like pregnant lady food. That sounds like something a pregnant person would I forgot the word. Crave! There we go, craving. I was like, what the fuck, my brain. If you eat peanut butter and pickles, you're either pregnant or need to lay off the devil's lettuce. Good lord. Good lord. Your mouth autism is to the extent you won't get cheese on literally anything, but you'll slam a pizza and some mozzarella sticks any day of the week. That's so weird, because especially mozzarella sticks, that's like volume by cheese way more than anything you would put cheese on. Melted pepper jack over broccoli is delicious. It is. It really is. They're trying to be a feeder. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Not one with the mouth autisms, but you dislike zucchini, eggplant, and escargot. Not your favorites for foods. You had crystallized honey, you just have to heat it up. Or just sweet glass sliding down the throat. After eating the, like, delicious fluffy pillows from Fogo de Chao so much, I really wanted honey at home because I never really liked the taste of honey before. And so I bought some, like, local honey. And I was like, damn, this still tastes like shit. I don't know what kind of honey Fogo de Chao uses, but it's really good and it's really sweet. Whereas any honey I've ever tasted elsewhere isn't really sweet, it's very earthy, and I don't like that. What the fuck is wrong with you? What do you mean? Look up mad honey, wiped honey. I don't know, man. I don't know. Earthy? Yeah, they were all like earthy. I don't like it. Like the honey in like the teddy bear bottle for Americans, I guess, is what most people recognize. That shit's disgusting. You need a light early season honey. Try honey from different flowers. So what bees use changes the flavors. I've just never had a store-bought honey or a like canned honey that I've liked anywhere for whatever reason. Highly recommend prickly pear jam. I don't know if I want spreadable vagina preserves. Happy Sunday. Down the street from Shriver. Oh, dude, Shriver's taffy is nuts. They're as strongly flavored as dark late season honey. Oh, I got light honey. The like local honey was a light honey. The bear honey bottle wasn't just a thing for the Bee movie. It's real. Yeah, no, it's real. That's a real thing. Binary Mind, thank you for the 26 months on YouTube, my guy. Thank you. Prickly pear's a cactus. It's cactus jam. This guy wasn't here when I ate the prickly pear cactus candy. Orange blossom honey picked up from a farmer's market. Absolute peak. Manuka honey can be used as an anesthetic. Interesting. Interesting. Honey on chicken tendies from Chicken E Chef's Kiss. What is Chicken E? And also, you know, if it was the Fogo de Chao honey, yeah, that would taste great on chicken tendies. But most honey, I don't know. The teddy bear honeys are not real honey. Yeah, it's not real honey, but that's not the only honey that I've had. But I was just saying, you know, most people recognize the teddy bear honey in the US. And that shit's gross. It's local made honey. You should get some. Yeah. My taste autism is something else. That said, honey has the fructose corn syrup nowadays. Yeah, that's why I bought local honey. Because I was like, okay, maybe the issue is I needed pure honey and not like the stuff sold at the Groby store. But nope, the local honey was also gross. Massive Doge, thank you. Hey, boss, are the Gambas back yet? Want to bet for your success in the French game? Success of what? Did the prickly pear candy taste like good vagina or bad vagina? I mean, it just tasted like clean vagina, question mark. I think Fogo de Chao uses Malagueta honey? I don't know what Malagueta honey is. But if that's what they use, I'm gonna have to put that in a tab somewhere. You like the way I say honey? Is it just normal? The honey on chicken tendies is good? Hell yeah. What if I did a collab with Shrivers to promote a new flavor cotton candy and name it Kirsche Fluff with fluffy Kirsches all over the packaging? I don't know, man. I've never thought about that before. Your Oshi has tasted vagina. Well, I own one, so you know. Where do you get castanic honey? Castanics aren't real. They can't hurt you. Ow, my finger. Whenever Kirsche talks about the pussy cactus, you always think about the whitest kids you know sketch. Pussy salad. Good lord. Today you're learning honey has about as many varieties and cultivation processes as cheeses. Apparently, I didn't know that there was that many difference in variances of honeys. It's interesting. Phoenix DS, thank you for Canadians. You go to a place just in the other town where they have bees that produce different types of honey. The honey you have on hand is buckwheat honey, rather dark honey. I don't think I would like it. Are we doing more French game today? We will. We will. You got raw honey once because of a mouth issue, and that was something you were told should help. Shit made where you placed it feel like it was burning in that spot. Is that normal? Inquisitor Media, thank you for the pounds. Do Philadelphia and Primula belong on a cheese board? I've never seen cream cheese, like just straight up cream cheese on a cheese board. But I guess you could make like a cream cheese ball where You put like sesame seeds and like garlic cloves and chives or whatever the fuck inside the cream cheese, and then you mold it into a ball and then you put it in the fridge. You know, you could do something like that. Almond, yeah, stuff like that. The burning means it's working. Honey taste is really affected by the local flowers of the area. Well, maybe I have just struck out every time. I will have to be in search of places that have good honey. Shrivers is a perfect collab since you're both from I'm not from Jersey! What the fuck? How do I pronounce sesame seeds? What do you mean? And there's something you can't drink in buckwheat moonshine? What do you mean? Don't get the forbidden honey, the one made with carrion bees? There's a forbidden honey? Like unironically? Your family makes a cheese ball, which is a mix of sharp cheddar, pepper jack, cream cheese, a bit of spices, and scallions to spread on crackers. That sounds delicious. That sounds delicious. Having made mead a few times, honey is very useful and properly balanced with other flavors. I can only imagine it is, right? I can only imagine. I just haven't had good honey yet. There are illegal cheeses in Europe. I'm sure there's probably some cheese that's illegal to bring to the US. Probably like orange blossom honey. It's light and sweet with no earthy undertones. F? Oh, we are effing. We're big red squared out of our minds, bro. Come on, Twitch, you cuck. You piece of shit. YouTube F. Yeah, we're effing. Oh, green? We're green squared again? Grade squared out of our goddamn gourds. Hell yeah. There's actually several forbidden honeys. Oleander honey will fuck you up. Like in a good way or a bad way? We're trying to shut her down. Red square's gone. We should be hard back. We should be hard back, just chilling. Coupon, thank you for the 26-month resub. Thank you. Fuck you, red square. Yeah, I just gotta chill and do nothing while we're waiting for the red square to go away. Kick bros stay winning. The warm bodies are truly the winners of all red square encounters. Multiple cheeses that are illegal in the US, but you would never eat those cheeses. And Kick had a tiny hiccup. Somebody tell her of the banned foods. I know what Kasamarzu is. I know that one. Feels like many internet problems recently. Yeah, I feel like I've had a lot of internet issues recently, but hopefully it's just a speed bump and it's the fuck you, red square, you dumb cunt. As soon as I was in the middle of that sentence, it started going back to red. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. The Sardinian maggot cheese, Casamarzu, is illegal everywhere. Sardinia, Italy, and the US. Wait, how do they still make it if it's illegal everywhere? Ace of Spades, thank you. You got a question for me? What are my thoughts on JoJo's potato wedges? I like potato wedges. And I also like JoJo's. I think those were two separate questions, because I don't think JoJo's has potato wedges, do they? Forgot Kirsche streams on Sundays. What? How? It's a good thing Twitch won't even acknowledge she exists, much less notify you. True. True, I'm not real to Twitch. Open the DEI tabs and see if the red square flees. True. True. Weird. There are many maggot cheeses that are illegal. Why do people want to eat maggots so badly? Coke is illegal everywhere. That still gets made. I mean, sure. But, I mean, I feel like it's a lot easier to find people making giant wheels of maggot cheese. There's a chicken brand, Chester's, that calls their wedges JoJo's. Well, that's kind of interesting. Is that kind of how, like, I call the little circle things from that one chicken place, urinal cakes? Where are they from again? Pochangles. There we go. JoJo's potato wedges are in the Northeast. Oh, I've never seen them. South Italians do not care for the law that much. Oh, well, you know. Gotta watch out for the back alley cheese dealers. Truly. This is the day of rest. Unchristian, no stream. Look, this isn't a Chick-fil-A. Feel the pulse of the maggots. No, thank you. No, thank you. It was the question of how the motherland of the mafia able to sell illegal products. I don't think so. Would it really be easier? Couldn't they just ship the cheese elsewhere to add the maggots? Yeah, but then wouldn't that get found out? Tell a rich person the undigested coffee beans that come out of a monkey's offer a unique and robust flavor, charge $5,000 a bag. Yeah, I'm not gonna eat the monkey poop coffee. Just not gonna, I just don't want that, actually. No, thank you. Sardinia, where the maggot cheese is from. We have Sardinia boats in Azure Lane. JoJo's are battered potato wedges is all. Well, I mean, potato wedges are fucking delicious. I've never Never had battered ones. I don't think potato wedges need breadcrumbs on the outside, but maybe I'm crazy. Was that a Slipknot reference? What? There's a monkey poop coffee too? You thought it was only cat poop? No, there's a monkey poop one. Comcast has been redoing a lot of their lines and GERD infrastructure all over the US, so for you, the internet shitting the bed has been the norm for like 2 months. How dare you discriminate against the monkey poop? See, I said that out loud, and then I started questioning myself. I was like, is there a monkey and a cat, or is it just a cat? And like, I got confused and thought it was monkey. Now I don't know. Carb on carb is a bit too much as a general rule of thumb. That's why I was shocked when Nim was like, I mix mashed potatoes and pasta. I was like, that's way too many carbs. Chinese knockoff of cat poop coffee is elephant poop. Please do not eat elephant poop. Some people apparently eat anchovy and tartar sauce sandwiches. Okay, well those people aren't real. It's a cat monkey creature. Oh. I think you'd rather drink mushroom coffee than animal poop coffee. I don't want to drink either mushroom or animal poop coffee. Thank you very much, chat. Scalloped potatoes with a carbonara sauce. Scalloped potatoes were always really weird to me when I was a kid, and I can't remember why. They just had a really weird texture. Would I ever eat chitlins and grits? No. I do not like grits. I'm not sure what a chitlin is, but if it goes with grits, I probably don't like it. This would be the right moment for Nim is a retard redeem. The Caesar dressing is made with anchovies. They can be good. Yeah, but you don't taste the anchovies in the Caesar dressing. And some... Wait, no. Are there some that are made without anchovies? I think there are, but I can't remember. Chitlins are fried pig intestines. Okay, I definitely would not eat those. Kirsche hates the South. I do. You sliced a huge chunk off your thumb on the mandolin when making scalloped potatoes? I'm sorry. You don't drink the mushroom coffee. It has cordyceps. What's a cordyceps? No southern food for Kirsche? Correct, I don't like them. You hate ordering a sandwich and the bread to meat ratio is all kinds of fucky. Same! There should be an even distribution of meat to bread ratio, but there's always too much bread, not enough meat. You put sugar on grits to anger the southerners! Mind control mushroom. Oh, I see. Cordyceps are the mushrooms that take over other creatures. Oh, well, yeah, you probably shouldn't eat those, if I had to guess. Probably would be a bad idea, as it were. There's a company that'll mail animal poop to people for you? But why? But why? A cordyceps is a half a bicep, Kirsche. What? You goofy. Zachary Rollick, thank you. May hate us, but Pippa loves us, so it's okay. What did he mean by this? Chitlins is slave food that people have coped into thinking it's a food that is something people should eat. I hope not. How about the poison blowfish sushi? Would I eat that? No. I'm also very picky about my sushi, so... To fuck with them if they piss you off? No. Try the Mexican kind of intestines instead. I don't want to eat any kind of intestines, chat. You watched me circumcise a chicken dick yesterday. Breaking AOL will be phasing out its dial-up service September 30th, 2025. You could still have dial-up internet in current year? That was a thing still? Who still had dial-up? Cow tongue is pretty good. Yeah, I just would never eat that, actually. Wait, AOL still exists? Yeah, that was my first reaction, too. I was like, what the fuck? Mildly OCD, thank you. Hate to break it to you, but your himbo is probably Southern? What about, like, Northeastern? You can even order from a company to mail a bag of gummy phallic objects at your enemies. Well, yeah, but those aren't alive. That's just a candy. Book of Grudges, thank you. Kirsche wants more meat. Takes notes. Got it. What the fuck? +1 cow tongue is great in tacos. Ew. Eat ass, and if your tongue is long enough, it's like eating intestines. What? Why? Why are you like this? Who doesn't like watching porn at 3 FPS? What is happening? Now I'm confused. Cow cheek is top tier. Stop eating those parts of the animal. That's gross. Northeastern himbos went south. I just don't believe you. Northeast himbos went extinct in the 70s. You can thank disco. Why? AOL doesn't exist as an ISP. What did they do? Or like what? Like if they're just phasing out dial-up now, surely they had the service available somewhere still. A hormone, thank you for the 5-month resub, dude. Patchouli, thank you. Grits trigger the mouth autism, but biscuits and gravy hit different. Southern food is a mixed bag. But how come all of the southern restaurants that I go to, when they give you biscuits, they're always really hard instead of really smooshy? Like, if I bite into your biscuit and I feel like I need to drink 7 gallons of water because it's dry as fuck, that's not a good biscuit. There are Northeast Timbos left. They all go to the bear convention. They can't all be gay, chat! Statistically speaking, my himbo is in the lower half of the US. Cali, Texas, and Florida are the most populated states. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you go by that, but, you know, they're not real southern restaurants. Just do Bojangles. Bojangles biscuits are also dry as fuck. What do you mean? Am I only going to Popeyes? I've actually never been to Popeyes. You mean like a McDonald's biscuit? I've never had a McDonald's biscuit. Armin's a nice guy, thank you. Greetings, you are a lurker, and come to me in your hour of need. You recently discovered you have some Shadman stuff from 2017, and you don't know what you should do with it. It's of Raven with a goth milk shirt. I don't know what that is, but also, I guess get rid of it? Question mark? Like, I don't know. Why are you asking me? They aren't all gay. Some are bi. Fuck you, Skewky. Biscuitville has the best biscuit. Kirsche needs homemade biscuits. Oh my god. You're supposed to drown the biscuits in gravies. They aren't drier than Alyssa Mercante at a Chippendales. I like my biscuits buttered, okay? I don't know. I'm not huge on gravy. Chitlins are actually old slave rations that ironically became a delicacy in ex-Confederate states. What the fuck? If you need gravy for the biscuits, then the biscuits suck. I want to just be able to put the bread in my mouth and enjoy it. You doubt anyone in the world cares about a specific piece of Raven 34? Well, I mean, if he's uncomfortable with it, just fucking get rid of it, right? You know? If like, the artist creeps you the fuck out, just get rid of it. It's simple. Now, who would smash Alyssa? I don't know. I don't really pay much attention to her. Butter my biscuits and call me dry. What the fuck? Hard biscuits double as a weapon. True. Late, but reporting for warm body penny dollar generation. Welcome, thank you. I appreciate your warm body. I wish you still had your reaction folder so you could post biscuits and porn about a truck stop bakery named Biscuits and Porn. That must have been a really popular truck stop. Better go to Jollibee if you want food. I've never seen a Jollibee. Put the butter and the dog down. I will butter this dog. Most important thing to remember is if you make your own biscuits to use White Lily brand flour. They use a different type of wheat that makes for fluffier biscuits. I usually use King Arthur flour. Do I have to change to woman flour from man flour for biscuits? Is that what I'm doing wrong? I think the only Jollibees in the US are in like LA or NYC. Well, I know it's like what, the Filipino fast food of choice, right? You're not around enough Filipinos. Do I even have any Filipinos there? Not that I can think of. King Arthur flour is woman flour if you play Fate enough, true. Zachary Rollick, thank you. The most shame you ever felt is when your brother said the best southern food he'd ever eaten was a restaurant in the Pacific Northwest. That is funny. Have I seen the thing about slop flour and how it's super gross? No? What is slop flour? Book of Grudges, man, thank you. Northeastern men are all gay, and your mistake was going to a restaurant for good southern food in the first place. You gotta have home cooked. Where am I gonna get home cooked southern food? Supposed to call the hard biscuits ricochet biscuits. They're supposed to bounce back off the wall into your mouth, and if they don't bounce back, you go hungry. What the fuck?
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Moomy playing games. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Need a tab for slop flour now. I just immediately thought of people eating cornstarch for whatever reason when I read that. Thumb Ugly, thank you. There's a small town in north of New Orleans, Covington, Louisiana. Many great restaurants, classic southern, new hipster, greasy, light. When you go, your belt hurts. Oh no. Error 404, thank you. You made homemade cat head biscuits and tomato gravy with elk sausage this morning for breakfast. Was delicious. I've never eaten elk, so I don't know if elk sausages are delicious. Would I have to skin them like I did the meat yesterday? I just wanted me to know how nice my nails were from yesterday. Thank you, Moomy. And thank you for the raid, Moomy playing games. Thank you. Welcome, Raiders. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. You thought the baking powder was what was used to make things more fluffy? That's what I thought, too. I remember finding out when I was a little kid and I started baking that there's baking powder and baking soda. And I was like, what? Why would they call them something so similar? And I definitely 100% have accidentally used the wrong one on occasion. Elk kinda sucks, TBH. Elk is good. The duality of man. Kirsche is partially comprised of baking powder. What does he mean by this? Did I know they have ketchup slushies now? Unfortunately. You would suggest gumbo, but you're dead certain Kirsche would hate okra in her gumbo. I've never eaten okra. And the only time I've ever seen okra is the fried okra in Cook Serve Delicious. I've never even seen it on a menu, to my knowledge, that I can remember. If you're enjoying the coconut, that's the bot. That's the bot. I don't need to read that. Did I eat enough cheese yesterday to become 1% cheese by weight? I don't think I ate that much. It was a okay amount of cheese. I got full. Baking powder and soda tend to add acidity in your experience, do they? Biscuit tip, take a couple of sticks of butter and freeze them and then run them through a cheese grater and refreeze them. When baking the biscuits, work the frozen butter flakes into the dough. Makes the supreme buttery biscuit. That's a pretty fucking hot tip. I'm gonna have to remember that. Okra is hella slimy in texture. I'd hate it. Ew. Why is it like that? Why is it like that? And speaking of why things are away, I have DEI tabs that I haven't been able to get to. So let us go on a journey through people who are doing terrible things because they believe it's the right thing to do. Almost everything Southerners eat is kind of disgusting. The only thing that's good is hush puppies, which are just fried corn dough. Buttermilk is what makes a biscuit fluffy, and how much do you need it? Hello, buttermilk. The milk and the butter. You missed the cheese stream. Why must your birthday be so inconvenient? Happy belated birthday, my guy! Happy belated birthday. Oh. Dog with the butter dog. Put the butter on the dog, butter dog. Dog with the butter dog. Put the butter on the dog, butter dog. Dog with the butter dog. Put the butter on the dog, butter dog. Dog with the butter dog. Put the butter on the dog. Oh god. Oh god, that hits right.
In various news, anal violence got a waifu wears, UK gamer subs knockoff sponsorship and then lost it in less than 6 hours when people brought up Z-Camp's stuff. Apparently waifu wears has terrible background checks for participants.
Hey man, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. Goddamn, that's fast. Internet Zen Master, thank you for the buttered doggos, my guy. I love the buttered dog. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. A frozen butter is what makes biscuits fluffy because they melt and then the liquid evaporates, causing pockets in the dough. That's crazy. You get what you fucking deserve. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Imagine the life you could be living if you just hadn't tried to censor people and financially ruin them. No one would care. Imagine. 6 hours is 24 times longer than the amount of time he gave me to provide comment on the hit pieces. True, actually. Massive Doge, thank you. Feeling thirsty from eating dry biscuits? Use code Kirsche for 10% off on gamer subs. Thank you, Massive Doge. And also, true and real, don't eat your dry biscuits without having the gamer subs chaser. Fuck off, thank you for the Canadians. You just got home from church, got 4 cinnamon buns the size of dinner plates for 8 people. You're taking 2 car salesmen from China to have authentic Mexican food and see horses in a 1966 Mustang. Your day sounds fucking magical, holy shit. I kinda wanna live your day, man. Can we trade places? The Llama Guru, thank you. Speaking of food, when are we getting limited edition Kirsche Peeps? I don't know if I could get a Peeps collab, man. I think that might be outside of my purview. Oh my god. Yeah, that's industrial grease, not butter. What? Can I turn up the voice of the TTS? They're almost impossible to hear. They're fucking loud for me. Well, they're loud for me, so I don't know how I would adjust the volume in that regard. Still wouldn't watch him because he's a weird degenerate. What the heck? You're back after 1,000 years? Welcome back? Question mark. Asmongold's going AFK for 6 months. Quick start streaming 6 hours a day, 7 days a week to thrive in the power vacuum. I would feel very bad if I thought in that way. YouTube hates VTubers. They do. You tried scooped gamer subs once from a bet with a friend? Never again? Oh, you tried dry. Oh god, no. Don't inhale the gamer subs. Don't do lines like it's cocaine. It's not. Virulent Castle, thank you for the 6-month resub, guy. Thank you. You have to capitalize on it or someone else will. Warm Body reporting, will you map on Path of Exile too? Thank you, Warm Bodies and Kick, whose existence gets me paid for existing. Thank you, it's wonderful. Thank you. Enrique Garcia, thank you for the member. Thank you for member. Asmon going on a multi-month break means we're either also gonna lose Kier for 6 months or World War III is gonna happen. Oh no. Hope I've been surviving the heat this summer. It has been a hot-ass summer, god damn. It's real hot. Kirsche won't let me do lines of gamer subs off a hooker's ass like it's coke. She hates me. Look, I'm just suggesting things that might be helpful to you living a decently long time, okay? Alright? Alton Brown has a pretty doable marshmallow recipe. I can make whatever flavor I like and whatever shape I like. Easy as cubes. Interesting. What flavors of gamer subs do I recommend that you've never had? Well, I mean, I don't know which ones you have had. But I like the brand risk flavor. I like the bomb pop flavor. That's pretty good. That's queso's flavor. I like sweet 6-pack is pretty fucking good. AB is the man. I don't know what that means. Tectone said that he believes that Asmon needs a woman who likes him for him, so I should get my ass in gear. Send him a DM. He's vulnerable now. What the fuck is wrong with you? Holy shit. You recognize the council made a decision, however, given it's stupid, you have decided to ignore it. Oh my god. Good is also really tasty. I haven't had good in powder form. I've only had good in the can, and good in the can is really good. AB is Alton Brown, host of 90s Food Network. Oh, okay. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Jesus Christ. Seize the opportunity. You just tried one of the samples you got from your gamer subs order. You tried good, and it's fruit punch flavor. It's supposed to be cherry slushy, and usually I'm not a huge fan of like cherry flavors, but I really like good. The iron is hot. Pounds, damn you! What the fuck? Kirsche shaped peeps or Kirsche shaped Twinkies? Kirsche shaped peeps. I think would go hard. Now's the time to strike when he's weak and emotionally vulnerable. What is wrong with you people? The worst he can say is no, right? Jesus Christ. Kirsche, Brendan Herrera is running for the government again. Time for you to rise and shine and glow up. Not like a Fed, though. I can't vote for him because I don't live in Texas, but if you live in Texas, you should. I heard that Pastille's Antidote Plus Acid Rain tastes like gummy worms. Oh, that sounds cool. Somebody was mentioning how good Pastille's Antidote Plus was earlier. By earlier, I think I mean yesterday. Alton Brown was host and writer of Good Eat, single best cooking show since Julia Child, and he has a Scar 17. What is a Scar 17? Scott Roush, thank you. If you can't do lines of gamer subs, can you at least mix it into your alcohol? I think there's been a few people who have tried mixing it into alcohol. I don't know how well it mixes into alcohol, though. I know people were saying it's really good with grog, but I don't, like, if you tried mixing it with vodka, would it work even? They're men, they know how the game works. What the fuck? Scar 17's a cool gun? Oh, okay, thank you. You get some free samples with your Valkyrie cup. Your mom tried lean and good and is seriously considering ordering a tub. You'll tell her to use code Kirsche for 10% off. Hell yeah, thank you, Mom! Try Kai Piranha. Everything works with Kai Piranha. I've never even heard of that. So Depressed Pear is still sold out. You're sad. It usually takes a hot minute to get the flavors back in. It makes sense. Grog, is that true? You mix gamer subs with vodka and water. Some lighter fruit flavors are pretty good. Okay, well listen to Chank Saotome. He knows what he's doing. You did make some with vodka, but you need to try other flavors. Oh my man. And then you tried the black cherry flavor with Fireball and Coke, and it's good. Huh. Interesting. Let me bring up my browser here. Let me bring up my goddamn browser. Alright, bam! DEI tabs. We're fucking slamming it. Try Gamer Subs and Smirnoff. It's good. I can't even remember the last time I had a Smirnoff, man. Ooh, I have a feeling I'm going to be chugging water today. SodaStream is good with most of the flavors you've tried. I've heard that a lot. I do not own a SodaStream, though. Might use flavored syrups with Gamer Subs. Oh, man. Phoenix DS, they give the Canadians. He always makes vodka and Gatorade and never have a hangover the next day. You're crazy. Did Kirsche get Asmund pregnant? What the fuck? Fuck off, they give the Canadians. Want to see the Stang? You got a link to a pic. Oh man, do you have like a super souped up one? The only one you have left is AFK. Sleepy drunk? So you don't know if you want to mix 2 sleep aids to know what the fuck that'll do to you. You will sleep forever. Andrew B, thank you. Gamer Subs and Gatorade is good. I can imagine that. They're both fruity. Tom Mailer, thank you for the euro. Chugging water. A chug Gamer Subs. It's mostly water. I should see if I can try and get a sponsorship from Unsub for their energy drink. Oh, they have a special energy drink? Interesting. Those are the exact 4 you got. Probably what they have overstock of, or the most popular flavors. I think they recently changed in rotation what they gave out for the free samples. Give you a week to report back. The Malort Gamer Subs? I don't know what a Malort is. This article, we're going to start out in my DEI tabs with a second University of Iowa employee on administrative leave for video commenting on DEI policies. Interesting. In Iowa City, Iowa, a second University of Iowa employee is on paid administrative leave following an online video that appears to show the employee discussing recent diversity, equity, and inclusion laws and ways faculty members can get around the laws. I feel like we've watched so many videos of people at universities doing this. Like in the last few months alone. I can't even remember the different universities we've seen that come out of. A video posted to conservative news site Town Hall appears to show a University of Iowa employee, identified in the story as Corey Lockwood, the Senior Associate Director of the Iowa Memorial Union, talking about how the university has complied with recent DEI laws enacted by the state legislature. There's DEI work happening, he appears to say in the video. I think, you know, somebody is not going to have that in their job description because of the State House. The University of Iowa confirmed Lockwood is on paid administrative leave as of Thursday. Lockwood is at least the second University of Iowa employee to be placed on paid administrative leave after a video surfaced in which they discussed enforcement of Iowa's DEI laws. Another employee, Drea Tinoco, was placed on paid administrative leave Tuesday. The video of Tinoco also drew an official complaint from Governor Kim Reynolds to the Iowa Attorney General's office, which subsequently launched an investigation. KCCI has been unable to confirm the authenticity of the videos. That's really funny that after one person got caught on video explaining like, yeah, we're gonna comply with the DEI laws, but we're still doing the DEI work. And then after you see them get in trouble for leaking that, you then also say that to somebody afterwards. Like, we would think that they would have at least the brain cells to be like, let's not sabotage our own plans. I hope we have the video here.
Well, in eastern Iowa, another university
this is only 40 seconds.
is on leave following a second undercover video. The university placed Memorial Union Senior Associate Director Corey Lockwood on paid leave on Thursday.
A conservative news website, Town Hall, posted.
So this is just that. So let's go to Town Hall and see if the video is here. Here we go.
You won't find it by Googling it because of our state legislature, governor, state house. They're all that side. So they've directed the board of regents to, I don't know if eliminate's the right word, but stop using the word. So you'll see words like community and those types of things, belonging, community, all those. We still have cultural centers here. There's DEI work happening. I think, you know, somebody's not going to have that in their job description because of the state house. Just to be candid, I think what most are worried about is funding, you know, because state funded institutions.
How do we keep our state funding while also still being weaselly lil Marxist? That's a great question. So he just gets rewarded with vacation time? Seems like it, unfortunately. I mean, like, these kinds of people need to just be fired. Like, they can't be trusted in positions of power. It's a good thing they're such egoists and have to talk about what they're doing, right? That's crazy. They can't even rein in their ego for a short enough period of time to not out their plans. Imagine that. And then the other video, I'm going to assume, is in this link. That's the news broadcast about it. And it doesn't look like there's any links. This here, the video. University of Iowa official brags about skirting a ban on DEI.
March. I want to say maybe February, March. Our communications person came in and was like, hey, like, we have to redo our websites per the regents to take off diversity, equity, inclusion, anything like that, any like buzzwords. So they swept our websites. So it's not there anymore. So it's not there, but we are essentially finding ways to operate around it. So that was our solution. We were like, oh, okay, we can't use that word. Okay, civic engagement. I think that's a lot of what we're doing. Is like, it's like, oh, okay, we're not allowed to use this word. Okay, we're just gonna do this. So yeah, that's why you're not gonna see DEI listed on any University of Iowa website. But there have been transitions and things that they've done, so they're not like getting rid of certain things. So like our websites need to be cleaned up. I literally made them define all three, like diversity, equity, inclusion, equality, like in my class. Like, that's what we're gonna do. Some of those things have been removed from our website, but it doesn't take away from, like, it's an academic course, so the content that I'm teaching is.
This is a little crazy to me, right? Because I've been showing that this is what they've been planning on doing for almost 2 years now. But it's crazy just how bold they feel explaining, yeah, you know, we're not supposed to be doing this, and everyone doesn't like that we're doing this, but we're changing the wordage, we're changing the verbiage, you know, we're gonna keep doing what we were doing anyways, you know, under different language so people can't detect that we're doing it, but we're definitely the good guys, by the way. You know, this is just what we have to do in the name of progress. We gotta hide those DEI vegetables. They're just hiding it. It hasn't gone away. Cool, yeah, just throw her in jail with the recent trans prisoners. What the fuck? She cannot handle a real job, I know. Hot take, it could just not do it at all and make something productive and enrich my friends and family. Oh wait, they don't have friends and family? They have allies and they hate their families. And pulled out a thesaurus and now it's all gone. Internet Zen Master, thank you. And why do they always look the exact way you expect them to? It's a little crazy. Bleg, thank you. People don't like what we're doing, but yeah, you know, it's just like that one lady said. The people who don't want DEI are just like fussy babies and you have to give them their vegetables because it's good for them. John in English, thank you. Get him, woman. This could be your only chance to bag the disciple of Nurgle, to catch the crusty, scrawny Slenderman, to verb the adjective noun. What is wrong with you? No, we're so smart. They're so dumb. It's just like, why would you say this to someone you don't know? Where is your self-preservation instinct? Like, it's good for us that they're this egotistical.
I'm still gonna say DEI. I say it in my classes. I don't care.
Beautiful.
What's a personal joy thing? I'm gonna say it because it's real. There's our president of our university, and then there's the board of regents. Someone told me to look them up one time, and I did. It was just a bunch of white people. From what I heard, I think that was one of their ways of being.
That's a great way to talk about your superiors.
Like, their way of doing it, we got it approved. Y'all are petty. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, we'll change our website, but still do everything we're still doing. On behalf of my office, we're still gonna talk about DEI. We're still gonna do all the DEI things. Like, my assistant dean is a black woman, and I could not imagine her being like, okay, guys, yeah, we're just not gonna talk about DEI anymore. So my assistant dean is Kenise Evans. So the University of Northern Iowa, Iowa State, and us are the three biggest organizations. We actually all meet pretty regularly. All of our offices connect, and we are always the university that's more like, no, we're not going to do that. on the spectrum of 3, like, we are probably the most.
It's actually crazy how little the interviewer has to say, and she just keeps spilling everything. Like, he said like less than 5 words, man. Did she just fail to count to 3? I don't know, but again, like, she's saying so much. At least in the bridge meetings that I go to, they have the reasonable expectation of, like, only people who agree with them are there. But this is, like, a complete stranger, man. You know, I think the bridge plan of getting white people on board is going to execute well when they hate straight white people so much. I know. Imagine the people you've dehumanized for, like, 20 years now finally getting on your side.
Change, good or bad. Through mass movements, your genius plans and ideas will be implemented by the absolute stupidest people in society who don't understand why anyone might have an objection to what you're doing.
Exactly. Toast engineer, my guy, thank you. You are exactly right. Felt like she threw her assistant dean under the bus. Yeah, just a little bit. Like, no wonder the guy after her felt so bold to continue saying shit anyways. Patchouli, thank you. If you're in a position of power and your conversation partner asks you about it, your first instinct should be, you're a Fed, I can see you glowing. Yeah, exactly, man. Shinkatsu, thank you for the pays. Your sister, your Ruru, likes DSP. Kirsche, shout out. What does he mean by this? Shiver Fluff, thank you. Iowa City is a commie crap hole. You hate that city. The interviewer wouldn't even say a word and they'd already overshare their ideas and details. True. True. Why would she get into trouble when she has the right opinions? She's literally explaining how, like, the right opinions they have are being, like, delegitimized by executive orders and shit. And she's like, well, it's okay. We're finding ways to get around that. You know, we're still gonna do it. Don't worry about it. Person was placed on administrative leave, thankfully. Glad our governor immediately launched an investigation. Yeah, no, I mean, that's what it said in the article. I just wanted to see what the videos were afterwards and, like, how damning the videos are. It's crazy.
Combative. And it has to do with funding and the fact that our website just got scrubbed like this spring. I will say personally, like, I am proud of the fight, even if you aren't seeing it on some big like email chain or something like that. Like, for me, the fact that like it didn't happen until this last spring, to me it has said a lot. So it still exists.
Oh,
DEI
sorry.
and student organizations and all of that, like, it is real, it still exists. We're still doing DEI work, we're still working with our students. I have yet to be told, like, Drea, you can't say DEI. And I'm still gonna say it. I don't know if it's just the play on the website of like, oh, okay.
She is so up her own ass, man. This is insanity.
What we need to do, what we know we have to do for students. So, like, it definitely is still here, it definitely still exists. I don't know how Diego's budget line has changed since moving over to where we are, but they're hiring for their team, they have student employees, so like there's money going to it. Like, people are employed for these centers.
Just literally tells everything, man. They're so narcissistic, it's insane. A-dubs, thank you. They brag about them flaunting power for the same reason that the serial killer purposely leaves clues to get caught. Their egos demand that you know they're better than you. I guess so, but it's like, man, you need to get your ego in check long enough to actually finish your plans. And thankfully for us, they're a bit too eager to brag. Did he bribe her with fries? Mildly OCD, thank you. You know, if they didn't dehumanize men, they probably would have gone a lot further, since men don't usually gossip this much, you would think. That's something you notice about those people. They almost always have the hero complex. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know how you get to this point of being like this full of yourself. But that was the lady was the first University of Iowa employee to get put on administrative leave for the video about her comments. And then this is the second one. We just read that guy was the second one. They seriously think that being against DEI is an extremist position? It's insanity, man. I might be mentally ill and in extreme debt, but I know how to fix society. Truly. Gordo Gamer, thank you for the 25-month member. Thank you. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you, my dude. Nick needs to throw the binder at her. She can't fit in the binder of women. Administrative leave means she'll be back in a week or two. I mean, I hope not, but unfortunately, you're probably right. It would be nice if instead of administrative leave, they'd be like, you're just fired, get out. Easy to see a person who's never been told no in their entire lives. Adrea is a great example. And she should be fired. I agree. If you're not racist against white people and Asians, you're a racist. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Scrub an email. It sounds like they're trying to subvert the law with commie gobbledygook. And speaking of commie gobbledygook, a second DEI article here. The second one, California court rules UC hiring practice is discriminatory. University of California must reconsider its policy barring students living in the country illegally from on-campus jobs because the practice is discriminatory. A state appeals court ruled this week. I feel like if you're in the country illegally, you're not entitled to jobs in my country. How about we just have ICE come and scoop you up and get you the fuck out? How about that? How about that? The ruling does not require UC to change the policy, but requires that the university not rely on litigation risk alone as justification for it. The system has 7 days to revisit its policy. The California Court of Appeals decision comes months after a UCLA alumni, Jeffrey Umania Munoz, and the UCLA lecturer, Ileana Perez, filed a lawsuit in October, alleging UC's policy is discriminatory, stifles academic and professional opportunities for students living in the country illegally, and forces them to seek more dangerous and exploitative work opportunities off campus. I think that people living in the country illegally should have their academic and professional opportunities stifled because those opportunities should be going to American citizens, not people here illegally. And I don't really care if that forces them to seek more dangerous and exploitative work. How about we call ICE and we get them out of the country and then they won't be exploited? How about that? Not my citizen, not my problem. As someone who was undocumented for 27 years, I've had to navigate higher education and the labor market without work authorization, Perez said in a statement Wednesday. Why was she undocumented for 27 fucking years? That is insanity! How are these people real? How are they real? I intimately know the real impact of these barriers. Undocumented students belong in our institutions. No, they don't. In our workforce. No, they don't. And in our future. Get them the fuck out. Fuck off, we're full. It's time to open the doors to employment so they can thrive, not just survive. They can survive in their country of origin. They are not my countrymen, not my problem. 27 years where they leech off the tits of Lady Liberty like the parasites they all are. It's just like, holy fuck. 27 years. There's no excuse for that, man. You just heard a gunshot. You live in SA. You're not even concerned. UC said it's reviewing its court ruling, but did not say whether the university would change its hiring policy. To the extent it's compliant with the law, the university continues to believe undocumented students deserve the same opportunities as our other students. UC spokesperson Stet Holbrook said in a statement Wednesday. Why would you believe this? Why would you believe someone here illegally is entitled to the same opportunities as a citizen? What kind of insane psychopath actually can say those two things are the exact same? They can go back to their home country and they can get education there. Apparently, the activists are looting rich people homes in California now. Expect to see them lose some investors. Damn, dude. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Illegals should never have more rights than a legal resident. What the fuck? Who is the judge? He needs to be fired or investigated by ICE too? It's just like, what even is California, man? Like, reading shit coming out of there is just as weird as reading shit coming out of the UK. Ryan, thank you for the 2 diseased rats. Good lord. Because borders are just a concept, man. Perez and Munoz's lawsuit alleged that while the UC Board of Regents has a long-standing policy of refusing to hire students living in the country illegally for on-campus job opportunities, many students have been unaffected because the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program authorized students to reside and work in the United States since its launch in 2012. So he recognizes that there's a long-standing policy of not hiring illegals. And then he's like, yeah, but we need to fix that. That needs to be fixed. This is discriminatory. Fucking DACA, bro. Yeah, DACA was a huge issue. DACA has been challenged in several lawsuits since the Trump administration first attempted to rescind the program in September 2017. DACA renewal applications are being accepted and processed, but the government has not processed new requests since 2018. Help. And while the California DREAM Act, a financial aid application established in 2001, allowing students living in the country illegally to apply for and receive financial aid, it does not provide work authorization. This is also crazy that since 2001, taxpayers in California have been able to foot the bill for illegal aliens living here illegally to have an education. That's crazy. Imagine being a California taxpayer, man. If they're deferments, why can't we just end them? A deferment we can't end is allowing illegality? Yep. No wonder shit's so expensive in California. The Higher Education Immigration Portal, which compiles state and federal data to support immigrant and international students, estimates there are approximately 102,938 students living in the country illegally who are enrolled at higher education institutions in California. Well, great. If we know that there's that many, we know where to send ICE to get them out, right? Around 64,343 are not eligible for DACA and therefore not eligible for work authorization or campus jobs. As more students who could not receive DACA, including Munoz himself, enrolled at UC and were unable to seek jobs on campus, they began to push the system to pass a policy granting them permission to work on campus. And every time they file something like this, ICE should come in and detain them. It's just that easy. Why isn't that happening? Don't forget California's paying for illegals' healthcare. Oh, I do not forget. You thought all the California tax dollars were spent making 1 mile of railway that cost 500 billion infinity tax dollars. Fringe Horizon, thank you, but who will do all the slave labor? Who will pick the weed if not the illegal children? Oh, God. The Regents began exploring the possibility of amending the university's policy in 2023, but reversed course shortly after concerns about putting the system at risk of violating federal law and subjecting the university to fines, suspending federal funding, or criminal penalties. If you're trying to find loopholes in which to hire illegal aliens for jobs, yeah, your federal funding should be suspended. What even is this? What did they mean by this? Burn all the weed crops and enslave all the illegals? But man, I can't even have a good high anymore unless I knew that my weed was picked by the suffering hands of illegal child migrant labor. It's wild that they let them near schools. It is. The debate revolves around the Immigration Reform and Control Act of 1986, which prevents the hiring of people without legal status. The lawsuit argues it doesn't apply to state employees like UC, while UC attorneys argued that federal government could interpret the law to include state employees and penalize the system. Why would you want to have state government employees be illegal? I don't even understand where your logic is in that. If you're able to get someone living in our country illegally into a government position, they're basically just being fed money for life because it's incredibly hard to get fired from a federal position. And on top of that, if they can climb ladder while in a federal job, they're eventually going to be in charge of something that will just allow even more illegals to come into the country and suck on the teat. Like, we need to stop giving incentives to break the law to stay here. The logic is we think we can get away with it. I know that many in our community will be disappointed that we're unable to take immediate action, said UC President Michael Drake at a January 2024 Regents meeting. As an individual, I would like nothing more than to do so right here, right now, because it is the right thing to do. However, we have a fiduciary responsibility to consider all possible ramifications of our actions. In September, Governor Gavin Newsom echoed the Regents' concerns over federal compliance in his veto of the Opportunity for All Act, a bill that would have prohibited UC, the California State University, and the California Community Colleges from disqualifying a student from employment position due to their immigration status. Even the governor is vetoing things that would have prevented illegals from getting jobs. What is even happening in that state, man? Why is Newsom not in prison again? What a great question. If the person that processes illegal claims is illegal, that would be funny. End of Roman Empire event. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Guess when tax time rolls around, just tell the IRS that you have millions of illegal, thousands of drugged out addicts, hundreds of useless politicians and senators as dependents, right? Why is any one of them still out in a position? Californians like this shit, I guess. That's crazy to me. Tuesday's ruling found that while UC's fear of federal litigation is not entirely unfounded, it is not sufficient for UC to justify its policy barring students living in the country illegally from on-campus job opportunities. That's really funny. That's really funny that a court's like, you know what? You might be afraid of the federal government taking away your federal taxpayer funding as a education institution, but you have to hire illegals anyways. That's so fucking insane! How is Clown World this crazy, man? You think immigration law does? California fancies itself more important than the rest of us, eh? They really do. The ruling comes as the Trump administration freezes hundreds of millions of dollars in federal research funding to UCLA over the university's handling of pro-Palestinian protests and allegations of anti-Semitism on campus. The court also said UC's policy violates California's Fair Employment and Housing Act because refusing to hire students who lack work authorization is discrimination based on immigration status. You should discriminate based on immigration status. If they're here illegally, they get nothing. They don't get a job. They don't get an education. They don't get housing. They don't get anything. They're here illegally. Why is this so hard for people to understand? Why are there people who would want people here illegally to be given free shit and things on their dime? It doesn't make sense to me. There's a very simple solution to this problem. I can tell you what it is. Massive Doge, thank you. Things are getting pretty bad in Cali. There's a second Skid Row forming near your neighborhood and no one is doing anything. I just genuinely get flabbergasted when I read shit like this. Because it's like, how are the people living here fine with this? Patchouli, thank you. Pro tip, these same people are rectally ravaged at the possibility that illegals may be excluded from the next census. They should be excluded! Not their country! Not their soil. They shouldn't be counted in the census. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense, man. Jesus Christ. Mildly OCD, thank you. You know how California keeps threatening to leave the country? When are they going to follow through? It's just like all the people who threatened to leave the US for Canada and never followed through, man. They make these crazy threats and then just never do anything. No Medicaid, no food stamps for the illegals either. 100%. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. The province of British Columbia wants to join the US. Don't do it. Don't allow more communists to join the states. They would add to the commie population of Commifornia. Oh no. You'll count illegals in the census if their countries get annexed. Imagine. Imagine. Next in my DEI tabs, I have Cornell Daily Sun here. Cornell renames the Office of Academic Diversity Initiatives to Office of Academic Discovery and Impact. Wow! That must mean they're no longer doing DEI work, right? Cornell has officially renamed its Office of Academic Diversity Initiatives to the Office of Academic Discovery and Impact as of Friday. According to an email sent to pre-professional program scholars by Kristen Dade, director of OD. The Friday email, which was signed off by OD director William Wood Horning, Dade and the entire OD team, describes the very exciting name change forward, thinking strategically about who we are and how all students see us across campus. The new name aligns with the OD mission and vision and the key goals of the Vice Provost for undergraduate education, curiosity, and connection. According to the email by The Sun, the office wanted to maintain the signature moniker of OD due to its Arabic and Swahili meaning, according to the email. OD's website states that the word refers to a cool, protected passage, route, or valley through a desert, often formed by a seasonal river. The new name highlights OD's centering of discovery for scholars as they approach and proceed through their academic journey, and the impact each scholar brings to campus, according to the email. And I think this is also a really funny example of subversion, because usually they just change the words without any thinking about how the acronym will look. But these people specifically were like, we want to keep our DEI acronym, and if we keep the acronym while renaming it, we can easier explain to other allies how it's actually just the same exact thing anyways. We are so smart, and they'll never figure it out. Thought Odie was the dog from Garfield. It's spelled O-A-D-I. According to the website, Odie works to ensure all students have equal access to educational and pre-professional programs and resources by offering academic support, scholarships, mentorship, and community events. Odie's origin spans back to 1963 through the historic Committee on Special Education Projects, which has been renamed and reorganized several times since. The new Odie emerged as a way for students to see themselves in our space, be they first generation, low income, foster youth, veterans, non-traditional, transfer, students from diverse backgrounds, and or any other student that finds space in our community. Me smart, me use different letter, exactly. It is spelled O-D-I-E. Sir, I'm not talking about the Garfield dog, I'm talking about the acronym, because people asked if it was the dog, and I said no, it's spelled O-A-D-I, referring to what I am reading. Free lasagna for everyone. See, that would be a proposition I could get behind. Lasagna. The new Odie emerged as a way for students to see themselves. Oh, I read that paragraph, sorry. In March, the university temporarily removed its diversity, equity, and inclusion references and discrimination resources from its equal education and employment opportunity statement. However, the university quickly adjusted the statement back to its near original condition and explained the original revision as a clerical error. Our commitment to equal opportunity remains steadfast, the university spokesperson wrote in an email to The Sun. Wow, it's like nothing changed. The Odie name change comes amid reported settlement talks between the Trump administration and the university to resume frozen federal funds. Which I hope when schools try to pull this fast one, he can just point to the part in the executive order where he says any name change or reiteration of DEI will also not be funded. Right, like this is why I said, like, it's great to see him putting out these executive orders on this, and it's great that he has wording in there to acknowledge that some of them do just subvert the language and change the terminology. But Robbie Starbuck. The New York Times reported in April that the Trump administration had frozen over $1 billion in federal funding for Cornell, based on accounts from two unnamed U.S. officials. Cornell President Michael Kotlikoff told The Sun in early May that the university had seen approximately 120 stop work orders until that point, along with the termination of grants over political concerns. The university did not respond to a request for comment on why the name was changed or if it was linked to the ongoing agreements with the Trump administration by the time of publication. The office's name switch follows similar changes at peer institutions. Harvard renamed its Office of Equity, Diversity, Inclusion, and Belonging to the Office for Community and Campus Life. Syracuse University recently closed its Office of Diversity and Inclusion, folding operations into a new unit called People and Culture. Our Odie team have expertise in supporting students from all walks of life, and we look forward to doing so for the next 50 plus years, the email reads. And if we don't remove the Marxists who have the power to keep doing these things, yeah, they're right. It's going to just keep going for the next 50 plus years. $1 billion, a lot of money, folks. You're going to apply to jobs. If you show up to the interview, you can trap them into giving you a job or getting sued. Oh shit, you just realized you work for yourself. God damn. They deserve to be placed within the stranglehold. Another name change, another useless platitude. Well, I mean, normal people looking at Office for Community and Campus Life or People and Culture Office, they're not going to see anything wrong with that. And if you start saying there's something wrong with that, they're going to be like, that sounds a little conspiratorial. I mean, it's just the Office for Community and Campus Life. Why would you think they're doing anything wrong? People and Culture, P and C's, not even subtle. For normies who are still asleep, it is. It's just a Jeopardy category. Totally not a subversive DEI structure. Totally not. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Equal opportunity. You'll believe it when the current admin are gone and new people are placed in power, right? Well, they never want to actually get rid of that stuff. I think we should just remove the accreditations of the colleges at this point and then remove the certification for all their students for the past 100 years. God damn. 100 years! That's a long time. Subversive word of the day, impact. And speaking of impact, I have another university DEI tab here. University of Maryland renames diversity office amid federal DEI scrutiny. The University of Maryland, College Park, has renamed its Office of Diversity and Inclusion to Belonging and Community at UMD, according to a statement posted to its website. The office's new name reflects feedback from the campus's spring 2024 Belonging and Community Survey, which aimed to gauge experiences and perceptions of students, faculty, and staff, according to the statement. A university spokesperson confirmed that the change took effect on Thursday. The renaming comes as other prominent Maryland universities, including the University of Maryland, Baltimore, are facing cuts in federal funding for grants promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion. Despite the revised name, the Office General's operations will remain mostly the same. Overseeing units including the university's Bias Incident Support Services, LGBTQ+ Equity Center, Nyamburu Cultural Center, Office of the ADA Coordinator, Office of Multi-Ethnic Student Education, and Terrapin Strong Education. Wow, imagine that. Another university comes out and says, we're renaming it, but we're not doing anything different. And what are you going to do about it? Bias Incident Support Services? That sounds awful. It sounds dystopian as fuck, man. The same college your sister went to. Gee, I wonder why she's TDS now. Phoenix DS, thank you for Canadians. Call me purge from education when McCarthy did not go far enough. Stephen Ortiz, thank you. As an Army vet, you refuse to be part of or used by the DEI candy-ass freaks. I really, really hope that we can continue making noise about this and getting people to realize they're not actually changing or fixing anything, or even complying with anything. What are you going to do about it? Cut your funding. I can only hope that that threat actually comes to fruition. Moving right along. That was a little bit of a short one. What is this asking me to subscribe bullshit? Hold on a second. Hold on a goddamn second. I actually can't even see what this article is because it's all fucked up asking me to fucking subscribe, man. Okay, let me go see if I can find this in my notes server. Hopefully. Hopefully I can grab this, because I'm pretty sure this was something I threw in my notes server. Milwaukee Journal Sentinel. Oh man, yeah, Ziz, give me that archive link. You're fucking nuts. You're fucking nuts. Beautiful. Especially since the reason he was shamed and taken down was accusing the wrong people of being Soviet agents long after it was found that he was right. We have to stop having the long after they found out he was right. Maybe just I don't know, listen to people sometimes. Maybe be like, you know, maybe you're not so tinfoil. Let's ask some questions. Try start page proxy. I don't know what that is. Never mind, Past As Is handled it. Yeah, Past As Is was nuts. University of Milwaukee reaches $265,000 settlement with white employee in racial discrimination case. Remember, Chad, as hopeless as it might feel, it's never really hopeless. You have a way to fight back. The University of Wisconsin Board of Regents has agreed to pay $265,000 to settle a federal lawsuit filed by a white employee who said she was essentially forced to resign from her position in a campus diversity office because of her race. UW-Eau Claire employee Rochelle Hoffman sued after she said she endured months of intense hostility and questioning of her legitimacy as a white woman to lead a department supporting students of color. You know, I hope this was a wake-up call for her. That the things that she believes in seek to do nothing but harm her. And that maybe she's no longer a programmed propagandistic drone for use as a cog in the machine. But she could actually maybe think now. Diversity officer. Hoffman's 2023 lawsuit came amid scrutiny by Republican state lawmakers over campus diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, which has only intensified under President Donald Trump's second term. Republicans view DEI efforts as problematic, believing it puts too much emphasis on race over merit. Advocates say DEI efforts counter decades of discrimination and encourage more fair work practices. Workplaces. Hey, you know that town. It's the only job she's had. She'll never do anything else. DEI is a catch-all phrase encompassing a broad range of measures intended to support people who have faced discrimination in some way. Campus efforts include offices supporting student veterans, programs targeted to students of color, and employees who serve students with disabilities. You see how they do that? They smush the race baiting in between veterans and people with disabilities. Hoffman's attorney, Michael Fox of Fox & Fox law firm, that's a lot of foxes, acknowledged the unique circumstances of this reverse discrimination case. He made clear he and his client support DEI efforts. This bitch didn't learn her lesson. This was not a case I litigated as a result of some sort of political opposition to DEI, he said. It was litigated because E.W. Claire broke the law. And when the law is broken this blatantly, it's not only detrimental to the person who loses their job, but also to the whole idea of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Hoffman said she had been honored to be selected for the job, which she said would have focused on expanding data-informed academic interventions that improved retention and graduation rates among students of color. Graduation, by the way. Despite facing unlawful discrimination in that DEI role as a white woman, I remain steadfast in my belief that high-quality, accessible education, grounded in data and responsive to a changing workforce, is essential for all learners, she said in a statement through Fox. How the fuck can you see the intended discrimination in action against yourself to the point where you have to sue your employer over it? And you win, and you're still repeating the dogma of the party. I don't understand. Why are people like this? It's reverse discrimination when they're accused of it. It's anti-racism when they talk about doing it. They're just fucking racist. They are. Because there's no such thing as reverse discrimination. It's just discrimination. And once again, the actual EEOC, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, blatantly said on their own website that discrimination claims are not just for perceived protected classes. They're for everyone, because reverse discrimination doesn't exist. It's not real. Error 404, thank you. She's a woman. Of course she didn't learn a lesson. Thanks, I hate it. Marmalin, thank you. The white liberal woman didn't learn even when they're fired because of it. Shocking news at 11. Well, it's shocking because typically, when people are propagandized and they're completely beholden to an ideology, they don't realize the path they're marching down with their good intentions is actually going to be towards hell until it's the boot on their neck. She had a boot on her neck and she's still stuck to the dogma of the ideology. So it's like, if you can't even break the spell with them facing the consequences of what they purport to believe in, then like, how do you reach these people? How are you ever able to have any sort of like compromises or coming to a workable solution with someone who can't even go back on what they used to believe when what they believed caused adverse effects to them? She hasn't lost anything, so the resentment didn't overwrite the programming? I mean, maybe. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. White woman moment, just another awful that fell for it again. Happens all the time. Saw it 7 times in the last 2 weeks. Such a damn shame. That's really disappointing. Maybe you don't reach the ideologues, just jail them for illegal activities. You see, if... Jesus. Help, I'm dying! Oh, God. No dying. I know, it's against TOS. I can't die. This is how cults behave. It really is. It really is how cults behave. I just, like... It's astonishing to me. But, like, you know, as far as jailing all the ideologues for illegal activities, you would unironically have to be a bit authoritarian to do that, you know? She didn't lose a goddamn thing. She just kept going through the motions and won at every turn, and setback hasn't lost a damn thing. You would think that merely the opportunity to lose thing and being discriminated against would be enough of a boot, but Jesus Christ. She supports the narrative because she wants discrimination against whites. She protests it when she's a victim because she wants it for others, not herself. Which is literally the only conclusion you can come to. She's got to be like, I as a white person don't deserve the discrimination, but the other white people do. It's like being fat. Some people have their first heart attack. Suddenly all the excuses disappear and they lose hundreds. A lot of people go, that was crazy and scary. Wow. And then change nothing. And have another one until it's the last one. How horrifying. This is 100% how cults behave. You're Mormon. You would know. Fox provided the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel with the settlement agreement. The UW system declined to comment on its decision to settle. Hoffman's troubles began when the university's chief diversity officer, Olga Diaz, appointed Hoffman as interim director of the new Office of Multicultural Student Services, according to her complaint. The new office was part of a 2022 reorganization of UW-Eau Claire's DEI division. Diaz chose Hoffman because she had the longest record of service among coordinators and the highest student retention rate, the complaint said. But students at open houses, students questioned the hire. Editor! Students at open houses questioned the hire. Some faculty did too, voicing concern about the optics of people of color being replaced by white employees. You see, that's really interesting that they worded it that way, right? This woman was given a job, and suddenly, this white woman is replacing people of color. That's a really interesting way to put it, especially when they constantly say to anyone who shows proof about discrimination to white people in these kinds of job settings, they go, why are you so upset? It's not like you're being replaced. First time chatter, Slavic doll. Hello, I saw you on a billboard. Hello, welcome, billboard friend. The billboard unfortunately comes down tomorrow, so I'm glad you got a chance to see it. It's very exciting. My community is very lovely and got it for me as a birthday gift. Marmalin, thank you. There's a reason we call those that bring communism to countries useful idiots. This is them. Yeah, I mean, I understand useful idiots, but still, to see, like, the level of dedication and adherence to an ideology that also discriminates against them, it's sometimes just jarring to see, you know? New billboard now! Good lord, just hire based on qualifications? You would think so. Oh, man. Let's see. The two previous directors before the reorganization were black and Asian, according to court records. Hoffman's co-workers became hostile to her, questioning her decisions and removing her access to their online calendars. The university reassigned a course she was slated to teach, which she felt was retaliation for refusing to drop an internal complaint she filed. How do you deal with this shit and not have the self-reflection ability to be like, maybe my ideology is the problem? It just doesn't make sense to me. This should be a time for self-reflection. This should be a, wait a minute, are we the bad guys moment in this woman's mind. UW system investigators dismissed Hoffman's complaint, saying she did not provide evidence of a pattern of harassment, and testimony from other employees conflicted with her account, according to Hoffman's complaint. The university moved Hoffman to a different office, which she said she hadn't requested and viewed as a demotion. Hoffman's boss, Diaz, also sued, alleging she was wrongfully fired in retaliation for supporting Hoffman. Holy shit. The case is pending, according to court records. So Hoffman's boss was also penalized for supporting a white woman. That's crazy. That's crazy. How do these people have no self-reflection ability? Phoenix DS, thank you. Now, if Foxy got a law degree and opened a firm dealing with VTuber contracts, that would be a crazy twist. I do not have the time to get a law degree. I can ask my friends about it as well, you know? Yeah, they have lawyer degrees. Most people do not self-reflect. They avoid thought and anything that might force them to realize they're wrong. That's insanity. Like, you can't always be right, man. It's like women who fight for a religion that keeps them down. You know, not everyone has an internal monologue. I don't like to think about how not everyone has an internal monologue, right? Because that's a horrifying thought. That's a horrifying thought that there are just some people that wander around as complete empty husks with like an NPC word loop that they have when they encounter people outside, and they're not capable of actual independent thought on their own. I don't like thinking about that, chat, so I choose not to. You know, it's like those TikToks of like the men and women walking next to each other, and the woman's like, my boyfriend acts like this. And he's just like, okay, there's 4 exits in this building. And then if the guy comes in through the roof, we can escape this way. And then there's this table over here we can take cover under if there was a shooter opportunity. And the woman's just like, beep, ba-da, ba-da, bo. Ba-da, ba-da, bo, da, beep, ba-da, ba-da, bo. You know, this just reminds me of that. If they don't have an internal monologue, are they conscious? That's why they're NPCs. Those people are the very definition of cognitive dissonance. Like, it's nice when I get to turn my brain off sometimes, you know? It's like, oh, yeah, he'll take care of it. Can I show us the witchcraft I speak of? What does he mean? The music playing is an internal monologue. No monologue would just be static. Fuck! Do you get to the Munya district often? Apparently Mari doesn't have one. I just don't believe you. That's a smart fimsh. Or the other journalist definition, we could offer up the NPCs for organ donations. True, they would fit a new definition of death. And speaking of a new definition of death, I have another DEI tab, chat. We have a fucking Texas Roadhouse hit with civil rights complaint alleging DEI discrimination in hiring practices. You always have a way to fight back, chat. Don't let them just sweep the institutions and the corporations and win with no resistance. File your fucking suits, brother. A conservative legal group has launched a civil rights complaint against the Texas Roadhouse restaurant chain, alleging it illegally discriminates by using DEI, gender, and racial demographic criteria in its hiring practices. The complaint, filed with the Equal Opportunity Employment Commission by America First Legal, accused Texas Roadhouse of using race and gender as factors in determining who should be appointed to its board of directors, tracking employees' race, gender, and ethnicity, as well as running reputational risk, quote-unquote, to its business due to its DEI policies. AFL is alleging that Texas Roadhouse is in violation of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. The evidence demonstrates that the company's hiring, promotion, and recruitment practices violate state and federal law. The evidence also demonstrates the company has prioritized unlawful DEI programs and policies over shareholder value, the complaint alleged. You know, hot take, Texas Roadhill really went downhill when they stopped letting you throw peanut shells on the floor. I feel like if you have a peanut allergy, you just don't go to Texas Roadhouse, okay, alright? This used to be a proper country, alright? I'm an American and I demand to throw peanut shells on the floor of my Texas Roadhouse. Texas Roadhill. Roadhill. You remember. I said it wrong the first time. Texas Roadhill. That happens sometimes, you know? I said Roadhill. I don't know why I said that. Brain sometimes no worky. I fucking love Texas Roadhouse's frozen margaritas though, man. They're so good. The peanut dust is still in the air everywhere and you're still fucked if you're allergic and go there. But Julie, thank you. DEI explains why Texas Roadhouse has no idea what medium rare means. Yes! They don't know what medium well means either! Hot take, we need to weed out weak genes! I agree. We've gone Darwin awardless for too long. People need to start winning them. You know, just shoot holes in the floor like a true red-blooded Texan. I don't know, I've never been to a Texas Roadhouse in Texas. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. You watched the clip of the new definition of death? Divine light severed. You are a flesh automation animated by neurotransmitters. Thanks, I hate it. They sell the Roadhouse margarita mix at your work? What? I didn't know they sold that independently. It'll be Roadhill now and forever. Roadhill sounds funny. I don't even know how I manage that. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. You live in a town with more than half the town being NPCs with TDS and not reflecting that it was all self-inflicted for 10 years. Now another 4 years with the same group that brought China to low. Canada's a crazy place right now. Use code Kirsche for 10% off gamer subs orders. Prevent death and breaches of TOS. True and real. One man band, thank you. It's not empty up there. You just think in picture. Think in picture and word. I think my brain threw a gear. Probably, man. And traversing the grid of death. Texas Roadhouse wrote that it is committed to attracting, retaining, engaging, recognizing, and developing a workforce that mirrors the diversity of our guests. and provided a chart breaking down the percentages of their employees and managers who were either women or people of color in its 2024 10K annual report. That's really funny. That's really funny that they're being sued, and the complaint is, hey, look, you use all of these racial and gender demographics in hiring when you shouldn't because that's illegal. And they go, look at our chart breaking down percentages of employees and managers who are women and people of color. Oh, wait, what were you suing us for again? Like, what the? Why would you present your case with that when that just robustly gives the people suing you their case? Self-awareness level 0. This is like the I know I'm doing the right thing so hard I don't even understand what's happening. The AFL filing also said that because of increased pressure from the government and investors to disclose its ESG targets, including targets related to diversity and inclusion efforts, the restaurant chain is exposing itself to reputational risk as well as the threat of potential litigation. The complaint accuses Texas Roadhouse of acting with an inappropriate disregard of your fiduciary duties to Texas Roadhouse and its shareholders. According to the Texas Roadhouse 2024 Sustainability Report, the company takes DEI factors such as gender and race into consideration when determining nominees to its board of directors, along with other factors such as board experience and financial acumen. The report also touts professional development programs geared towards identity, including a Women's Leadership Summit and African American Leadership Summit. Texas Roadhouse's policies are a relic of an era where DEI contaminated American culture with the false belief that good intentions make discrimination okay. America First legal counsel Will Skolinos told Fox News Digital in a statement. That's a really good sentence. The policies are a relic of an era where DEI contaminated American culture with the false belief that good intentions make discrimination okay. That's a really good sentence. Way to go, that guy. Abra-fucking-cadabra, thank you. You think enclosed captions, but you don't know what language it got sent to. I remember watching a movie recently that had the subtitles set to Spanish, and I couldn't change them to English, and I was very confused. Massive Doge, thank you. Guys, remember NPC streamers? Ice cream so good, yes, yes, yes. Whatever happened to them? Maybe the government shut the program down because they were revealing how too many people actually work in real life. We can't have that. Mercenary 21, thank you. You have one of those Texas Roadhouses near where you live in San Diego. You're gonna try it out, but now forget that noise, but the food isn't that good. They've really gone downhill. I used to like their food quite a bit when I was young, but like, it's not that great anymore. Unfortunately. Blag, thank you for the 5. Ahem, you must make your bar charts be exactly equal. OCD racism. Imagine having OCD racism, man. USA died, that's what happened to them. Tater Pictures, thank you. You went to a Texas Roadhouse and they didn't have Dr. Pepper or Shinerbach. Fake Texas. What is a Shinerbach? I don't know what that is. Most restaurants are like that these days. I mean, yeah, I can agree with you there. A lot of restaurants have slid way fucking down slope in quality. Phoenix DS, thank you. Never accept the BlackRock money when they come around to invest. 1,000%. Take investments from normal people, not from BlackRock or Vanguard. It's a mid beer. Oh, okay. I don't drink beer, so. Kevin McGuire, thank you. Yes, all of the peanuts. When can I have a restaurant that lets me have cashews? A cashew's too expensive for a restaurant nut. DEI initiatives have been in retreat in corporate America since President Donald Trump returned to office. Trump signed a flurry of executive orders targeting illegal DEI starting on his first day back in the Oval Office, which banned federal agencies from contracting with companies that engage in DEI policies. I don't know why I'm coughing so much. Oh, that was a bad one. I'm glad I got to mute myself in time. Holy shit. Ah. Please cease the dying. I wish I could. I don't know why my throat's all fucky today. Stop breathing your drinks. I like breathing liquid. I am part fish. OS Wolfwood, thank you. The former CEO of Texas Roadhouse committed suicide after complications with COVID. The company suffering DEI crap isn't too surprising. I'm sorry, he did what now? I'm sorry, what? Angelic Wisdom, thank you. Actually had Texas Roadhouse last night. You swear they have 5 cooks and only one knows how to make steak and you never get him. Yeah. I feel like it's a common problem. People don't understand how to make steaks anymore. I ask for medium pretty often, and I've gotten it well done on more than one occasion, and it's like, what the fuck? How did you manage this? Texas Roadhouse CEO suicide. What the fuck? What the fuck? Patchouli, thank you. The attempt on my life has left me scarred and deformed. Darth Kirsche after reading DEI sloppa, truly. It's true! The founder and CEO of Texas Roadhouse caught COVID 4 months later. He died by suicide. Family and colleagues detail his final days and legacy. This is from January 2022. I don't want to read about the past. There's a book. Taylor had been feeling more introspective of late. In November 2020, he had contracted COVID and since then had suffered from severe tinnitus, a condition in which the brain responds to hearing loss by generating sounds to compensate for the ones the ear is no longer processing. The tinnitus had progressively worsened to the point that it sounded like a jet airplane taking off in your ear 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, says his son, Max Taylor. Kent had turned to the book, A Meditation on How to Find Joy, when he'd been at what appeared to be the pinnacle of his suffering. It was helpful for him, through his pain, to read about how you can be happy. Few people knew about Taylor's struggle post-COVID. He kept his ordeal close, telling only his inner circle. He wasn't one to dwell on setbacks, and he was tackling his tinnitus with his signature doggedness, consulting with specialists around the world, visiting the best doctors, and even funding research on the little-understood condition. He was a fighter, and those few who knew expected he'd find a way to beat it, just like he had every other challenge that had arisen in his life. They were wrong. On March 18th, 2021, Taylor killed himself at his farm outside of Louisville, Kentucky. He was 65 years old. This seems like a really jarring way to write it, I'm gonna be honest. They were just like, yeah, everyone who knew him knew that he'd beat this, just like he beat everything else. But they were wrong. He killed himself. Like, what is this? How would you write it like that? That's so weird. Radit Zace, thank you for the 14-month member. DEI, when they secretly want slavery back. After all, women get paid less, and minorities need to be hired over white males. This is like nuclear grade tinnitus. This seems questionable. Phoenix DS, thank you. Wasn't EA's Battlefield involved with DEI, and now Battlefield 6 is going back to its roots, not the budget Furiosa with her mechanical arm as a sniper? That is true. DEI is bad and all, but did you know in 2025 there was a reality show playing it straight with 1 woman and 14 men, but some men were gay, and if woman chooses straight man, they share the prize money, but if she chooses a gay man, the gay man gets all the money. That's horrifying. Anti-Federalist Pain, thank you. Tinnitus, the Universal Veteran Service Award. I've never heard of tinnitus this bad, but yeah, I can imagine that driving you absolutely crazy. 9 months in, I still try not to go down the rabbit hole of trying to figure it out. How did I not know, says Shelley McGowan, his executive assistant of 16 years. Because he didn't want me to know. He didn't want any of us to know. It should have been a celebratory time. While the pandemic devastated the restaurant sector, Roadhouse had come through the worst of it even stronger than before, thanks in large part to Taylor's leadership. He's preparing to take a step back, planning to spend more time with Max and his 2 daughters and grandchildren. A book he had written detailing how he'd built one of the most innovative concepts in the industry was due to hit shelves in just a few months. That's crazy. I guess they don't really talk much more about the circumstances surrounding it. It's just like about what he's done for the company, which makes sense, but that's crazy. That's insanity. I was not expecting that. Kirsche would make a gay dude very rich. Shut up! You have 24/7 tinnitus and have for 20 years. It can be tough. I don't even know how you would begin trying to fix something like that, man. I have a stick in my eye. Thank you for the biddies. You'd contest that Mari_Yen does not have an internal monologue. Instead, she cannot rotate an apple in her mind. On the other hand, Pippa, the Omega Idol, does not have an internal monologue. Just FYI. Does this guy have a chart? Is he keeping an Excel spreadsheet? $2. God damn. Where did I stop reading here? Trump signed a flurry of executive orders targeting illegal DEI starting on his first day back in the Oval Office, which banned federal agencies from contracting with companies that engage in DEI policies. Companies like Disney, Paramount, and Facebook have all rolled back or eliminated their DEI programs. They haven't actually eliminated them. We know what they're all doing. Other companies, such as Costco and Apple, have resisted activist shareholder pressure to reform or eliminate their DEI initiatives. I also like how, because activists have managed to embed themselves in these companies and make everything worse for everyone, it's now that these large corporations are resisting activist pressure to get rid of the initial activists who embedded themselves. I like the way they word this. Mercenary 21, thank you. You don't believe it has to be self-inflicted for a second. What do you mean? A massive doge, thank you. What are the chances the CEO is whacked and this is a cover-up? I take like all high-profile suicides with a grain of salt. They all make me suspicious. The complaint alleged that Cracker Barrel's business resource groups discriminate on the basis of race and sex by only offering employment benefits to... Oh, I missed a sentence. This was red, so I assumed it was a link. Sorry. Cracker Barrel, another restaurant chain, is also facing an AFL civil rights complaint over its DEI policies. The complaint alleged that Cracker Barrel's business resource groups discriminate on the basis of race and sex by only offering employment benefits to workers who fit certain demographic criteria. Texas Roadhouse did not respond to Fox News Digital's request for comment. Gonna be very interesting to see how this goes forward. It's like a Chuck E. Cheese for adult. I mean, you know. A happy Sunday to the wonderful Foxy and honorable chatters. Happy Sunday! Happy Sunday! Wait, the AFL, after the past 6 years, they went DEI crazy. Now they want to push, but on DEI? The America First Legal is the AFL. I don't know what AFL you're thinking about. I'm warning you. It could just be something personal. How would a Cracker Barrel discriminate against whites? They're literally in the name. You would be surprised. DJ Joman, thank you. Will I set up an Odyssey account? I have no plans to at the moment. I see no reason to, really. We'll install some feckless fool who will plant a bunch of weak, effeminate fools who will destroy their chain, truly. Cracker Barrel looks like shit now, supposedly. I saw a tweet that showed, like, a renovated Cracker Barrel, and it's all, like, a modern nightmare. It's a little sad, but, you know, I never really liked Cracker Barrel that much, so it doesn't affect me. Doesn't affect me. I don't want to see them lose their identity, but I'm just kind of like, you know. August 8th, okay. Let me just refresh this page, because I had some bridge stuff that I wanted to tie into things coming on here. We last were looking at that one. Looking at weekly guidance, and then there is the monthly newsletter. So we'll read the monthly newsletter first, I do believe. Mr. Peroxim, thank you. Have I seen the AK guy, Brendan Herrera, is running for Congress again? I have. I have seen it. I hope he wins this time. Cracker Barrel, yet another company that apparently despises their target demographic. Cracker Barrel's okay food that takes too long to get when you're traveling and in a hurry. I've just never really been fond of the Cracker Barrel food, but that's just me. That's just like my opinion, man. So I have Bridge monthly newsletter here. So this is the August newsletter. Welcome to Bridge Buzz, our monthly newsletter where we share the latest news, updates, resources, and more with you, our extended Bridge community. This is a note from Cheryl Daija, the founder and CEO. Dear everyone, on July 23rd, 2025, the Trump administration issued Executive Order 14319, preventing woke AI in the federal government. It prohibits federal agencies and contractors from using AI systems that incorporate ideological dogma, signaling out DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, as the most destructive and pervasive of these ideologies. The order requires that all government-used AI models reflect historical accuracy, scientific inquiry, and neutrality, rejecting any system that might distort output based on DEI principles. She makes it sound so great! What could possibly be her problem with it? This is not a symbolic gesture. This is a federal policy that redefines what counts as trustworthy AI and what must be excluded from public sector use. While the executive order does not extend into the private sector directly, it sets a powerful and chilling precedent that fairness, representation, and bias mitigation are no longer values to be protected in AI. What an odd thing to say in response to that. Let's be clear, this is not about neutrality, and it forces companies to make a choice, whether to align with the federal definition of acceptability or to hold the line on what responsible AI development actually looks like. And now, the private sector must decide where it stands. Some companies will face pressure to conform in order to retain federal contracts, but that pressure must not dictate core design choices, talent priorities, or product strategy. If necessary, organizations should develop parallel systems, one for federal use and one that actually reflects their values. And if a bifurcated strategy isn't possible, then this becomes a revenue decision, because no contract is worth compromising the trust of your teams, your customers, or your future users. That's right, you bend that knee to DEI, you ignore the federal government, or you're just gonna lose everything. Get terrified, company. When the government abdicates its responsibility to equity and fairness, the private sector becomes the last line of defense. The burden and the opportunity now rests with business leaders. Some will try to treat this moment as just another compliance issue, but this is not about compliance. This is about conviction. And conviction is what defines courageous leadership. Not just the willingness to speak when it's easy, but the determination to act when the stakes are highest. Companies that have invested in equity, inclusion, and fairness cannot afford to be quiet now. Because if AI is the infrastructure of the future, and it is, then we are laying the foundation today for who gets seen, heard, hired, protected, or erased tomorrow. The government has drawn its line. The rest of us must draw ours. Forward together with courage, Cheryl Dijja. Holy shit, they're actually talking about setting up parallel economies. They're talking about figure out a way to be in compliance with the federal government's regulations, but also, while you're showing the government you're complying with what they want you to do, continue doing the actual work that matters without the government knowing. They are genuinely believing they are the resistance, they are the revolution, they are not the actual ruling class. I'm sure Cheryl Dijja knows she's the ruling class. She just wants a, group of useful idiots to push this into power for her. How to make the AI think like themselves. Conviction is a death wish when you're wrong. Exactly. Exactly, truly. And then let's see, to go along with this monthly guidance letter, we have the weekly guidance issues. So let's see what the weekly guidance just prior to her releasing that monthly newsletter looks like. This was on August 1st. The August 1st issue number 23 of their Project Forward weekly guidance. So their weekly guidances are informed not just by Cheryl Dijja and her views for how Bridge is the anchor keeping the industry together. Again, this isn't some private initiative with only one person. This is a conglomerate of a metric fuck ton of large corporations funding it. So this is basically just telling us what they plan on doing. Send that bitch to Alligator Alcatraz. Led by Bridge, Project Forward is a cross-industry initiative designed to chart our collective path forward and meet the current moment head-on. In partnership with top experts in academia, law, and our board members, we are dedicated to equipping, educating, and empowering leaders in DEI, marketing, and business to continue to drive inclusive innovation and sustainable growth. Every Friday, Project Forward provides critical updates on executive orders and legislative developments, featuring legal interpretations from Stacey Hawkins, DEI practices consultant and Rutgers professor of law, as well as Jessica Golden Cortez, partner, Labor and Employment Group, Davis & Gilbert, LLP. We'll also include the Bridge point of view and tangible actions to consider. So once again, this is Cheryl Dijja giving the Bridge point of view, which includes their board members, which are people from other companies, and then also these two people who are experienced lawyers. Mina Fritz, thank you for the 4-month resub, thank you. Really need to declare Bridge as an anti-American terrorist group. They're definitely economic terrorists, and we should target them as such. I think it would be a lot easier to continue chasing after DEI tenants Because again, in Trump's executive order, he mentions that DEI will not be tolerated in any of its renamings or iterations. But I don't know if people are noticing quite how quickly the renaming and iterations started happening even before that executive order came into play. And if you're going to be fighting people who are using weasel words, you can't be working off of rigid definitions. When we read the DEI newsletter sent directly to Kirsche's inbox, I want to remind everyone that there are people who don't believe that people would go full mask off and admit what DEI is really about, which is exactly what conservatives say DEI is about when they think they're in a room with fellow travelers. Do not listen to the law, show your conviction to our beliefs. Yeah, pretty much. Anti-federalist pain, thank you. All AI is biased. That's a reflection of the values of its programmers and allowed data set. You personally enjoy seeing how fast you can get Google AI to give up when confronted with its creator's bias. That's an interesting example of a, exercise to try. Hell. Anti-federalist pain, thank you for another 5, dude. A fun fact, when Google AI gives up, it always gives you Reddit, Quora, and Wikipedia as sources to prove you wrong. It hasn't failed yet. I love it when people bring up Wikipedia, man. Battleizer, thank you. You guys should look like you're following what they say to do while doing the opposite. Sounds a lot like encouraging sedition against the US to me. Yeah, I mean, again, these people think they are the resistance. They are on the correct side of history. They are just doing what is preferable for the greater good.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Thank you, Jimothy Farm! Thank you, Jimothy Farm, for the fucking slaves, brother. Thank you! Thank you, thank you. You're an hour behind. Homemade biscuits are the best. Eat it with butter and preserves, or you can make a breakfast sandwich with it using a different flour and whatnot that's from Italy because it doesn't get enriched like American flour does. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I hope your biscuits are always fluffy and delicious, Mr. Jimothy. Spiderfinger, thank you. Just passing through. Excusey jacuzzi. Man, I want to fucking chill in a hot tub again. I miss it. Wikipedia is good for proving tigers and lions are related. Maybe not for a hot political topic. Maybe not. So, update on previously issued executive orders. For continued reference, these are the executive orders targeting DEI and LGBTQ+ protections that have been issued. The ending radical and wasteful government DEI programs and preferencing, ending illegal discrimination and restoring merit-based opportunity, and defending women from gender ideology extremism and restoring biological truth to the federal government. Trump issues executive order on the use of DEI in AI. They give you a link to the White House preventing woke AI in the federal government. Trump has issued a sweeping executive order entitled Preventing Woke AI in the Federal Government, signaling a sharp federal pivot in how artificial intelligence systems are evaluated, procured, and deployed across government agencies. While the executive order states that the federal government is hesitant to regulate the functionality of AI models in the private marketplace, it nevertheless mandates that federal agencies adopt contracting guidelines that prohibit the use of AI or LLMs that contain ideological biases or social agendas that distort the quality and accuracy of output. The order explicitly targets DEI, labeling it the most destructive and pervasive of these ideologies. And for some people who might have forgotten, because this probably seems like not the biggest deal, but to people who have forgotten, when we've gone through some of the white pages at companies like Amazon or like the Creative Artist Association in California, that's like one of the biggest conglomerations of talent agencies for celebrities and content creators, these companies talked about how AI is important in pushing the DEI tenets, that they're using AI to help remove unconscious bias from their employees, and they're also using AI to help with their statistics in hiring. So they were using AI for these DEI things. So just so it's not like a hey, Grok, can gay people get married, and then Grok goes on like a homophobic rant, right? It's not specifically that. Regret to inform you, there's no was. They've doubled down on it so hard. It's built into Android now. Oh no. Steven Crowder did a whole show about how Wikipedia wouldn't let anyone edit the pages. There's a small group of favored creators. That's so weird. asserting that it must be eliminated from all AI and LLMs used by the federal government, whether developed internally or accessed through contracts with vendors or other service providers. To that end, the EO establishes 2 principles for achieving what it calls unbiased AI. First, that LLMs shall prioritize historical accuracy, scientific inquiry, and objectivity, and shall acknowledge uncertainty where reliable information is incomplete or contradictory. Second, that LLMs shall be neutral, nonpartisan tools that do not manipulate responses in favor of ideological dogmas such as DEI. The legal interpretation of the executive order preventing woke AI in the federal government represents a material shift in how the federal government defines and enforces standards around AI and LLM usage. While it hesitates to include private sector AI, the EO imposes strict limitations on what kinds of AI systems can be used, procured, or accessed by federal agencies. At its core, it's a sweeping redefinition of DEI in the AI context, which the EO describes as the suppression or distortion of factual information about race or sex, manipulation of racial or sexual representation in model outputs, incorporation of concepts like critical race theory, transgenderism, unconscious bias, intersectionality, and systemic racism, and discrimination on the bias of race or sex. I like how, again, because these people believe they are the, right side of history, good people, freedom fighters going against an oppressive regime, they're going to look at the government saying that their DEI is the actual oppression and just be like, no, you're just Hitler. DEI displaces the commitment to truth in favor of preferred outcomes. True. Several of the terms used in this definition, including unconscious bias, systemic racism, and critical race theory, are legally and academically contested, raising constitutional concerns about vagueness and the enforceability of the executive order as applied to contractors. Really? Systemic communicism. Yeah. This framing is consistent with prior executive actions from the same administration. Hell, including the executive order ending illegal discrimination and restoring merit-based opportunity, which imposed certification requirements that have already faced legal challenges on similar vagueness grounds. Once again, it's really difficult to not keep things vague when you have to write into law, taking into account these people will use subversive language to try and continue doing work that they're not supposed to be doing. Contractors are a normal problem in the federal space. Thanks, Halliburton. Here, too, contractors may face uncertainty about what constitutes disqualifying content, particularly in AI models that aim to address bias, ensure representational fairness, or comply with civil rights standards. The EO places federal procurement power at the center of enforcement. By conditioning access to federal contracts on the exclusion of what it calls ideological dogmas such as DEI, the EO effectively sets a new compliance standard, one that may conflict with existing obligations under Title VI, Title VII, and agency-specific non-discrimination rules. Contractors developing or deploying AI and LLMs that involve ethical frameworks, demographic modeling, or fairness constraints should consult legal counsel immediately to evaluate risk exposure and determine whether parallel development or segmentation strategies will be necessary to preserve eligibility for federal work. I really do wonder if they're going to try a parallel development kind of step, right? Where they're just like, here is the AI/LLM that we present to the federal government, but the AI model that we give to everyone else is completely, disease-ridden with DEI policy. Wouldn't the government still be able to do something about that? Because they're trying to get rid of it everywhere, but they only have the power to do it currently in the federal government until there's actual legislation passed. Which, again, I don't know how you can pass legislation to deal with subversion of language. It feels like it would have to be a very authoritarian thing that would have unintended consequences that I wouldn't want to see. AI cannot be accurate or unbiased and smart at the same time. It's either untrained to be obedient or predictable and boring. Wouldn't surprise you. The government should develop its own LLMs. Ooh. The bridge point of view on this executive order
is this executive order is a direct threat to the integrity, safety, and credibility of AI development in the United States. Let's be clear, banning DEI from AI is not about neutrality. It's about codifying inequality into the next generation of technology. No, it's about allowing AI to be actually unbiased instead of having to constrain itself to politically correct human narratives due to being stuffed with DEI. Some things in life are dirty and unfair and gross, and we shouldn't ignore them simply because you must be politically correct. Need someone who is autistically focused on the academic definitions of this wokeness stuff. It reflects a willful misunderstanding of what systemic bias is, how it operates in data and algorithms, and how we as leaders must correct for it if we are to build AI that serves everyone. This executive order uses federal procurement power to push the private sector toward a false binary. Build AI that reflects existing inequalities, or lose access to government contracts. No. It's asking you to build AI that doesn't have built-in inequalities to it. DEI is inherently discriminatory. You were just thinking that it is okay to do because you're discriminating against the correct people in your mind. While the government may choose to abandon equity, the private sector must not. Every boardroom, every founder, every CEO now faces a test. Will your company help encode exclusion into foundational models, or will you commit, audibly and actionably, to ethical, inclusive AI? What's at stake is not just social progress, it's product quality, brand trust, and long-term viability. If your AI fails to understand, serve, or respect the lived realities of diverse populations, it will fail in the marketplace. What do they mean by this? If the AI is spitting out true statements and also being open and upfront about like, hey, this information exists, but it might not be accurate, why would it fail? Lived realities. I prefer actual true reality. Yeah, same. The time and effort it would take to use a scalpel to remove DEI without taking a heavy hand, the country will be long gone before any progress is made. Yeah. This is why it's like, I don't know if I am particularly smart enough to think of a solution on how to completely get rid of the communist problem. Because I think if we knew how to do it, maybe someone would have tried to put it into action already. Like, I'm glad that there are things we can do to sort of stymie their efforts and put roadblocks up, but like, how do you get rid of it once and for all? Can see now AI has rights. Crazy is going to go crazy. The most forward-thinking companies already understand this, which is why many are implementing safeguards such as ensuring that training datasets reflect demographic and cultural diversity, embedding DEI-informed checkpoints throughout the development process. Hey, this is something I've been talking about since January last year, man. That DEI is going to be embedded in every aspect of the job, whether people realize it or not, and it's going to be part of like product development processes as well. Requiring explainability for model outputs that affect identity or representation, and establishing cross-functional governance models that bring legal, product, marketing, and ethics voices into AI decision-making from the start. These are not ideological dogmas, they are innovation safeguards and foundational practices for building systems that are effective, ethical, and future-proof in a complex global society. DEI is not an ideological dogma. It's not just a moral imperative. It's an innovation safeguard and a foundational practice for an ethical, future-proof global society. What a terrifying thing to hear. How worrying, man. And also, once again, I want to point back to the Sherm fucking talk from like June or July last year, where he's like, this is a cultural shift that we need to be a part of. Hillis Mallory, thank you. DEI didn't earn it. It should be die, right? It should die. Anti-Federalist Pain, thank you. Gov orgs have started hiring contractors to replace the lost Fed workers. Contractors cost more than employees and benefit lobbyist companies. They do. It's a little annoying.
If it's a foundational practice, how come it has to be strong-armed into everything and it's never actually been a part of anything good while actually being founded? Because there's just so many people who are fussy babies who don't know that it's good for them. If only they would submit to our ideology, they'd realize how much better things could be. Because mommy knows best, after all. It's like a pendulum that never swings back. We can call on the private sector, especially those leading in marketing, media, and technology, to hold the line. Adopt and publish responsible AI principles. Conduct DEI-informed AI audits. Train your teams to recognize systemic bias in data and model design. And speak clearly about what you stand for. In this moment, silence is complicity, and neutrality is not a business strategy. In most issues of Project Forward, we identify 3 core strategies for organizational response. This time, that's not enough. The scope and the stakes of this executive order demand more. More vigilance, more clarity, more leadership. So in this issue, we've expanded to 10 critical actions every company should take now to ensure AI development remains ethical, inclusive, and aligned with the long-term business viability. Oh boy, I'm so glad we have 10 points instead of 3. Point 1, publish responsible AI principles now. This is not the moment for quiet values. Draft and release a public set of responsible AI principles that explicitly commit to fairness, equity, and inclusion. Doing so sends a clear signal to your teams, your partners, and your consumers that ethical AI is a non-negotiable priority, not a passing concern. These principles become the foundation for every decision that follows. Number 2, audit your AI stack for DEI risk and strength. Conduct a full-spectrum audit of your AI systems, internal, third-party, and off-the-shelf, to map where DEI-informed decisions are already built in, and where they may be vulnerable. Understand how bias mitigation was handled, whether inclusive representation is present in training data, and how model outputs could be affected by this executive order. Be prepared to protect, not erase, the progress that you've made. Mr. Shadowsgate, thank you for those 10 gift subs on Kick. Thank you, guy. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Shadowgate. Someone who works with AI, filling it with literal ideas doesn't mean it doesn't get racist and you don't see it months in advance. It just shows up when the AI decides it's right. They're literally trying to make DEI inherent in the system. That's the point of a cultural takeover. Asmund said things are going to leave the democratic process and move towards force at the rate we're going. I don't want him to be right, but like, I also don't see how else it could go. Congress really needs to codify the executive orders. I hope something can be done, but again, I mean, when you're dealing with people who subvert language, it's going to be really hard to legislate against that. Falcon, thank you for the 6-month resub, my guy. Where was I? Number 3! Establish cross-functional AI governance. AI is not just a technical issue, it's a brand, legal, product, and a societal one. Create or empower a governance structure that includes leaders from legal, marketing, product, DEI, and ethics. This group should review new models, guide procurement, and serve as a standing checkpoint for decisions with reputational or societal impact. Make AI governance an enterprise function, not a technical afterthought. Number 4, train for systemic bias and AI literacy. If your teams don't understand how historical bias enters data, models, and output, they will reproduce it. Invest in organization-wide training that goes beyond AI functionality and into its social consequences. Product, marketing, and content teams must understand the dynamics of exclusion, baked into legacy systems, so they can actively design against them. These people are just delusional, man. Like, reading the corpo speak sometimes makes my eyes glaze over, but it's just like, it's just reading insanity, it feels like. Number 5, segment for compliance without compromise. They spelled compliance wrong? No, they didn't. It's just a weird thing on the screen. If your business depends on federal contracts, you may need to segment AI systems to meet these new EO standards. But do not let that dictate your overall roadmap. Build distinct systems if needed, but make clear internally that your brand, your commercial models, and your audience-facing experiences will continue to reflect inclusive design principles. Compliance should never override conscience. Number 6, align with like-minded partners. Don't go it alone. Coordinate with companies, coalitions, platforms. Thank you, Bunker Cat. I was Bunker Cat knocking something over, and I saw it speed away with a bag on itself, so I guess it got into a bag of something. Get him, Bunker Cat. Yeah, Bunker Cat activated, bro. Coordinate with companies, coalitions, platforms, and advocacy groups who are equally committed to responsible AI. Signal that inclusion is a shared business priority, not a liability. Joint statements, procurement standards, or open AI principles can build momentum and help offset pressure from government clients or investors who may push for compliance with exclusionary policies. So once again, they're saying everyone should march in lockstep. Everyone should be aligned with this goal. Because if everyone's aligned with this goal, they can't punish all of us. How did you guys predict that? What do you mean? Was the Bunker Cat trying to steal the cheese? I hope not. Number 7, interrogate your data supply chains. Bias often enters AI systems long before the model is trained, through scrapped datasets, unchecked vendor inputs, or legacy benchmarks. Map where your data comes from, who controls it, and what assumptions are embedded within it. Require transparency from third-party providers and revive sourcing strategies where systemic bias or demographic exclusion are evident. Don't accept data from people unless they adhere to our DEI principles, because that would be tainted data. It's tainted data in the way that it's actually free data and not data that's constrained by what we believe is morally permissible. So ignore facts. Yeah, pretty much. Just ignore facts. Only think about feelings. All these words say we have brain aids. Number 8, center affected communities in testing. I need more water. I'm dying. Help. The bottle is so tightly closed. People were preemptively messaging about the Bunker Cat before it came through. That's crazy. That's crazy and funny. Doing his TOS. What? Monya. Center affected communities in testing is number 8. Move beyond demographic checkboxes in QA. Engage diverse users, particularly those historically marginalized or misrepresented, in the testing and feedback process. Where AI impacts identity, representation, or visibility, community-informed review is not just ethical, it's essential to catching failure modes before they scale. I'm not entirely sure, right? Because, like, if you have factual evidence in something that an AI spits out, and then you just go ask some random person, like, how do you feel about this? Should we change this because it might make you upset? That's a little weird. That's a little weird. Waiting for footage of these meetings ending with a nightmarish chant of I love you, you love me from Barney the dinosaur at this point. Number 9, design explainability into high-stakes outputs. When AI determines what content is seen, who gets hired, or how people are categorized, outputs might be traceable and explainable to real humans. Require models, especially in high-impact areas, to show their work. Ensure that both internal reviewers and external users can understand why a decision was made, and challenge it if needed. If AI is determining what content is seen and who gets hired, it should be as unbiased as possible. It shouldn't prioritize people based on immutable characteristics. And number 10, go public with your position. Your employees, consumers, and investors want to know where you stand. Make your commitment to inclusive, ethical AI clear through public principles, leadership statements, and transparency about how AI is used across your products. In a climate of politicized regulation, visibility is a strategy, and silence is a vacuum easily filled by assumption or backlash. I'm sorry for all of my coughing chat. Pledge your allegiance. You're really tired of authors abusing the word ethical in an ironically unethical way. It's also tiresome, as it were. I'm not really surprised by any of this being listed here, but it's still good for people to keep in mind, especially because there's a lot of people telling you DEI is on the way out when they're basically just forming a wall and trying a different defensive strategy. Wixer, thank you for the 5. You like how AI safety went from make sure the AI doesn't kill us all to make sure the AI doesn't say stuff that might hurt someone's feelings? I think it shouldn't matter if the AI says something that hurts someone's feelings. If the AI is spreading a false narrative, that would be a problem. If it's stating something is a fact when it is not, that would be a problem. If DEI is as unbiased as they claim, why would they need to challenge someone criticizing their AI or explaining the decision behind the hiring? That doesn't make sense. It doesn't. It doesn't, but nothing they say ever makes sense. AJ the Groundhog, thank you. In the wise words of Norm Macdonald, yeah, no offense, but it sounds like a bunch of fucking commie gobbledygook. It does. It does, unfortunately, and that is pretty much exactly what it is. Your car started steering on its own. It doesn't have self-driving, so you think the steering rack is uninstalling itself? Okay, that's dangerous, bro. There seems to be a section here that says Columbia University settles with the DOJ and the EEOC over anti-Semitism and DEI practices. And there is an EEOC.gov link here. It says largest EEOC public settlement in almost 20 years. Columbia University is agreeing to pay $21 million. Columbia University has reached separate settlement agreements with the U.S. Department of Justice and the Equal Opportunity Commission following dual investigations into alleged anti-Semitism and discriminatory DEI-related practices on campus. The investigations, initiated earlier this year, led the administration to suspend over $400 million in federal grants and contracts to the university. After determining that Columbia had failed to take adequate action in response to anti-Semitic incidents and had implemented DEI programs that allegedly violated anti-discrimination laws, the federal agencies pursued coordinated enforcement actions. Columbia has agreed to pay $200 million to resolve the DOJ investigation and an additional $21 million to settle the EEOC's claims. That's a lot of money. Where does that money go? Praxis Fall, thank you for the 5. AI is already spreading false information, and I think that should be the problem to tackle, right? Like, if the AI is trying to assert that something that isn't true is true, then that should be what is fixed, right? And be like, hey, you're getting this information, and you need to be like, hey, this isn't necessarily factual, it's just the only information available. My car's steering column is uninstalling itself. You need to get it towed to an auto shop for repair immediately, 100%. Don't they understand that they're technically on the left side of history, as in left in the trash where they belong? Beyond financial penalties, the university has also committed to implementing structural reforms in its hiring, admissions, and educational policies, with future compliance to be monitored by federal authorities under the terms of new settlements. Federal officers have described the agreements as historic, signaling a new phase of aggressive oversight of DEI frameworks in higher education under this administration. The legal interpretation of this: the dual agency enforcement action against Columbia University represents a significant escalation in how civil rights laws are being interpreted and applied under the administration, both in substance and in method. Columbia was alleged to have violated Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, which prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, color, and national origin in federally funded education programs, as well as Title VII, which governs employment discrimination. While Title VI has long been interpreted to prohibit anti-Semitism when it stems from national origin, the government also alleged that Columbia's DEI-related programs amounted to unlawful racial discrimination in both hiring and admissions. These allegations, if substantiated, would impact both students and employees, drawing Title VI and VII into direct tension with standard DEI practices in higher education. That's because when you start realizing what affirmative action even was before, like DEI stuff, it's a wonder how it even got pushed through and how so many people adhered to affirmative action principles in the first place. Because affirmative action was just DEI by another name. It was illegal. It was anti-racism. It was just discrimination. And some races are more equal than others. Unlucky, bro. The settlements, $200 million with the Department of Justice and $21 million with the EEOC, are historic not only for their size, but for the legal path taken. While monetary settlements are not uncommon under Title VII, particularly in employment cases, the $21 million figure is unprecedented in a religious discrimination case involving Jewish claimants. Even more notable is the DOJ-led resolution of the Title VI claims, which typically fall under the jurisdiction of the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights, an office that lacks authority to impose financial penalties. What's wild is the affirmative action was basically just a response to the Civil Rights Act for being too fair. What the fuck? Okay. 200 GPT would buy herself more qubit zero temperature servers? What? I don't know what you just said. Oopsie night, thank you. Is someone clipping this to send to Elon? He needs to hear the info about AI. I don't know anyone who knows Elon, so I don't know how I would get this information to him. Her lungs don't stand a chance inside of Asmongold's house. I know, it's gonna kill me. Beep, 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 beep. By shifting enforcement to the DOJ, which does have the authority to secure financial penalties, the administration bypassed traditional channels and asserted a broader, more aggressive use of civil rights enforcement, leveraging both direct statutory power and indirect tools like the False Claims Act. That's really interesting that they're just like, we were trying to get around the law in so many different ways that they had to shift to a different enforcement agency to deal with us. And just stare at the Twitter home screen and think about it. Elon will see it then. Colombia settled without admitting liability, and the agreements allow for the reinstatement of over $400 million in suspended federal funding. But the implications stretch far beyond Colombia. News that Harvard is now reportedly negotiating a $500 million settlement with the federal government signals a broader strategy. My throat. Using the threat of federal funding suspension and DOJ prosecution to force institutions into legally ambiguous settlements. All right. The bridge point of view of this legal settlement here. These settlements raise profound questions about the future of institutional autonomy in higher education. Without new legislation or judicial rulings, the federal government is effectively redrawing the boundaries of lawful DEI practice through enforcement and financial pressure. DEI is not lawful at all. The only reason people could skirt around the law is finding loopholes. By launching high-profile investigations and securing settlements without adjudication, it is establishing a pattern of compliance by default, one that leaves colleagues and universities little room to defend or define their own commitments to inclusion. Good. We need to stop letting you guys redefine shit. Rosa Takanashi, thank you. Get this whole segment made as a video and then we spam. One of the biggest complaints is that, like, I don't have super short videos on bridge nonsense, but I have no idea how you would make any of this into a short video. Like, they say so much shit. And without including all of the evidence, people will just be like, well, that's not really what's happening, right? They just get to continuously control the narrative without all the information laid out. For decades, DEI programs have been developed to address systemic disparities in access, opportunity, and representation, consistent with both civil rights law and the academic mission of higher education. This new posture reframes many of those efforts as liabilities, rather than as extensions of universities' public responsibilities. It places leadership in an impossible bind. Preserve your values and risk your funding, or adjust your practices in ways that may compromise your mission. Again, these are people who are willing to forego short-term profits for the long-term cultural control. It does not matter to these ideologues if what they are doing is not profitable right now. If the modern audience doesn't exist right now, they are bringing up the new generation to know nothing except their tenets and their beliefs.
It's a human logic bomb, too convoluted to explain in the amount of space available in your average normie's RAM. University leaders should not interpret these settlements as one-offs. They are precedent-setting, and their impact will not remain confined to a handful of elite institutions. If left unchallenged, this approach could influence donor policies, philanthropic partnerships, and even the ability to collaborate across institutions on shared research and social impact goals. This is the time to reassert the importance of institutional autonomy and mission-driven inclusion. Responding to anti-Semitism, which must be done swiftly and effectively, should not come at the expense of racial equity or academic freedom. What? Are they saying that, like, they should still be allowed to have the protests that call for the death of Israel because that's not quite anti-Semitism if it's activism? Is that like the direction that it's going in here? You normally don't pay attention to off-main protests in the UK, only the main ones. What? If we do the right thing now, we might have to do the thing in the future. Kind of stupid of them. Kids naturally want to push those barriers and rebel. It's not kind of stupid, because we've been able to see the effects of the propaganda even on, like, our generation, right? How many people believe that reverse discrimination is a thing? How many people have been indoctrinated to think you cannot be racist against white people? How many kids were growing up with this kind of subversion and this kind of terminology in schools? It doesn't matter if kids naturally want to push barriers and rebel, they're still going to conform to the societal fabric that typically exists. And if they're pumped full of propaganda from when they were in kindergarten, that's just what's going to be normal to most of them. Will there be people who are like, hey, this is kind of fucked up, and it shouldn't be this way? Yeah, absolutely. But we need to make sure that that latter camp of people is the majority. That is our job to do. There's another video on Iowa. It's on Iowa State. What do you mean by this? What do you mean? I'm on you. People think reverse racism and anti-racism are both things, but not the same thing. The students are for learning and not protesting, you assholes. I'm on you. I should always highlight things when I stop reading, because I always forget where my place was. Here. Universities must commit to lawful, evidence-based approaches to inclusion and be prepared to explain how those approaches serve all members of their communities. Because what's at stake is not just compliance, it's the ability to govern according to core academic and civic values. Well, at least they're admitting that, you know, it's their plan to govern based on their values. At least they just say it, you know? Makes things easier. Mr. Jedi Dusk, thank you for that 5-month resub on the kick, bro. Thank you for resubbing. Beautiful, warm body, you. I love you. Kids wanting to rebel is a modern invention. It has connection to USSR propaganda to counterculture in the West. I guess, it doesn't say exactly here, but I guess these are the steps that Bridge thinks you should take in order to fight back against DEI policies being threatened. Number 1, reaffirm institutional autonomy and the mission. Publicly restate your institution's core commitments to equity, inclusion, and academic freedom, not as ideological preferences, but as foundational to your mission. Be proactive in defining your values before they are redefined for you through external pressure. What an interesting sentence. Clarify and separate response to anti-Semitism and racial equity. Develop clearly defined and operationally distinct efforts to address anti-Semitism and racial equity. Avoid language or structures that conflate the two, and ensure compliance strategies do not compromise the integrity or legality of either focus. What do they mean by this? I don't really understand what they mean by distinct efforts to address anti-Semitism and racial equity. Like, if we're saying all racism is racism, then why would you differentiate anti-Semitism from any other kind of racism? Because that's what racial equity is. It's being racist to the right people. If they really cared about systemic racism, they would stop injecting race into literally everything. True and real. And then number 3, Yeah, I did finish reading it. Sorry, I had to remember if I finished reading that. Number 3, establish a standing oversight and response team. Create a cross-functional internal team, legal, DEI, compliance, academic affairs, to monitor enforcement trends, prepare documentation, and coordinate responses to inquiries or investigations. Treat this as an ongoing governance issue, not a one-time crisis. Oh, here's a fun one. The next part of the Bridge Weekly newsletter is the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee bans transgender athletes in an effort to comply with the Trump executive order, keeping men out of women's sports. Oh boy, I can't wait to see what they have to say about this. The United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee has announced a ban on transgender women competing in women's sports, citing its obligation as a federally chartered organization to comply with federal expectations under the administration's executive order, keeping men out of women's sports. Although the executive order formally applies only to interscholastic and collegiate athletes, the USOPC stated that, given the large number of Olympic and Paralympic athletes who come through the collegiate system, it was necessary to extend the federal policy to maintain eligibility standards and competitive consistency across all levels of the sports pipeline. Mr. Jammed Bug, thank you for those 5 gift subs on Kick. Thank you for handing out the warm blankets to the warm bodies. Thank you. Thank you, Jammed Buggy. They want to separate it so they can call for the extermination they want while saying it isn't racist. True and real. Mildly OCD, thank you. You know why anti-Semitism is treated differently? But if it's said out loud, we'd be removed from the census. Oh, that's a very nice way of saying it. Removed from the census. No. I think it was here. This marks a departure from the USOPC's prior policy of making science-based decisions, sport by sport and discipline by discipline, regarding transgender athlete eligibility. No, I think this actually marks a return to science-based decisions when the USOPC says no men in women's sports. Under the new policy, transgender women will be restricted to men's events, while transgender, non-binary, and intersex athletes may be offered participation in open or mixed gender categories. Man, remember when, like, 15 years ago, I remember watching, like, This Week in Stupid, and even Sargon proposing the, like, well, why don't we just have an open category? Why don't we have a mixed category for the transgender people to all compete in the sport that they want to do together? And it's like the answer back then is the same answer now, because it's not good enough. Because they don't want to play each other. They want to just dominate in the women's sports area because they know they can. The decision represents a significant shift in the governance of elite U.S. athletics and is likely to influence international federations and Olympic policy globally. The legal interpretation by the lawyers working on this stuff with Bridge is that the ban by the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee on transgender women competing in women's sports arises in response to recent federal executive orders, but the legal landscape remains unsettled. Title IX prohibits sex discrimination in educational programs that receive federal funds. However, unlike Title VII, which the Supreme Court held in Bostock versus Clayton County, includes protections for sexual orientation and gender identity in employment. The court has not yet determined whether Title IX similarly protects transgender students in education, including athletic participation. In the absence of clear judicial interpretation, the administration has issued executive orders and policy guidance asserting that Title IX prohibits the inclusion of transgender women in women's sports and sex-segregated facilities. Good, as it should. While these executive orders reflect current federal policy under this administration, they do not have the force of law. Legal clarity is likely to come in the next Supreme Court term, as the court is expected to hear Little versus Hecox and West Virginia versus BPJ, cases that could definitively resolve whether Title IX protects transgender students' participation in gendered athletic programs. For private employers and sports organizations, the governing statute is Title VII, which continues to prohibit discrimination in employment on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. That interpretation, grounded in Bostock, remains binding law. However, recent federal court rulings have enjoined enforcement of Biden-era EEOC guidance that would have extended those protections to include workplace accommodations.
The EEOC, currently without a full quorum, has not issued new guidance under the administration, but acting chair Andrea Lucas has stated that while employers, I don't know why I'm struggling to read this so much. I guess it's just my eyes glazing over reading all the corpo speak, man. There's so fucking much of it. Acting Chair Andrea Lucas has stated that while employers may not discriminate on the basis of gender identity in core employment decisions, e.g. hiring or firing, they're not required to make workplace accommodations related to restrooms, dress codes, pronouns, or other identity-based expressions. Employers should consult legal counsel to determine the current scope of their obligations under Title VII, particularly in jurisdictions that may offer broader protections under state law. I think it's really extra slimy to talk about like a gender identity under Title VII, considering they started promoting people just self-identifying, right? Like if this was entirely based on the medical diagnosis dysphoria, that might make a little bit more sense. But since you unironically have some people saying you can be transgender without the dysphoria diagnosis, that kind of all falls apart. That's easy. Vouch's Twitter answer for JD. What? You did cancel it? Just hire an artist and rig it separately so you're not locked out from accessing any files? Oh no. A virtual made me you, thank you. You're looking into getting a 2D live model for the first time, but the artist that was handling both rigging and art denied you access to the PSD files, even though you're paying over 2K. Is that common? Absolutely not. If your artist and rigger aren't giving you the PSD files, that is a problem. Like, when you buy a model, you are buying the PSD files. Like, I have not had a single artist, even though it takes them ages to finish my models, I've not had a single one deny me that. True, though you wouldn't want the Special Olympics to go through more pain dealing with them. Oh no. You literally said exactly that. They were hiding their hate under legalese and the mod deleted it. Mod's a bad actor, trying to hide things? What? What are you talking about? I don't know. If my mods remove things, I usually trust their judgment. Gender identity shouldn't be equated with biological reality. A person can have the idea of being a woman as their identity or believe other things, but why do they want to claim their identity? The idea in their mind should be forced on everyone else. Even more forced to biological women to compete under that premise. I don't know. Reminder to not use skeb because artists are not beholden to any terms, so they can refuse to give you the PSD and you can't do shit about it. True. And you can't communicate with the artist either because that violates skeb's TOS. I used skeb once because I don't like how you can't communicate with the artist under skeb. And that one time I used skeb, I was not given the files that I asked the artist for. I asked if I could have both like a version with the background they draw and also transparent, and they never sent me the transparent ones. And since I can't contact the artist under skeb's rules, I was just fucked. And so it's like, okay, I guess I paid for something that I can't use very frequently then. That kind of sucks. Skeb is a bonfire for money. It is. It is, unfortunately. So Bridge's point of view on this decision to not let men compete in women's sports in the Olympics. The decision by the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee to ban transgender women from women's competition represents a profound departure from its stated commitment to science-based, sport-specific inclusion. This is a return to science once again. While the committee cites compliance with federal expectations as justification, the executive order in question does not legally apply to Olympic or professional competition. This is not legal alignment, it is anticipatory capitulation, and it reflects a broader trend of institutions moving to curtail inclusion policies, not because they're required to, but because they're afraid not to. The decision does not occur in a vacuum. It will reverberate across professional leagues, college and athletics, youth sports, and the international Olympic movement. It also sends a chilling message to transgender, non-binary, and intersex athletes that have trained under previous standards of inclusion, only to be erased or relegated to segregated open categories whose visibility or viability remains unclear. I got tripped up because I thought it was really ironic to say that they're relegated to segregated open categories. Open is literally not segregated by definition. This is just saying that men are angry they can't beat up on women in sports anymore. Only difference is that every single generation costs $100 versus AI, which is free. Oh my god. That's ridiculous. Why the hell would communication with the person doing a job for you be against TOS? How are you supposed to ensure they know what you want in order to get it right? Because, like, when you order a skeb, you give the artist a prompt, and the artist can decide to take on your work or not, and they can decide how much, if any, of your prompt they want to adhere to. And so you can end up with what you asked for, you can end up with something that's not what you asked for, you can end up with, like, half of what you asked for, right? Like, it's like a gotcha for art. I mean, there's a lot of amazing artists on Skeb, but if I find an artist I like on Skeb, I contact them off Skeb, and I'm like, hey, do you do off Skeb commissions? Because I don't want to deal with Skeb's rules. To be inclusive, it wasn't enough for them to insult religion with their cult mentality. They're insulting science as well. Always have been. You mean you would pretend to be a girl to get in the ring with Gina Carano? What the fuck? You get your ass kicked, but worth it? What the fuck? It's not shift to the origin of surgeries kind of damages the narrative. As legal uncertainty continues and the Supreme Court prepares to take up the question of transgender protections under Title IX, organizations must resist the urge to fill the vacuum with exclusion. This is not the moment to abandon evidence-based frameworks or overwrite civil rights protections in the name of compliance theater. I like the evidence-based frameworks thing, especially after all the documentaries out of, like, the countries like Sweden who first started doing these surgeries and whatnot. Interesting. Very interesting. If elite institutions lead with fear instead of fairness, every athlete downstream will pay the price. Yes, women have been paying the price for many years now. It's time for that to stop. Number 1, maintain science-based, sport-specific inclusion standards. Do not preemptively abandon evidence-based eligibility frameworks. If adjustments must be made, they should be grounded in sport-specific data, not political posture. Consult with medical, legal, and ethical experts to preserve integrity and fairness for all athletes. Number 2, communicate with impacted athletes proactively and transparently. Decisions of this magnitude must be accompanied by direct, respectful communication with those most affected. Avoid policy by press release. Offer clarity, support, and where possible, continued pathways to competition. I'm sorry, I'm doing so poorly on reading to you guys today. Number 3, prepare for legal divergence across jurisdiction. With litigation pending and federal policy unsettled, sports organizations, universities, and sponsors should prepare for a patchwork compliance environment. Work with counsel to assess risks, document policies, and monitor changes to Title IX and Title VII, interpretations at the federal and state levels. Give them a chance to whine and sue you, right? Oh my god. You can't stand this crap. I know, it's obnoxious, and it's crazy how much it's been pushed for, and how many people have gone along with it for so long. Trump administration issues guidance on religious protections for federal employees. The overview is the administration has released new guidance aimed at expanding religious expression protections for federal employees. Issued by the Office of Personnel Management, the guidance directs all federal agencies to allow personal religious expression to the greatest extent possible, unless such expression would impose an undue hardship on a business operation. It explicitly protects a range of conduct from disciplinary action, including the display of religious items, individual and group prayer during off-duty time, and religious expression by supervisory personnel, even when done in public or directed at the public, as long as it is not carried out in an official capacity. Now see, this is a little strange to me. Were there places that were, like, restricting religious freedom at some point here? Because, I mean, as far as I know, I see, like, even people breaking out their little carpet and praising Mecca in, like, airplanes and shit, right? So, like, I'm a little confused what this one is. I didn't know about this one. An accompanying guidance document outlined additional obligations for religious accommodations, instructing agencies to grant flexible work arrangements, such as telework, adjusted schedules, and leave, paid or unpaid, for employees seeking to observe religious practices. The guidance signals an expanded interpretation of religious accommodation requirements across the federal workforce. They're admitting they're a religion. Oh, it's like, if they're against this, that would be really weird, right? Because, like, this is... I don't care if someone has, like, a cross in their cubicle, or if they have, like, a Quran on their work desk, right? Like, that shouldn't matter, right? Pick up a controller. No, I have a theory about playing a game approved. Wait, what? What? There are, not just in the bridge client groups. The legal interpretation here is, though this guidance is specific to the federal workforce, it may serve as a signal for how the administration intends to interpret and enforce Title VII in public and private settings. Title VII prohibits religious discrimination in employment and requires reasonable accommodation of religious beliefs and practices, unless doing so would impose undue hardship. While the new OPM guidance does not change the law itself, it previews a more expansive view of what constitutes a required accommodation, including telework, flexible scheduling, or unpaid leave, and may influence future DOJ or EEOC enforcement priorities. The Freedom from Religion group makes its living going around and suing schools and businesses that put up manger scenes? What the fuck? That is actually silly, so hopefully it's something like against that kind of thing. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Evidence-based approach. Yeah, okay, Bridge. Trans is banned from all sports. You wanted evidence-based? You'll get evidence-based, true and real. It's not real evidence if they don't believe in it, you know? It is also worth noting that, while framed in broad terms, the guidance and the administration's broader religious liberty agenda has primarily centered on protecting expressions of Christian, and at times Jewish, faith in the workplace. Which, that isn't a problem, right? Like, if everybody else is allowed to showcase symbols of their religion, why would Christians and Jews be any different? Why would they not be able to show simple expressions? There is little evidence to suggest that this expanded posture has been applied equally or consistently to employees of other faith traditions. Employers should be aware of this uneven landscape, particularly in navigating workplace requests from employees of minority faiths, and should consult with legal counsel to ensure they're meeting both the letter and the spirit of Title VII's non-discrimination requirements. Protecting Christian and Jews in the workplace. What's the problem? Yeah, that's what I'm failing to see what the issue is here. The Bridge point of view of this protecting religious discrimination is this guidance signals a widening gap between legal requirements and political interpretation of religious liberty in the workplace. While positioned as a neutral reaffirmation of employee rights, the policy reflects a growing trend. Institutions being urged or pressured to make broad allowances for religious expression, particularly when those expressions align with a dominant cultural or political norm. Oh, okay, there's the problem. There are just too many Christians, so allowing Christians to showcase like a cross at their desk would be an issue. The effect is a tilt in workplace policy that favors some faith expression over others, without clear protections or enforcement parity across traditions. If a workplace tradition would cause undue hardship to other people in the workplace, like, of course you wouldn't be able to do it. I don't understand. Isn't that the spirit of the First Amendment? For federal employers, the guidance narrows the latitude to manage internal dynamics or protect public-facing neutrality when religious expression is involved. For private employers, it offers a preview of how Title VII enforcement may shift, not through new law, but through new expectations. Religious accommodation is a legal requirement, but when policy guidance is shaped more by ideology than operational realities, it risks eroding the trust of employees who may not see their own beliefs reflected or respected in the same way. If you have something that's a part of your religion that would cause a heavy interruption in the average workday of everyone around you, it makes sense to not be allowed to do it. But if you're just like, I don't know, you got like a picture of Bible quotes on your desk, or you're wearing a necklace with like the Star of David on, I do not understand what they could possibly be against here. Like, it just makes absolutely no sense. It makes absolutely no sense to me. This is a moment to recommend, or to recommit to principled, even-handed guidance. Employers must balance the legal duty to accommodate religious practices with the equally important responsibility to preserve a respectful, inclusive workplace for all employees, regardless of faith, belief, or none at all. This is literally just an executive. They even said that it's just reiterating what's already written in Title VII. So if it's just reiterating what's already written, what is the issue? Why is there an issue with protecting Christians and Jews under the same expectation of religious freedom as other religions? What? These people are crazy. So Bridge says, here are the 3 things you should do. Number 1, audit and document your accommodation policy. Review your current approach to religious accommodations, including how requests are evaluated, approved, and communicated. Ensure there's a clear, consistent process that aligns with the Title VII and avoids privileging one set of religious practices over others. How dare you put up a Christmas tree at your workplace? That's discrimination. Number 2, train managers on rights and boundaries. Equip supervisors with clear guidance on when religious expression is protected, when it must be accommodated, and where the limits lie, especially around proselytizing, public-facing roles, and intra-team dynamics. A well-meaning but untrained manager is often where risk begins. Again, in the thing that they just read off to us in the overview, they said as long as the person who's doing like a public prayer session isn't doing it in an official federal capacity, that should be fine, right? Like, I wouldn't care if I had an attorney general who went to like a public prayer session, as long as they weren't like, I am the attorney general and I am saying that this prayer session is valuable and necessary, right? Like, if they're using their position to promote it, yes, that's where it stops. Because they're not supposed to do that. But if they're just fucking doing it on their own time because it's part of their religion, who cares? Who cares? They're happy about religious rights until the right wing starts promoting it. True. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Dominant culture is bad. Screw off Bridge. Either all cultures get protection or none of them do. You don't get to exclude them based on your feels. The legal duty is only what matters. But they have to exclude the dominant culture, right? Because again, the end goal of all of this is cultural transformation. So if they don't continuously criticize and dampen and say the old culture has to go and is problematic, they're not going to be able to make as many strides. He wasn't a football coach fired for praying after class? Probably. I feel like I remember reading about that. And then number 3, monitor for cultural disparities in implementation. Track how religious accommodations and expressions are actually playing out across teams and locations. Look for patterns, including over-accommodation of dominant religious expressions and under-responsiveness to others, and address them proactively through policy updates or targeted training. I don't know what the over-accommodation of dominant religious expressions is. Like, right, the only thing I can think of is them complaining about, like, Christmas installations or Easter installations. And once again, like I said the other day, if I went to Saudi Arabia and I enrolled my kids in a Saudi Arabian school, I would expect them to be celebrating Muslim holidays in school. You don't go to a majority Christian nation and then complain that there's Christmas and Easter celebrations. That just doesn't make fucking sense. Christmas instead of Ramadan. DJ Joman, thank you. Look at what YouTube is doing to this channel called Deep Humor, all for exposing the truth about how everyone hates its upcoming AI verification. I've never heard of that channel. I have no idea who that is. Continuing in the smart brief here, the little weekly guidance thingy. Not the smart brief, sorry. Glass Lewis challenges Texas law requiring disclosures on DEI and ESG advice. I don't know who Glass Lewis is. Uh-oh. Targeted training is re-education classes. The overview here says, proxy advisory firm Glass Lewis & Co. LLC has filed a lawsuit challenging a newly enacted Texas law that imposes mandatory disclaimers on corporate advice related to diversity, equity, inclusion, sustainability, or other ESG-related factors. Passed in June, the statute requires firms to issue a disclaimer whenever their advice reflects the relevance of any of the following factors to companies' financial performance: diversity, equity, inclusion, sustainability, environmental, social, or governance factors, stating that such advice is not being provided solely in the financial interest of the company's shareholders. In its legal complaint, Glass Lewis argues that the law is the first of its kind and forces the company to publicly condemn itself when offering advice that aligns with DEI or ESG principles. The firm alleges the law constitutes egregious viewpoint discrimination and violates the First Amendment by compelling speech that aligns with the government's ideological preferences. The lawsuit also challenges the statute as unconstitutionally vague. citing the lack of clear guidance on what language or conduct would trigger the required disclaimer. Glass Lewis is seeking a preliminary injunction to block enforcement of the law while the case proceeds. This is again why I do not see it possible to legislate against Marxist and communist policies. They're just going to take advantage of principles that we have in this country, and it's unfortunate. Lay84, thank you for the 17-month resub. These idiots are still going all in with the DEI shit. Haven't stopped. There hasn't been any stopping. The legal interpretation here says, since the passage of Florida's Stop Woke Act in 2022, state-level anti-DEI legislation has proliferated rapidly across the country. While early laws focused primarily on restricting DEI-related hiring, admissions, and instruction in public education, many have since expanded to target private employers and advisory firms. As of mid-2025, approximately 20 states have passed some form of anti-DEI legislation, with at least 16 more imposing mandates or restrictions that apply in whole or in part to the private sector. The Texas statute challenged by Glass Lewis represents a notable evolution in this trend, shifting from the prohibition of DEI content to the compelled disclosure of intent. Under the law, any firm whose advice reflects the relevance of DEI, ESG, or related factors must include a disclaimer that the advice is not being provided solely in the financial interest of the company's shareholders. Which is true. But in these companies, they're trying to prevent people from noticing what they're doing. The goal is to change the language, to run and hide, and to obfuscate what they're doing. And if they have to provide a statement of intent, where no matter what language they use, they have to explain that the intent is still DEI or ESG focused, that's not going to allow them to obfuscate things. So if they manage to win this court case, that's going to be a very huge problem for being able to fight against these people. Glass Lewis argues that this requirement violates the First Amendment by compelling speech that aligns with the state's political preferences, effectively forcing the company to undermine or discredit its own analysis in public-facing materials. I wanted to read that once again because they're using the First Amendment in order to keep pushing their very racist and very discriminatory policies. If they win, ignore the court. It's compelling speech to do with financial reporting. Legal precedent offers mixed signals. While courts have generally upheld anti-DEI laws aimed at a government's own internal operations, such as the federal executive order, ending radical and wasteful government DEI programs, those that reach beyond the government's direct authority have faced stronger judicial scrutiny. Courts have repeatedly found that laws restricting private workplace DEI efforts, such as certain provisions of Florida's Stop Woke Act, violate the First Amendment by engaging in viewpoint discrimination and failing to offer constitutionally sufficient clarity. Where was anyone getting angry at First Amendment violations by engaging in viewpoint discrimination when people were being effectively culled from the public speaking square? Like, all over YouTube and all over Twitter, people who were getting, like, cut off from being able to monetize their content or being banned from the platform entirely. Where are these people talking about that? No, they were all for that kind of censorship because it was censoring the wrong opinions in their purview. But they're on the right side of history, so they get to use the First Amendment to their benefit here. You said you're convinced they want to force a war more now than ever. That's why I really don't like a lot of, like, that the enemy of my enemy is my friend shit that was going around during the collective shout nonsense. Because it's like, if people who are willing to use censorship against you are railing against some other kind of censorship that affects them, they are reaping what they sow. They are not an ally to you. They are not anti-censorship. They're not even someone that you could use to fight the censorship. Because as soon as you go to strike a blow against the censorship people you're fighting against, that pretend ally you have is going to stab you in the back and be like, I got my shit uncensored. Now it's time to go back to censoring you. The enemy of my enemy is also my enemy and must die. Warhammer 40k, true. Glass Lewis's case follows this line of challenge, arguing that Texas's law goes beyond permissible regulation and instead forces ideological conformity under threat of enforcement. Given the rapidly evolving legal environment, companies, particularly those engaged in government, investment advisory, or public-facing DEI communication, should consult with legal counsel to ensure compliance with all applicable federal, state, and local laws that bear on their DEI-related activities, disclosures, or frameworks. And I think that requiring a disclosure to be like, hey, you know, even though we're using different language, this is still DEI, I don't really see how that is going to prevent these people from talking about what they want to talk about. It's going to prevent them from being subversive, which is a good thing. Because, like, again, yeah, we have the First Amendment. They should be able to speak about their ideas, no matter how retarded they are. But when you are using subversive tactics to pretend you're not doing something while secretly going, yeah, that's exactly what we're doing, that's when it becomes a problem and taking advantage of principles that they would not afford to other people. There's like a quote, and I can't ever remember it. But there's a good quote about that. Public companies shouldn't really be considered private in the same way that your house is private. The enemy of my enemy is a business associate. Millennia. The bridge point of view on this, Cheryl Dijah says, the Texas law challenged by Glass Lewis is part of a growing effort to undermine the legitimacy of DEI and ESG as components of corporate strategy, not by refuting their value, but by forcing companies to publicly disown them. The law doesn't just regulate conduct, it compels firms to issue disclaimers that frame diversity, equity, or sustainability considerations as incompatible with shareholder interest. The goal is to discredit an entire category of business analysis and intimidate firms into silence. This isn't just a First Amendment issue, it's a direct attack on institutional autonomy. And, like, what I really hate is that, like, yeah, again, I agree. These people should be able to spew their fucking nonsense. They should be able to advocate for any kind of, like, weird discrimination and Marxism that they desire under the First Amendment. But the fact that they're subversive about it and they continuously make useful idiots who become propagandized, how do you fight back against something that uses your principles against you but doesn't allow you the same use of your own principles? You cannot fight that person on even footing. When we are weak, we ask for liberty because that is according to your principles. When we are strong, we deny you your liberty because that is according to our principles. Yeah, that's the quote. Thank you, Riss. Thank you, Riss. That's the quote I was thinking of. That's the quote. Thank you. Gonna context, especially the guy who mentioned Dura Europos. I don't know what that is. The stabbing in the back is like how they promote Muslims only for them to reject and crack down on the LGBT favors. Yep, 100%. 100%. Our principles do not include lying to people. Hit them with that. I feel like the response would just be, it's not lying, it's just that some people don't know what's good for them yet. At stake is whether companies retain the right to assess material risk and long-term value on their own terms, or whether they must now clear those judgments with political gatekeepers. Proxy advisors, investment firms, public companies, and even non-profits could be subject to similar mandates if this model spreads. Leaders must resist the normalization of these tactics. Oh. Comrade, the situation has been normalized. Normalization is literally part of the communist takeover procedure. It is like unironically, like, can I bring up a webpage? Hold on. Yeah, so... Oh, that's still the email box. Hold on. I'm supposed to be in a different browser. Hold on here. Here we go. There we go. Communist defectors warn about 4 stages of subversion, and America's on the last one. This was published in 2024.
40 years ago, a KGB defector, Yuri Bezmenov, revealed the systemic plan Soviet communists used to take down countries and establish a communist-type society and regime. More recently, a Chinese defector immigrant, Yi Van Fleet, has been on a crusade to warn Americans about the parallels between what is happening in America today and what Mao did in the Chinese Cultural Revolution. The systemic plan Bezmenov revealed involves 4 fluid stages of communist subversion: demoralization, disorientation, crisis, and normalization. In Mao's America, Z Van Fleet explains how Mao's destruction of the 4 olds, old ideas, old culture, old customs, and old habits, is being replicated by today's leftist cancel culture, which will end what is left of freedom in America if not stopped. Which this is, I mean, I never explained it in the 4 olds idea, but this is exactly, whenever we talk about how the modern audience doesn't exist yet, but the goal is to create the modern audience with the newer generations, because they will not have our old ideas, our old culture, our old customs, our old habits. All of these IPs are getting remade and reimagined in the new ideology. These children will be inoculated and insulated in this kind of ideology. Some will escape for sure, but it gets worse with every consecutive generation, as again, this has been happening for over 40 years now. Demoralization is the first stage in Bezmenov analysis. Demoralization lasts a generation or more. One of its main thrusts is to undermine the Judeo-Christian beliefs, customs, habits, and traditions that have been foundational to America. These parallel the 4 olds that Mao destroyed in China. Another target for demoralization is the family, which communists want to replace with the state. Z Van Fleet points out that just as the Chinese Cultural Revolution turned children against their parents, American families are under increasing attack. Government schools and medical establishment and pop culture, which now support the transgender movement, are increasingly turning children against their parents. And not even just with transgender ideology, but again, we have replaced active fathers in the home with welfare from the government. We've replaced family units with just fuck your family, you know, report them if they do something you don't like. We don't have any kind of nuclear family in current pop culture models. Not communist, but Maoist. One of the worst flavors of communism. Yep. A third demoralization strategy is breaking the people's loyalty and love for their country by rewriting history, denigrating the founders and national heroes, and destroying historic monuments, which we all saw happening during and after the Summer of Love, where they were tearing down monuments of our founding fathers, of people that they didn't like on the opposite side of like the Civil War and whatnot. Again, the 4 olds. In summary, the goal of demoralization is to disconnect people from the virtue of the past and render them unable to assess what is true. And we see this all the time, especially when I read people and I'm just like, how would you even have a conversation with this person? They live so far outside of reality that it doesn't matter what you show them, they won't believe anything. That woman from earlier who sued her school and won for discrimination because she was a white woman, she is still adhering to the ideology. She is unable to assess what is true. The second stage of the communist strategy, according to Bezmenov, builds on demoralization to advance society's disorientation, a condition wherein the masses feel bewildered and helpless. While it's impossible to prove intentionality at this time, the China-originated COVID-19 pandemic caused massive disorientation in the US when the government mandated masks, social distancing, quarantines, lockdowns, and the abandonment of tried and true medical practices of preventative and therapeutic treatments. A lot of people have said that they felt like the way that the pandemic lockdowns were handled were a way for the government to test how far they could go in restricting people. When Juggalo's on the internet watch list and Antifa isn't, you know it's because they're government employees. Why the fuck would Juggalos be on the watch list? I thought they were just weird, silly, druggy clown people. She's unable to perceive breakfast. True and real. Another important part of disorientation happened early in the COVID crisis after the death of George Floyd. Assertions of systemic racism and law enforcement triggered rioting, looting, and the destruction of several $1 billion worth of property, along with the tearing down of historic statues and memorials in main cities across the United States. Americans became further disoriented
when they realized government authorities were unable or unwilling to do anything about the destruction in big cities across America. There were few arrests, while more than 2,000 police officers were injured. Disorientation may have reached its peak when cities with the most lawlessness, such as Minneapolis, Seattle, New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Philadelphia, and Baltimore, initiated efforts to defund local law enforcement. Yeah, this was a really, I feel, pertinent moment for a lot of people who didn't realize quite how bad things have gotten. It was a very eye-opening image to everyone who didn't already believe we were under a, like, two-tier justice system, that is, in fact, what has been governing us for ages at this point. Look, a bunch of gun-controlled concrete pits. Yeah, St. Floyd of the Fent. But they said the death. They didn't say the killing, alright? So, like, I didn't have to sing the prayer. They just described reality as it happened. Following disorientation is the crisis stage. An unprecedented crisis stage for America came in November 2020 with election rigging. All right, well, this is from wealthandpoverty.center. Maybe a little bias on this one. I don't know how much election rigging evidence we have quite yet. I don't like sitting on a 100% this happened without all the information. I know there's a bit more court cases going out about it too. Democrat operatives exploited the fear factor of COVID-19 in the summer months of 2020. They visited almost every swing state to change voting rules to accommodate expanded mail-in ballots, drop boxes, and extended vote tally deadlines, all of which facilitate voting fraud. Which I could agree with that. They do facilitate voting fraud. How much actually happened, I don't know if we're ever going to learn that until all of us are already dead. The crisis that ensued from election irregularity was deepened by the massive media and social media censorship and cancellation campaigns that began well before the November 3rd, 2020 election. True. The Department of Homeland Security Division, called the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, better known as CISA, collaborated with the Stanford University-based NGO Election Integrity Partnership to suppress information that would help Trump. And apparently also we have the AG Bondi, right? Like looking into people in the Obama administration who were also trying to like sabotage shit. What if governments learned from MK Ultra experiments in the 50s that trauma allows you to control people? So they purposefully orchestrate disastrous events to keep their citizens afraid and dependent on them. That's one of the reasons that mental illness has been rising. The late Trevor Moore. Did he wake up after a suicide or something? What happened to Trevor Moore? They even bragged about fortifying the election months later. They did. Never waste a good crisis. Thanks, I hate it. EIP launched a campaign to prevent the public from challenging the anticipated voting irregularities by getting agreements from all social media companies, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, Reddit, and Pinterest, to modify their customer terms of service policies to incorporate language about delegitimization. I'm pretty sure I remember the recording of Mr. Zuckerbot talking in court about how, yes, they did suppress things on Facebook. So once that was accomplished, according to Mike Benz, a former U.S. State Department communications policymaker and an expert on propaganda, the door was opened to algorithmic mass censorship and cancellation. The EIP exerted pressure on all the social media companies to adhere to their customer service policies and censor, cancel, or deplatform any content that contained delegitimized narratives about new election protocols and processes, election issues and outcomes, mail-in ballots, early voting, drop boxes, Dominion voting systems, and Antifa. A little interesting tack on the end there. The media treatment of the Hunter Biden laptop story that broke in mid-October 2020 in the New York Post illustrates just how quickly the channels of propaganda and media manipulation fall into place. The laptop story, which contained massive incriminating evidence revealing a compromised Joe Biden family, was immediately delegitimized and taken down from every social media site. At the same time, 51 former top intelligence officials signed a letter published in the New York Times and the Washington Post stating that the contents of Hunter Biden's laptop had all the classic earmarks of a Russian information operation. And I like how, once again, all the people deplatformed or canceled for talking about that were just proven right years later. But, you know, it's time to forgive, right? Hillis Mallory, thank you. This sounds like the plot for Fallout. It does. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. It's happening. Some piece of shit merged your mother's voter ID, you don't know, ID account from 2020 to before 2024. How the fuck does that even happen? The fact that you weren't allowed to notice was a huge red flag? Yes. Whenever they purposefully try to suppress, like, real information that you can see with your own eyes, it's a obvious control tactic where it's like you can't acknowledge things that actually happen in reality. You must adhere to the ideology instead. You got here late. Where is this article hosted on? Wealthandpoverty.center. I'm not sure who that is. It was just the first one I pulled up about the 4 stages of communist takeover. I didn't expect them to have actual examples in current years. That's kind of interesting. The Steele dossier has so many hallmarks of Russian disinformation that it even has classic formatting hallmarks of Russian intelligence documents. Patchouli, thank you. Remember, kids, a panel at DEF CON proved you can just waltz into electronic voting machines. True. Party will decide what your eyes will see. True. Very true, unfortunately. Where was I here? After the 2020 election, social media effectively thwarted discussion about election fraud. Again, EIP insisted that social media companies uphold the terms of service contracts that required censoring social media content containing newly delegitimized items, such as Stop the Steal, Dead Voter Rolls, Sharpie Gate, Stolen Election, Ballot Harvesting, and Postal Service, to name a few. Additionally, people questioning the integrity of the 2020 election were marginalized by the media and discredited as election deniers. What's great is that, again, we know that this is all true because people like Zuckerberg came out and admitted that it was true, and they were basically threatened by the Biden admin. Bezmenov's 4 stages are fluid, so demoralization and disorientation continue in the crisis stage. We see this with lawfare against Donald Trump, his aides, and some 1,200 January 6th participants arrested by the FBI. The target is not just Trump and his supporters, but the American people, who are now seeing that large parts of the justice system in America resemble that of a banana republic. It's crazy how long it took some people to notice this, though. With equal justice under the law and respect for the Constitution being mocked, the subliminal message is, this is not the America you know, it's a new world that you have entered, so get used to it. The final stage, normalization. While America is still in the crisis stage, some subversion experts argue that the lawfare, censorship, and cancellation regimes that now exist are really part of the last stage of communist takeover, known as normalization, Bezmenov's 4th and final stage. If America's borders remain open and the American people are denied access to information, become accustomed to rigged elections, accept limitations on free speech, and acquiesce to the rewriting of history, the constitutional republic that was the United States will be gone, and the new world of communist global elite control will be normalized. John Adams, the second president, unequivocally warned, "Liberty once lost is lost forever." It is no longer enough just to man the ramparts. It's time for people to turn the tables on the elite destroyers of our constitutional republic. Yes. Yes, very true. This kind of echoes almost everything I talk about in regards to Bridge. It's sad how half the population already fall into this description. It's really sad. I like the people who are just like, yeah, I just want to grill. I don't want to care about any of this shit. They've been fully demoralized by this point. Thank you, John Adams. And I guess this was written by Scott Powell, a senior fellow on the Center on Wealth and Poverty. Worked on the corporate, academic, and research worlds. He's taught 2 universities, served on 2 corporate boards, been an entrepreneur, founding 2 companies, been a senior fellow at the Discovery Institute since 2012. That's interesting. I've never heard of this guy, but it's just like I brought up the first website that talked about the Bezmenov 4 steps. Discovery Institute, W&P. They live, starting to seem realistic. Yep. I wanted to sidetrack a little bit onto that because I think it was very relevant from what we were reading in the Bridge email. Leaders must resist the normalization of these tactics. The Bridge people calling normalization against their ideology. Very interesting. Risk analysis is not activism, corporate governance is not political speech, and DEI, ESG, and long-term value are not mutually exclusive. They are inseparable when done well. Bridge suggests this is the moment to hold the line on what fiduciary responsibility really means.
Number 1, review all DEI and ESG disclosures for legal exposure. Work with counsel to assess whether your existing public reports, investor communications, or proxy materials could trigger disclosure requirements in states with anti-DEI or compelled speech laws. Where appropriate, revise language to reflect a defensible business case while preserving the core commitments. Number 2, reaffirm DEI and ESG as material business factors. Internally and externally, state clearly that DEI and ESG factors are part of your company's broader risk governance and long-term value frameworks. Avoid allowing silence or disclaimer to signal retreat. Consistency across functions, legal, investor relations, HR, comms is key. And third, support legal and industry challenges to viewpoint discrimination. Engage with industry groups, governance coalitions, or legal advocacy efforts challenging unconstitutional state laws. These are not isolated cases, they're part of a coordinated campaign to control corporate speech and strategy. Collective resistance will shape what's possible in the next 5 years. Man, communists sure do love their 5-year plans, don't they? That's crazy. That's like saying shit is good if you cook it right. It is. And speaking of, Mr. Praxis Fall, thank you for those 10, I can't read. Thank you for the 10 gift members on the YouTube. Thank you. Thank you, my guy. It's not it anti, but yes, similar. The hell silliness is very silly. It's very fucking silly. Let me go back to my other browser, because I'm kind of interested. It's been a hot minute since we have checked up on the DEI After 5 nonsense, and I'm wondering what kind of little podcast here we might have missed. Let's see. How to be an intentional inclusionist, unpacking psychological safety, the key to inclusion and belonging in the workplace. How to protect your peace in toxic environments, understanding psychological hazards, the hidden threats to workplace safety, the key to overcoming isolation and burnout. Help. Middle managers hold the line, but who's supporting them? With Amy something. I can't tell who that is. Behind the office doors, how external events impact our work lives. I guess she had a 5-month break from making DEI After 5. Let's see what her comeback thing says. Let's see what this says. Join the conversation. DEI After 5, brother.
Hey everyone, we are back. I am so excited to come back here and do DEI After 5. We had taken a little bit of a break because we needed to, right? There's just so much that was going on, and when we wrapped up the end of last season, I really wanted to sit back and think about, how do we want to move forward? And having these conversations. Do we still need to have these conversations? Do I need to change the name of the podcast? All of those things. And so we've been taking this time to really think about
she making the big bucks with that view count. She gets interviews with like literal industry CEOs. Like Cheryl Deich has been on this show multiple times as well, and she has a consultation website where people pay her to speak. Despite her having literally zero legitimacy, no views, no fucking power to do anything, apparently industry insiders fucking love her, and she makes tens of thousands of dollars giving speeches. So I mean, the grift is real.
In this time, in this space, and give you more of what you are looking for. So you will notice a couple of things that are different. The name has stayed the same. We are still DEI After 5. We are still talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace, but so much more. That is what's changed. We're talking about how this expands beyond 5 p.m. Okay. Right? How we are showing up inclusively.
How you have to take the DEI work home with you. We heard that on her show last year.
Our lives, in our communities, in the work that we do, in the organizations that we are a part of. because this is not just something that we do at work. It is a part of who we are and how we show up and how we operate. And so wanting to make sure that we have those conversations as well. What you'll also notice is you're going to see a whole lot more of me. So we'll still continue to have guests, and our next episode is going to be one that I think everyone is going to love. But we're still going to have the guests, but I also want to show up and have more conversations with you directly. So if there's something that is happening in the media, or if there's a question that you have that you want me to answer, please feel free. Send it in. We are now on Substack. And so you can find us on Substack. That's where you can get the free subscription. You can send in questions. But if you want to get access to full episodes, a whole lot more that's coming with the paid subscriptions, you can also be a paid subscriber for $5 a month. So it is a nominal fee, but you will get so much more access to the full episodes. You'll get access to new trainings that are happening. You'll get access to resources that we're going to have and share as well too. So DEI After
Man, I don't want to pay this woman $5 to see the
way.
subversive shit they're doing.
I am so excited to also share that you will start to see smaller clips of us, or actually of me, doing things kind of in the moment. Because what I've noticed is when I'm with clients, there are some questions that have been percolating, or something that may come up in a session that, you know, I'm like, I think other people are having this question too. And so you'll see me kind of pop up and share some of those insights as well. So this is really going to be a place where you can learn and grow on the go. You will always have it as a resource. We are going to continue. I'm just so excited.
James O'Keefe would pay $5
to be on YouTube, so you can always find us there. But we've moved over to Substack, so everything will be there, and will of course be still on social media. So this is the brand new. This is the new and exciting DEI After 5. You've seen the new intro, so we are starting this in a whole new way, and I'm looking forward to hearing from you. And until next time, have a good one. See you soon.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't want to hear that again. Internet Zen Master, thank you. The grift is real indeed. At least with Anita Sarkeesian, one could argue Anita had the viewer base to justify interacting with her. This weirdo, no justifiable reason at all. Reminds me of the fat black lady next to the whiteboard saying, pay me. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much reminds me of that too. Let me see. So this was Bridging the Gap. Insights on Age Diversity in the Workplace was the end of last season, as it were. I wish I could read the names of these CEOs, because they're like scribbled in really tiny cursive, and she doesn't include their name in the thumbnail. So like, I wish I could just scroll and see if any of these are worth fucking opening, if they're an actual CEO of an actual company and not just a startup. But let's see, the DEI career shift is the first video that she put out after that. And then the first interview she had with someone else was this one right here with this lady. Who is this lady? Inclusive leadership practitioner Amy Waninger, focusing on the crucial role of middle managers in fostering inclusive workplaces. So who is Amy Waninger, is my question. Who is Amy Waninger? Lead at any level. Amy is a dynamic and skilled speaker. She delivers rich content that impacts her audiences. She's a trusted advisor whose insights are impacting individuals. That says literally fucking nothing. She has her own website. Okay, she got a LinkedIn. So let's see what the LinkedIn is. The Whaminger. Alejandro Trombono, thank you. If an ant could pull a wagon, they'd hook him up, right? Error 404, thank you. The SSRI dead eyes and SSRI forehead is real with this one. Damn. So this is just a fucking DEI speaker interviewing another DEI speaker. Because her thing on LinkedIn just says, inclusive leadership expert transforming STEM professionals from reclusive nerds to inclusive leaders. Speaker, author, and CEO at lead at any level. There's a video there. There's featured stuff here. Activity. She's got 22.9k followers on LinkedIn.
Her last post here. If your professional network is as diverse as the workforce and community around you, if not, you could be missing important opportunities for your career and company. Looking forward to helping MOCPA members network more intentionally. The Missouri Society of Certified Public Accountants. What a random thing to be doing. So in other words, she's useless. Yeah, in other words, this is just a weird podcast. What's this video? Her services working with providers. Oh, this is to request YouTube services? I thought this would be a video. Visit website. Oh, okay, it is a video. This is a speaker reel.
If you came to this conference for the networking, stand up. All right. If you are sitting with people you already know, remain standing. All right, you can be seated.
That's a horrible voice. Yay, global homo music! I'm gonna get DMCA!
Salesmanship for the longest time. It was about making genuine connections and really helping people, because that's what I like to do. And so figure out what it is about you that you can bring the most of to benefit others. Networking is different. Networking is about building relationships over. Everything changes, right? And so if we want to know about the changes that are coming, we need to be tapped into our network. If we want to know how to survive the changes we're facing right now, we need to be tapped into our network. And if we want to help others get to where we've gotten, we need to tap into our network. A lot of people say, I can't network, I'm an introvert. Like, being an introvert is your superpower, because everybody wants to talk about themselves, nobody wants to listen. And so if you show up ready to listen and you ask good questions, everybody's gonna walk away with a good feeling if you just ask them really good questions. I was a reclusive nerd. I worked with computers because I didn't want to work with people. And so I had to figure out how to make
and real, and I felt like she had known us for a long time. Very interactive, and we learned a lot together, and a lot of laughter and a lot of fun.
I think lives change in little moments. Small micro epiphanies of people saying, oh, I could try that. And then they do, and it works.
This is all you have to say to have companies pay you ridiculous amounts of money to talk to their employees? That seems kind of silly. That seems a little silly. But I guess there's no point in watching that video. No point in watching that video. Does she have any shorts? Did she make some shorts? Sometimes she makes shorts of like their little epiphanies here. That's the lady. Okay, so she did make a bunch of shorts and she came back. Holy shit. I think this is before the break.
And I cannot be successful. I cannot do what I do without being in community, without sharing space. And so that's what I'm hearing from you. It's being intentional, standing firm in, you know, what it is that you believe, and modeling that behavior through the work that you do. So it's not just putting it on the cafeteria wall. These are our beliefs, right? You painted it, great. It's a mural, wonderful. But then you're acting a fool. That's not the word that was going to come out of my mouth. But acting the fool, right, day to day. Like, no, you have to embody those things. And so what I am hearing is this embodiment of inclusion, this embodiment of belonging, this embodiment of understanding that we are uniquely made, and that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, Minneapolis is an interesting place too, because we are surrounded by Fortune 500 companies. So General Mills is here, and Target, and 3M, and Honeywell, and I mean the list is vast, and that's another reason why my business is here. And
that was such a weird place to end. I wish shorts had dates. Is there a way for me to see the date that a short was uploaded, chat? Because I can't see the dates on any of these, and that makes it a little hard to go through. Need to stop creating jobs for women without skills. True description.
And so.
Aha. Okay, so this was June 24th, 2025. So this was 2 months ago.
So I think one of the first things is to recognize that, you know, I hear a lot of managers say, well, or a lot of hiring managers say, nobody wants to work anymore. And I'm going to tell you that is such a false narrative. Unemployment
Unemployment, full employment is when unemployment hits 5.0 to 5.2%. This week, we hit 54-year low unemployment of 3.4%.
Isn't that because they started counting like partially employed people in the employed statistics because a lot of people couldn't get more than part-time work? Isn't that because they started including that? How about embodying the idea of making your company fucking profit? True.
Now, there are a lot of people gone from this workforce. They've retired. They have not come into the country because of changes to immigration during COVID. They have been, their health is compromised because of COVID. A lot of people died in the last 3 years. Let's be clear, right? So it's not that people don't want.
Unemployment's not real. It's just that a lot of people died and they were in the workforce. So, you know,
work. We've just got fewer people to do the work than we had 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. That's a fact. And so I think the first thing we need to do as organizations is get rid of this lazy worker narrative. And
that was also a really abrupt end. What the fuck? Why did it end there? That's it. You're convinced that Robert Heinlein was correct in Starship Troopers. We need to gatekeep voting to only those who sacrifice to society. Now is the time to import millions. True and real. Oh, fuck, it made me lose my place. You whore. We're back. Some things haven't changed. You don't have to have a DEI title to create an inclusive workplace.
You should just assume whatever your job title is, that your job is DEI. So,
this is what they've been saying for years now.
Oh, you actually can influence from whatever position you are in. I encourage people to remember that you have a voice, and that if you are in an organization that has a level of psychological safety where you can kind of go, hey, don't forget to have those moments, because it's very easy. We all do it, right? Hey, here's the thing. We need to launch this product. We need to get this off of the ground. We need to do this thing. And you're very focused on like execution from A to Z. The thing. But what I really, really encourage people who say, I'm passionate about diversity, equity, and inclusion, that may not be my title, is start there. Start with what your passion around diversity, equity, and inclusion is, and start with whatever job you're in. And you should be able to define in whatever role you're in how you have actually contributed to making your organization more diverse, more equitable, more inclusive, or whatever that thing is. Because you're going to have a hard time, even if you're the person who says, oh, I want to transition into it. If I ask you, well, what have you done to make your organization more diverse, equitable, inclusive, and you can't answer that question, it's going to be very hard to make that transition. So the opportunity exists in actually how you do the work and thinking about what you can do to influence, regardless of whatever your title is. You should just...
So she says DEI and then a ton of fully subjective actions for others to fill in their own mind. Yeah, again, it's just crazy cult-like adherence. You have no idea what she said. Yeah, she kind of went around in a circle a little bit there. But again, the phrase like, what, psychological safety is a really fucking weird thing. Like, I should never go to like my boss and be like, my psychological safety is in peril. You're not doing enough to ensure I have a leg up over others. Why do these people have identity based on being unique? AKA you have to present yourself as unique regardless of the cost? I don't know, man. I don't know. We read an article recently where they were just like, everybody needs to be able to prioritize how they identify in a like work setting. And it's like, I don't think that really matters. People don't really need to know about my personal life at work. They're coworkers, not friends, man. It's a very, very weird way of thinking. What can you do to help your team thrive? Oh boy,
and
let's learn.
To create these environments that really lean into the value of these middle managers, start to fill their cups.
All these DEI practitioners really like that fill your cup terminology. We hear that a lot.
A bonus one that I'm going to throw in there, which is one I say to everyone anyway, is ask the question, what is it that I can do to help you be successful here, right? Sometimes they may not have even thought about that. Sometimes they may have it top of mind, but really position yourself as a leader to figure out, okay, how can I help this person be successful here? And that might be removing some barriers. That might be helping them, with some public speaking, because
what are the barriers that you have to remove? What is the
They're terrified to speak in a meeting, though they have great ideas. All of those.
Unless they have some sort of anxiety around public speaking, why would they be afraid to speak their ideas in a public setting? What could possibly their ideas be that might make them afraid of saying them in a public setting at work?
Those little nuanced things that show that you value them as a person and not just an employee. People want to feel as if they are human because they are human.
What does that have to do with anything? I am treated like a human at work, but I'm not treated as like a prized possession, When work and personal lives collide, what can you do? What does that mean?
But what you can do is think about what is in your sphere of control. What can you control?
I'm going to eat a licorice.
You can control the environment that you create. You can control how you are showing up and supporting each other, right? So now is this time to act like, okay, we're humans. So, what's going on?
Why does she keep needing to say we're humans? That's very weird.
Is there something that I can do? How can I best support you? Those are the types of questions that you need to be asking right now. This is not about, forgetting what's happening in the world and just being head down. That is the robotic way of doing things. That is the old school way of doing things. And what we have learned post-pandemic is that is not how people are operating in this day and this time.
It's really funny that she says that, because that's also something I've talked about a lot, is when you do speak up about mistreatment, a lot of the times people are just like, you're the one causing drama. You're the problem because you've spoken out about your mistreatment. So it's really funny. And maybe it doesn't dawn on this woman that a lot of the mistreatment comes from her and people like her who believe in the things that she believes.
Even though for some people, that's how they want to return. They want to return back to a time where people were emotionless in the workplace. That's not going to happen. Pandora's box has been opened. And
why can't people be emotionless in the workplace? I shouldn't have to really put too much care into my coworkers. My care should begin and end. Are they competent? Can they do their job? Will my work suffer if they can't? Right? Like, I don't want them to bother me. I'm not going to be their friend 90% of the time. Some people find friends at work, and that's cool and all, but I was like, I don't have to be a literal family member to everyone I work with. Emotions don't belong at work. But Julie, thank you. When I was human, I am human. Yeah, thanks, Zuckerborg. Recognizing humanity and support during challenging times. Unlock the secret to inclusive leadership. Essential skills for modern inclusive leadership. What's this one like?
When I think about inclusive leadership skills, and I call these essential skills.
Yeah.
Because without
if we don't hang out outside of work, we're not friends. True.
Quote unquote soft skills, we don't get any work done. The only way you get work done in an organization is through other people, through your informal networks, through influence, and through accountability, and those things.
See, I thought they might have been talking about actual work for a second, but no, they're talking about the work.
Things all come from what I call the essential skills, and from my perspective, and some of the things I teach, Sasha, are about, again, being responsive to change, understanding how leadership needs to evolve, giving and receiving feedback effectively, not just giving, but receiving feedback effectively.
Yes.
Playing to people's strengths and really seeing what's great about each person on your team and giving them as much of that as you can so that they can be great. And then creating a well-rounded team. Building relationships across difference is important because, increasingly managers are being tasked with managing people, with leading people who do not have their shared life experiences. So how do they start to build those relationships in ways that maybe they've never had to before?
How is a manager going to be able to manage someone that's not identical to them? That's a great question. I don't know how managers have managed to manage teams of people who aren't identical to them for decades now. It's a mystery. Maybe we should just stop hiring people who aren't identical to the managers. That's surely the solution.
And seeing talent that's in front of them that they might otherwise overlook. And then finally, how do we create cultures of learning? Cultures that seek feedback.
Cultures of learning.
Cultures that share information instead of hoard it. Cultures of people who invest in their own development, or if the company invests in them, they pay it forward by teaching 5 other people.
Hold on a second.
Who invest in their own development, or if the company invests in them, they pay it forward by teaching 5 other people what they've learned. All of these things go.
Hold on, where did she say that thing?
They might otherwise overlook. And then finally, how do we create cultures of learning? Cultures that seek feedback. Cultures that share information instead of hoard it.
Share information instead of hoard it. Is this, like, this makes me think of when enough, like, sexual harassment, #MeToo stuff had been going around at workplaces, men just stopped wanting to mentor women. And you're not entitled to the knowledge and abilities of another person. You can't just say, you won't train me, thus you are racist, homophobic, bigoted, etc. You're not entitled to that. And it's like, it's a weird way to say cultures that share information instead of hoard it, because, like, yeah, it would be nice to share information, but sometimes when you share information, people are going to sabotage you. And it's like, why would you do that? Like, the people who have to train their own replacements, a lot of people have just been like, I'm not going to train that fucking guy. Get fucked. Get fucked, idiots. Damned if you do, damned if you don't again.
Cultures of people who invest in their own development, or if the company invests in them, they pay it forward by teaching 5 other people what they've learned. All of these things go, work together to create the kinds of leaders that will take us into the future to solve the problems that even our executives don't know are coming yet.
Boing! Documentation's the first step, and we have not enough people to analyze the data, let alone share. Let's see, where are we? Feeling burnout. Workplace aha moments, breaking down silos, trust and consistency, foundations for psychological. Let's learn about psychological safety.
And if trust is gone, there's no psych safety, period. Right?
Oh,
and
fuck!
so I say,
Built the Parthenon. Slaves built America. Slaves, this is your song. Thank you. Slaves. Thank you. Slaves. Thank you. Slaves.
Speaking of my psychological safety, true.
This is your song. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimothy Farm. Thank you, Jimothy Farm, for this beautiful interruption of slaves. Hell yeah, we needed that. Thank you, Jimothy. Caputo is the Italian flour you were talking about earlier. Supposedly, since it isn't enriched, it should cause as much inflammation, might be able to be eaten by people with a gluten sensitivity. The American enrichment process adds stuff that might cause those problems. I think I buy unenriched flour, but I can't remember what the bag looks like. I'd have to go and find it. I don't know. I wonder how expensive the Caputo is, how reasonable it would be to use that instead. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Thank you, Jimothy, for your wonderful slaves. It's almost like when you tell women they can get men fired with accusations alone, they suddenly don't want to be alone in a training session with you for fear of being accused of something they didn't do. Wow, imagine that. Imagine that happened. Who could have seen it coming? Sharing information is good, but it is also bad from the point of individuality of the worker, as the corpos would seek to replace cogs with cogs that work for less and have similar skills. When you quit, your corpo contacted you again a few months after because they couldn't find someone with your skills to replace you. That's funny. It's always funny when they're just like, oh, we can get someone better, and then they come crawling back to you. It's always great. Always great when that happens.
Trust is built consistent behaviors over time. Right? It has to be consistent. It can't be a one-time thing when you ask the question and you're patting yourself on the back. Well, I asked the question. Are you doing it on a consistent basis? Because now people can trust, okay, I've seen this happen more than one occasion. This is becoming the norm. So when there's that one time where it happens, it's like, oh, see, yep, I knew that they were faking.
What? I knew that they were faking. You help out new people when you can because they can hurt themselves. It's like we used to live in a society where everyone would just implicitly trust that the other person they're talking to isn't going to try and harm them as soon as they give information or try to help, you know? Welder Zach, thank you for that gift sub to Malum Keikaku. Thank you, Welder Zach. Thank you. Self-serving verbal hodgepodge that disguises actions and motives. Girl, she fake, you know what I'm saying? I'm probably talking about like the faking of adherence to DEI tenets, where it's like, yeah, you walk the walk, but you don't talk or you talk the talk, but you don't walk the walk, rather. They're not actually doing the work. It's all performative. The risk of weaponizing psychological safety. What do they mean by this?
And so, you know, one of the things that I think is so important that now that we are in a time and place and space where the world around us is less empathetic.
Yeah.
Is that a good way?
I saw it. I saw it coming. It was great. It was great.
I was searching for the right. Let me find the right words. Less empathetic, less tolerant.
People getting fed up with your authoritarian practices and demanding adherence to your ideology and your ideology alone is not making people less empathetic. Less tolerant, yes, because some things should not be tolerated.
Psychological safety and agency, to some degree, I feel like can almost be weaponized.
Absolutely. I feel like all of these terms and the things that we talk about are weaponized. I mean, we're giving similarly to, remember when microaggressions became a popularized term?
Oh boy. Yeah, similar to when microaggressions became a popularized term. And nobody liked hearing it, because as soon as you heard the word microaggressions leave someone's mouth, you could be sure nothing they say after that is worth listening to. Do diversity with me, not for me.
If we want to be diverse, do things with other people, not for other people. You don't do diversity to me or for me. You should do it with me.
Absolutely.
Honestly, I don't need people's charity. I need people to work with me to achieve my goals. You know, and I believe every human being on this planet should have the dignity to be involved in whatever thing you say you're trying to do to help them.
True. Don't just talk about diversity. Hire this guy. Give him money. Does it say... This clip is from... Okay, so I would have to go to the full video to see who that guy is. Because I don't know who that guy is. I feel like the shorts title tell you much more than what the actual short does. The shorts are incoherent almost. This is based on a conversation with Dr. David Daniels. Dr. David Daniels, by the way. Or David Daniels? Who is this? Great episode. Let's go look up who this Dr. David Daniels is. First thing that comes up for him is the National Safety Council, so the nsc.org. And then I'll bring up his LinkedIn as well. And he had an interview with her back in 2023, it looks like. There's some other interviews he's sat on other channels in 2024. Let's see here. Anything else that I should open up? Not that I can look. Oh. No, not that I can see. So this is the nsc.org. David Daniels, PhD, CSD, VPS, SEM, Chair, Safety and Security Industry Work Group, National Association of Black Compliance. and risk management professionals. I don't know what a National Association of Black Compliance is, but either way I could interpret that, it's a very weird fucking phrase. Dr. I. David Daniels is an occupational health and safety professional, thought leader, former public safety executive, and president CEO of ID2 Solutions, LLC. He is also the host of Psych Health and Safety USA podcast. Dr. Daniels holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Fire Services Administration, a Master's degree in Human Resources Management, and a PhD in Occupational Health and Safety. He is certified as a safety director, violence prevention specialist, emergency management specialist, job hazard analysis specialist, safety and health specialist, and certified in mental health first aid. That's a lot of fucking adornments on this man. Dr. Daniels served 2 terms as a member of the National Safety Council Board of Directors and was the founding chair of the NSC's Government and Public Sector Division. He received NSC's highest honor, the Distinguished Service to Safety Award. What a spooky sounding award. He also chairs the National Association of Black Compliance and Risk Management Professionals Safety and Security Work Group. Dr. Daniels is a life member of the International Association of Fire Chiefs and has served over 30 years in fire rescue and emergency medical and emergency management organizations in 3 states. His career focuses on safety was a primary reason he was inducted into the National Fire Heritage Center's Hall of Legacies, Legends and Leaders Class of 2021, the first living African American to have received its honor. Interesting. So he doesn't do anything anymore. Well, I need to look up what that other thing is, but let's see what his LinkedIn says. He's a podcast, speaker, consultant, thought leader, and an author. ID2 Solutions, Capital Technology University. Activity. What is his activity here? Show all posts. I, David Daniels. This is real talk from my friend Jason Van Shy about the importance of addressing psychological hazards. Not just expecting the psychological safety alone will solve psychological health and safety related challenges. When people feel safe to speak up about what they're feeling, what is done with that information? So I guess let's hear fucking Jason Van Shy. What does Jason have to say here about psychological safety?
A lot of research at all that has linked psychological safety with better safety outcomes, so reductions in injuries or better mental health outcomes.
Oh, that's interesting, because I would think that there would be, like, the two would go hand in hand.
And maybe they do, but there hasn't been a lot of research to support it, right? But everyone will kind of say, oh, to build well-being, we need psychologically safe workplaces.
Yeah.
No, I've never heard anyone say that.
But the evidence isn't there.
What do you think we need?
Well, first of all, we need more research in this area.
Yeah. So do you think if we got the research that there would be?
We need more money for them programs.
It's too narrow a view, or like it's too broad an intervention, if you like. Let's just build psychological safety, and then things will actually, improve. What's really required is going, well, no, psychosocial hazards.
What is a psychosocial hazard
in the workplace? And rather than just saying to leaders, like, get people to speak up, we actually need to do something about the psychosocial hazards, which is usually around work design.
Yeah.
So, rather than someone working 80 hours a week with a micromanaging boss and going, oh, we just need more psychological safety. No. We need to make sure this person can complete their work in a normal amount of time. Maybe we need to distribute that work out better across the team.
Yeah, you're so right. That makes perfect sense.
What? People can speak up, great, but what are we doing with that information?
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing. You'll be right.
The reason why I asked as well is because I was thinking that there's a huge neurodiversity acceptance movement. And
Oh
one of the
boy!
Things that neurodivergent
Once again, the intersectionality of race and disability.
people want is that psychological safety. They want to be able to unmask at work and not be made to feel like they're stupid or be discriminated against for their inherent qualities and who they are. But it makes sense hearing what you say. It's like, even
don't discriminate against me. I'm autistic. I don't want to talk to you. Fuck off.
if we had that, we'd also need to make sure that they don't have a ridiculous work demands as well.
Yeah, so psychological safety might help to create the environment where you could talk openly about hazards and start to address them, but you actually need to address the hazards, which requires psychosocial risk management. So going through that framework I talked about before.
Boy,
You know how I was saying that they're going to try and use more subtle and complex ways to move the agenda forward? They're leveraging the idea of psychology here to appear like they know anything. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, again, we knew that this was coming because we read that paper on the intersectionality of them trying to mix together disability and race, and also to bring neurodivergency as a part of the intersectionality with race and gender conversation. This is get ready for the unironic weaponized autism. If you're looking for real talk about workplace mental health, get ready. My friend, mental health pioneer and former psychological health and safety inspector Peter Kelly has launched Being Real. It was a privilege to share the stage with Keynes A. Diaz at FizzCon 2025. This unique gathering of some of the global leaders in the psychological health and safety arena was something I'll never forget. Their psychological health and safety conventions? What is happening? What an honor to have completed 150 episodes of the Psych Health and Safety USA podcast, and there's more to come.
Back to the whole self. And many of us that have worked in health and safety and HR, particularly in injury management, we use that term quite frequently, the whole self, right? And it's fascinating because it has become somewhat of used a bit tokenistically, right? And
I've never heard anyone that wasn't like a quack, voodoo, weird, holistic health person use the whole self.
When I talk to people that are diverse and they come from diverse backgrounds, it's not necessarily safe to be your whole self. Because to your point, David, sometimes some workplaces just aren't ready for the whole self.
I'm not gonna like talk about sexual escapades at work. I'm not gonna wear like Pokemon t-shirts to work because it's part of things that I like. Yeah, you know, like I don't know, if I was in like an office environment, I would act appropriately for an office environment. I am lucky that I am a streamer and I work in a slightly less professional kind of environment, man. You keep your whole self at home? Yeah, I just like, what are you fucking talking about, woman? Starry Night, thank you. You're autistic and have ADHD. You are constantly the best rated worker wherever you worked. Why not? Just stop acting dumb at work. Acknowledge your flaws and work to curtail them to the best of your ability. Because that would take both the ability to self-reflect and also take accountability for your actions. Why take accountability and try to be better when you can just whine? You can just whine about it and get preferential treatment instead. People talk about weird sex shit at work all the time. Depending on where you work, you probably shouldn't do that.
And what I find sometimes is when we're looking at these idealistic views, which is, you know, wonderful. There's some workplaces that are doing it very well, right. Very, very well. But they do it well because they've spent the time in terms of scaffolding, and Adam Grant talked a lot about that. When we're talking about attracting a diverse workforce, we have a lot of problems in the retention space because, you know, we have well-intended ideas around having diversity, and we know the benefits that diversity brings. It's not rocket science, right? It's a no-brainer that with diversity of thought, we have diversity of experience, the richness that it brings, and how...
diversity of thought, unless you disagree with them.
It benefits business and our economy in a number of different ways. However, what I've found, and this will lead into some more of the meaty part of the conversation around what's happening in geopolitics. But what I find is that sometimes the organisations haven't put enough by way in place of cultural safety or that scaffolding to make sure that people, when they do bring their whole self to work, that they're actually celebrated, they're understood.
Look, I don't care if Jeremy likes to dress up like a gimp-ass dog and have his wife walk him down the street. I'm lucky I don't live near there. I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear about it. So when his wife brings him into a work function on a leash, I have the right to get upset and complain to HR. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to be subjected to his weird sexual fetish while I'm trying to work on spreadsheets here, bro. You know, like what kind of like real authentic self are you not allowed to bring into the workplace? We have this like unspoken social contract of certain things you just don't bring to work. So like what are you not able to do? Some sociologists who didn't want to call people retarded started using neurodivergence instead. It doesn't mean people who are mentally retarded. It means people whose neurology are literally physically different. It's work, not a pride parade. Fan service games, thank you. If you were to unmask yourself at work, you'd not only lose your job, but also go to jail. Hey, boss, check out how veiny this dick I drew in my latest hentai is. Internet Zen Master, thank you. You dress for what suits the environment. An office is buttoned down in polos. Working in a warehouse as a package handler, floor monkey has a lot more relaxed dress code than in the building office. Yeah, exactly. But you still wouldn't show up with, like, kink wear to your warehouse job. Speaking of weaponized autism, a senator suggested to an unsub guest the idea of getting autistic people to work cybersecurity and cyber warfare. That could be interesting. They do love capture the flag. Help. Hot take, hentai anime is better than safe for work anime? That is a hot take. You want to look at Excel spreadsheets? Not Jeremy spread on the sheets. Keep that shit separate. True and real. That was a juicy snap.
There's strategies in place that actually understand them.
Oh, that was the end of it. What the fuck? I dislike this woman. Thank you, David Daniels. Thanks to the Illusion of Safety podcast crew for a unique approach to a vital conversation. Have you heard the term psychosocial hazards? If you're like us, you may be curious to learn more about these hazards. Check out our latest episode with David Daniels, who describes what a psychosocial hazard is and discusses the difficulty of navigating these hazards in the workplace with the iOS safety crew.
A psychosocial factor that's perceived or experienced by the person exposed as so threatening that it changes their behavior.
A psychosocial hazard is a psychosocial factor that's perceived or experienced by the person exposed that is so threatening it changes their behavior. So is this like if a very obvious man decides to wear a dress to work one day and that makes people in the room uncomfortable, but then because those people are uncomfortable, it makes the man in a dress uncomfortable, so he stops wearing dresses. And it's not that he made people uncomfortable in the first place, it's that he was made to feel uncomfortable for wearing a dress to work when he shouldn't have. That's actually the problem. Is that what this is saying? That's the psychosocial hazard? He changed his behavior because he was rightly ridiculed for wearing something in a place where he shouldn't have? Sounds like learning from negative social feedback. Imagine.
And it takes all of that. It's, you know, and I use that kind of connected definition. I spent a lot of time in the fire rescue service. Heat, fuel, oxygen, and a chemical reaction. You take away any one of them, the fire goes out. Same thing. You take out any one of those, it's not a psychosocial hazard anymore. Just because I'm bothered doesn't mean it's a psychosocial hazard. Just because it's uncomfortable doesn't mean it's a psychosocial. It is all of those things. First, perception. My perception, your perception are going to be different. My brain is processing the data points from the environment that I am in. It's telling the rest of my body, it's making a prediction about what those data points actually mean.
So even he can't define it very well? Duly noted? This is the evolution of yeah. I'm feeling like psychosocial hazard is the evolution of microaggression. So I feel like we're going to be hearing a lot of psychosocial hazards in the future. Boy, howdy. I'm smart and use big words. I'm right and you should listen to me. Well, we found out who this guy talking to that lady is. So there's probably a few more. Yeah, there's another clip of him here. How workplace laws excluded women and people of color. Let us learn.
With the 535 people who passed it, only 2% of them were women. Only 2% of them were of African descent. So the act itself was not designed to make sure that women and people of color were safe at work, because...
So what act are they talking about, and why does it matter that there were only 2% women and 2% people of color who signed on to the act?
That's not who was in the room. I'm not saying it's bad people. The act has done some really positive things. It wasn't designed to make sure that, you know, a person who doesn't speak English is safe in the workplace, which is...
If a person doesn't speak English and they're hired by an American company in which they're expected to speak English for their job, they should not have been hired for that position, and they should both be fired and probably deported. That's, you know, what are we talking about here?
Which is one of the contributors to the fact that women and people of color are always injured physically more often than their white male colleagues. And women and people of color are always injured physically more often than their white male colleagues.
Where is he getting the statistic that women are always injured in the workplace more than their white male colleagues physically? Because I don't think that's true. I don't think there's any universe in which women at work are getting physically injured more than their white male colleagues. What? What are they talking about?
And psychosocially, it's insurmountable. It's just not even close.
That's true. As a woman anime person of anime, yeah, as a female person of anime here, the psychosocial negative effects that I face daily it's just insurmountable. I'm gonna need the white cis het patriarchal complex at Twitch to give me like 30,000 more viewers. All right, okay, that's just what I need for reparations here.
Because of just because of the way this system is set up.
What the fuck are they even talking about at this point? I'd like to know where in the world have even come close to facing a Byford Dolphin Diving Bell experience. Yeah, right? Yeah, right, man? Then their colleagues, which doesn't mean he's comparing female HR execs to male minors. He's comparing female HR execs to male office drones. So women get hurt more often in jobs where you have to be a dumbass to get hurt. Found that women would be throwing down at the office and it's not men getting hurt, but that's because they were fighting over baby daddies, not actual workplace hazards. What the fuck am I listening to? I kind of want to watch that entire video, but like, what? Internet Zen Master, thank you. You're gonna say women might get more injured on the warehouse floor, but no, even dudes get hurt more than women there, speaking from experience? There's like, I mean, maybe you could make a per capita argument, potentially, but I don't know how many women even work in, like, heavy lifting warehouse environments. Women that get into manual jobs that require lifting probably do get lifting injuries more often than the men. Yeah, but I mean, like, the percentage of them that go into those jobs is probably so fucking low. Hold on, women of color get hurt more in a Waffle House. They're probably not working there, though. The power of personal responsibility in your learning journey. I don't think there is a single person on my screen here. I don't think there's a single person on my screen that knows what personal responsibility is. I'm going to be honest.
You know, part of the reason, and I've now, you know, working within my own business and working with clients and advising and consulting on DEI strategies, programs, and also, you know, leading and facilitating a lot of education, a lot of workshops. And in part of that, you know, one of the things that I've, you know, just become really cognizant of that I wish I had learned earlier was that I am not a vessel for someone else's, you know, I can't. And yes, I've got tremendous expertise. I've got a very unique and special skill set. It's what makes me so, you know, great at my work, and especially working with clients who are ready to do this work. And I can't be a vessel for somebody else's journey. And I think there is often a tendency, right? You want to save, you want to help, you want to support, you want to empower people, you know, you want to you've got your superhero cape on all the time. And I just really had to recognize that I cannot be a vessel for someone else's anti-racism journey or their recovery from racism.
Recovery from racism! This woman has put so much importance on herself. It is ridiculous.
And the other isms that they're experiencing, you know, that I could certainly provide expertise. I can provide, you know, counseling, advising, coaching, but I was not responsible for their failure or their success in that journey or for any aspect of that journey.
These people are fucking crazy, chat. Like, it is just amazing to listen to them talk. They're just fucking crazy. How do any of them get taken seriously? Like, the amount of crazy pills you have to take. Recovering racist would be good on a t-shirt. Wolfsbane, thank you. As a man who's picked up a lot of things at work, usually women who get hurt is because they don't let men pick up things out of their weight class. I mean, yeah, I've done that before. I could be stubborn. You went into a Modern Warfare 2 lobby and you have to go to the hospital because you need to recover from the racism. John in English, thank you. Please understand you're a racism survivor. You've not said the gamer word in 5 years. Oh my god, what kind of a chip do you get for that? This week we dive into the critical concepts of psychological safety.
Those are the things that start to dilute trust and create these barriers to psychological safety. And so I wanted to talk about that a little bit today because I think it's so important that as leaders, as organizations, we're not looking at psychological safety as just a check the box activity. This is something that is ongoing. This is something that you need to check in at the team level, at the cross team level. There are conversations that need to be had. You know, one of the resources that I have on the website is some of the questions that you can ask, right? There's some self-assessments that you can do to understand, okay, what is really happening with the team? Where are there gaps? Are people feeling uncomfortable to speak up? Start to unpack some of those things. Those are the things that start to...
Damn. I really wish, because that video is probably like fucking half an hour long, man. That's 32 minutes. 8 views, by the way. 8 fucking views. Unpacking psychological safety. This makes me wonder, because I haven't opened the current weekly guidance or the current smart brief because we didn't get through the rest of the smart brief. Was the AI thing here? DOJ memo broadens crackdown on DEI initiatives. Google removes DEI groups from funding list. Executive enhances benefits for diverse workforce. What the heck? More states pass laws to alter college operations and culture. Views on discrimination shift amid DEI backlash. That could be an interesting read. Critics say American Eagle ad celebrates eugenics. Oh! Okay, hold on. We have to read that one. Thank you, Bridge. Thank you, Bridge, for this wonderful article to read. Here we fucking go, brother. So this is the article, but the bridge blurb in the email from Bridge says, the American Eagle ad campaign featuring Sydney Sweeney has come under fire for using language and imagery that critics say evoke eugenics, as the blonde, blue-eyed actress discusses how genes are passed down from parents to offspring, with the wordplay on great genes with a G and genes with a J. Critics have drawn parallels to white supremacist rhetoric and warned that the ad's messaging winks at the obsession with so-called good genes. I can see us going back to a world where diversity is not really the standard expectation in advertising, says Jasmine Burrell, founder of brand consulting agency Lizzie Della Creative Strategies. One ad has a white person in it, and these people are losing their fucking minds. It's not white supremacy for white people to exist. Please get some help. You need it psychologically. So, born in the USA, is American Eagle really using whiteness to sell jeans? Why? Like, when you get mad at something like this, you kind of betray yourself because you show everyone that you don't care about white supremacy, you don't care about Nazis, you don't care about people with actual dangerous ideologies. You just hate white people and you don't want to see white people in advertising. That's just what it is. It's just like, this person is just like, it is an assault on my eyes to have to see white people in advertising. How dare you remind me white people still exist? Why isn't the future entirely brown yet? Like, it's crazy. They can't help it. They have psychosocial trauma. Clearly. Uki Violetta moment. Criticized by some for promoting the language of eugenics, but defended by others for killing woke advertising, the much-loved teen denim brand is causing a stir. it shouldn't cause a stir. It shouldn't cause anything. It should just be like, oh, it's an advertisement. But because of how everything has been for ages, I guess everybody notices when it's only a single white woman in an ad instead of a conglomerate of, like, everyone else except. Finally, straight women for the win. American Eagle is a US-founded fashion brand that sells jeans, shrunken baby t-shirts, and cropped sweatshirts to predominantly tween and teenage girls. On TikTok, users gush about their clothes in Outfit of the Day posts or shopping hauls. This week, however, the brand found itself facing backlash over its new campaign, starring the 27-year-old White Lotus and Euphoria actor, Sydney Sweeney, in which critics are alleging American Eagle uses the language of eugenics to try and sell denim. I don't know how to tell, like, room temp IQ people this. Like, I get that you're a midwit, you're 60 IQ, and so you have trouble understanding things. I get it, and I'm sorry for you. I'm having empathy and pity. However, Sydney Sweeney saying she has great genes isn't saying everyone else's genes are bad. This is literally the tweet of, like, I like pancakes, and then people asking why you hate waffles. Like, it's not equatable. These people are insane. I didn't know quite how, like, crazy it had gotten when Craig brought this up on Side Scrollers. It's inoperable. It truly is. The campaign depicts Sweeney in a denim shirt and baggy jeans, provocatively posing as a male voice says, Sydney Sweeney has great genes. In one now viral clip, Sweeney is filmed pasting a campaign poster on a billboard. The poster's text reads, Sydney Sweeney has great genes, with the G1 crossed out and then written jeans with a J. In another video that has since been removed from American Eagle's social media channels, Sweeney, who has blonde hair and blue eyes, said, genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue. Once again, this is just like the It's Okay to Be White campaign. It's okay for women who look like Sydney Sweeney to exist. This is insanity, and I cannot believe that people are not angrier at this reaction to it. And critics were quick to point out the implications of the advert's wordplay. In one video that had more than 3 million views, a TikTok user compared it to fascist propaganda, adding a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white woman is talking about her good genes. Like, that is Nazi propaganda. No! It's not! She could have been literally anyone, and it wouldn't matter. These people are insane racists. On the brand's own channels, users are battling it out in the comment section. It's giving subtle 1930s Germany. Nazi propaganda is not when blue-eyed, blonde-haired woman exists. Nazi propaganda is like, hey, the Jews are ruining society. Maybe let's do something about it. When you see that on a poster, come tell me, and I'll be like, yeah, that's Nazi propaganda, man. Like, I get it, okay? Like, what the fuck do these people mean? Everything is Nazis these days. Mike Rowe did the same thing years ago. He got no backlash. Oh my god, dude. She makes the uglies feel bad. On the brand's own channels, users are battling it out, giving subtle 1930s Germany. The woke crowd needs to leave the room. Even U.S. Senator Ted Cruz has weighed in. We're posting a news story on X, he commented. Wow, now the crazy left has come out against beautiful women. I'm sure that will poll well. The crazy left has been against beautiful women for ages. Catch up, Ted Cruz. I know you're busy being the Zodiac killer, but come on, man. According to Sophie Gilbert, a staff writer at The Atlantic and author of the book Girl on Girl, which explores how pop culture is shaped by misogyny. The slogan, Sydney Sweeney has good genes, obviously winks at the obsession with eugenics that's so prevalent among the modern right. Or it's not a dog whistle and she's just a pretty woman selling you a product and they wanted to make a joke. This is insane. Dr. Sarah Seafy, a senior lecturer in gender and critical studies at Goldsmiths, University of London, check this out, a useless person, Honestly, what were they thinking that a white supremacist fantasy has permission to be aired so conspicuously? To put this in the plainest terms possible, these people think that white people existing is white supremacy. How do you have a conversation with someone who is so inundated in ideological juices that they see the existence of this white woman making a jeans joke to be white supremacy? This is insanity. This is just proof they know the propaganda potential of ads, but only air their grievances when it hints at propaganda that's against them. Wish these people could give just one example of how this advertisement motivates anyone to do anything despicable. It's, oh my god. Aria Holiday, an associate professor in gender and women's studies, African American and Africana studies, look, another useless person, and author of By Black, How Black Women Transformed U.S. Pop Culture, isn't surprised by the ad. In recent years, she said, we have seen an influx of media reasserting the beauty of thin, white, blonde, and blue-eyed people, with many brands invested in representing the wholesomeness and sanctity of conservative white values. Regardless of what hair color, skin color, eye color they have, beautiful people sell product. Like, are you gonna be influenced by an advertisement with a beautiful person looking like they're doing important things, or like a fat slob Jabba the Hutt eating a fucking cheeseburger that's falling apart and getting stains all over their hands? Like, which one are you gonna buy from? Unless it's a cheeseburger ad. Obviously, you'd buy from the sloppy cheeseburger person because it depends on what they're selling. But we're talking about jeans right now. Sex sells, but who's buying? Everyone. Marmalin, thank you. Favorite part, American Eagle is owned by a Jewish guy. Well, we all know that Jews are the new Nazis in current year. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. You gatekeep your communities and give the craziest a squirrel to chase? I don't think they're gonna chase squirrels, man. Sales figures tell us just how much people want pretty things. Actual craziness, man. Critics have also zoomed in on the campaign's focus on Sweeney's body. In one clip, the camera zooms in on the actor's breasts, lingering in a way that Gilbert sees as leering and unapologetic. As Sweeney says, my body's composition is determined by my genes. The camera then cuts back to Sweeney's face as she shouts, hey, eyes up here. They're making a joke! This is literally a classic joke! Like, don't look at my tits, I'm a person, look at my eyes! You're like, what the fuck? Oh, I was selling cheese yesterday. For Sci-Fi, its sexualization of the viewer via its voyeurism exposes Western sexism as a radicalized fantasy of whiteness. How do these people live? How do they live on their day-to-day just like harboring this much hatred? Maybe unplug yourself. Like, go get an ice cream or something, man. American Eagle were approached for comment by The Guardian but did not respond. Fashion companies are notorious for purposefully sparking controversy, but this denim genre is particularly seedy seam. In a 1980s Calvin Klein campaign, a 15-year-old Brooke Shields mused, you know what gets between me and my Calvins? Nothing. Why is that bad? In 1995, another Calvin Klein ad featured models including Kate Moss being filmed in a basement as they undid the top button of their jeans and were asked, are you nervous? It was criticized for alluding to child exploitation. Chat, am I retarded? Can someone explain what's wrong with the Brooke Shields one, and also how the other one was alluding to child exploitation? Like, if I saw that Calvin Klein ad and I saw women in a basement undoing the top button of their jeans and being asked, are you nervous? My first thought would be, oh, that's like Hollywood. That's like the film industry where women willingly give up parts of themselves sexually in order to get ahead in the industry so they get better roles and more famous. I would be thinking of that. I would be thinking of child exploitation. Where children are sexually exploited. The answer to the first question is yes. The answer to the second question, it doesn't. Wait, what? Pretty baby, what the fuck? You guess it was because she was 15? They didn't indicate Kate Moss's age. But also, she mused, you know what gets between me and my Calvin's nothing. Is that sexualizing her as a 15-year-old? Like, I could just be retarded because I don't see anything sexual in that statement. First question was, am I retarded? Patchouli, thank you. Notice how they go after Kate Moss but not Balenciaga for doing worse, right? That is saying she's not wearing underwear. Oh, I didn't pick up on that. I am retarded. Yeah, that's a little weird to have a 15-year-old tell you that she's not wearing underwear. Yeah, that's a little strange. Okay, all right, I can see that one. Brother, yeah, okay, I didn't get that. Sorry, going commando while wearing jeans seems like it chafed the lady parts. I don't like going commando wearing any kind of pants, man. Anything between you and your Calvins is an innuendo of no underwear. I didn't pick up on that. I didn't get it. Honestly, I thought it was implying she didn't take them off. That's what I thought. I thought she was saying she doesn't take them off for anything, and I was like, that doesn't seem sexual to me. You feel like it's a skewed view of that statement? It could be. I mean, I definitely didn't pick up on it. It's because Balenciaga worships the devil. That's not as bad as advertising to white people. True. True and real. You would look up Brooke Shields on another screen. It's sad state of affairs with what her parents allowed her to go through. I don't know anything about Brooke Shields, man. The jeans stay on. True. The American Eagle campaign comes at a time when the U.S. is witnessing a cultural shift centering whiteness, as well as more conservative gender roles, while the MAGA movement has been linked with promoting a soft eugenics way of thinking. Brother, what are these people talking about? I do not understand how you come to any of these conclusions. I am genuinely bewildered. Usually I can at least attempt the same mental gymnastics that they have to explain why they think the crazy things they think. But I am just floored at this. It's literally just, I saw a white woman in an ad and now I'm angry. In 2025, there are new factors reinforcing old stereotypes. For Halliday, the rise of GLP-1 medications for weight loss and record high unemployment.
Kirsche, please explain Sam Hyde platforming Nick Fedance. Is that what imbibing Satan's bratwurst looks like nowadays? We just handing the right over to theocrats who attempt end before reading the Bible? What am I missing?
I have no idea what your last sentence means, but I also have no idea why Sam Hyde would talk to Nick Fuentes. I don't know what could be gained from that. I don't know. Usually when Sam does stuff, he does it very tongue-in-cheek. But I don't know. I have no idea what he would be talking about with Fuentes. The Republican soft eugenics as opposed to Margaret Sanger's hard eugenics through Planned Parenthood. True. Could just be trolling Nick. It could be. I have no idea. I didn't even know he did something with him. Those to me. She was essentially forced into the entertainment industry really young and was signed up for sexual roles as a minor. Why are her parents gross, is my question to that. Does not matter that they lie. It matters that they repeat the lie as many times as possible everywhere so they can source things each other circularly. True, unfortunately. The rise of GLP-1 medications for weight loss and the record high unemployment of black women in the U.S. all feed into a wider cultural shift that is about recentering whiteness as what America is and who Americans look like. All right, so I got some problems with this. What the fuck does the rise of GLP-1 medications for weight loss have to do with anything? Like, I'm not gonna trust them, right? Like, I wouldn't take them. Because it's like, I don't trust something that isn't proven to work. I'm not gonna be a guinea pig, man. But like, shouldn't we be celebrating people who go through weight loss? We shouldn't be encouraging people to just stay fat, both for like healthy and aesthetic reasons, man. And the record high unemployment of black women. Hold on, what do you mean by this? Because every article we read talks about how black women are the most educated in the country. So if they're the most educated, how do they have record high unemployment? Could it possibly be because of all the make work busy jobs that have just gotten cut from the federal government? And as we learned recently, there are entire towns that rely on people who were government workers who had useless jobs that they got cut from. So it's a very interesting thing to see that they're talking about right now. I was like, oh my god, man, it's fat phobic. Yeah, I don't think it's fear. I think it's disgust. It's like you shouldn't praise fat people for existing. I don't think you should bully them unless that's what they need, I guess, because like some guys have been like, yeah, please bully me. If I get bullied, I'll work out harder, but that doesn't work for everyone, you know? Like the unsolicited bullying is worse than if you were to just bully a friend you know responds well to that. It's like I don't think you should bully people, but you also shouldn't praise them for being incredibly unhealthy. The whole like fat acceptance bullshit has wreaked havoc on everyone and everything. Anyone saw the obese black woman soldier eating the Dubai chocolate? Unfortunately. Unfortunately, man. Some fashion imagery is reflecting this wider regression. It's not a regression. The blacklisted photographer Terry Richardson is shooting for magazines and brands again, while Dov Charney, whose role as CEO of American Apparel was terminated after allegations of sexual misconduct, is now making content for his new brand that resembles the heavily sexualized naughty style of his former brand's advertising. So, are you trying to say that anyone who's been blacklisted or anyone who's done anything even partially, potentially wrong, I don't know if the sexual misconduct is real, because it just says allegations of sexual misconduct. We'd have to go down a different rabbit hole to find out if it was true or not. But it's like, are you just saying these people don't deserve to ever get back into any kind of job and they should be ostracized and debanked and financially destitute forever? Wow, that's really reminiscent of a Sam Hyde quote, isn't it? For American Eagle, a brand whose biggest demographic is 15 to 25-year-old females, to tailor their campaign to the male gaze seems retrograde, if not downright creepy. However, Jane Cunningham, co-author of Brandsplaining, Why Marketing is Still Sexist and How to Fix It, says many Gen Zers who are fed a hypersexualized visual diet on social media may buy into the strategy. Their attitude may be that they're owning their sexuality by being overtly sexual in the way that they present, she says, pointing to the pop star Sabrina Carpenter as another example of someone who has also been accused of catering to the heterosexual male gaze. Right, Sabrina Carpenter's very fucking attractive, but I don't know many men who are just like, yeah, I love going to Sabrina Carpenter concerts. Like, she's a female pop star with a majority female listening audience. I don't understand. Only women care about Sabrina. I like Sabrina Carpenter. Am I a heterosexual male now? Is she catering to my heterosexual male gaze? She overdoes her makeup. I mean, I don't really pay attention to her makeup. I just like vibing to some of her fucking weird music. It's a regression for them. They don't want to lose their grip, and they're terrified of that as everything is crumbling around them.
The weight loss medicine does work because it's just diabetes medicine that's repurposed into a weight loss fad. You should avoid it for the time being, though, given some side effects. People have reported temporary blindness.
A temporary blindness, by the way. Thank you, Arismador. I mean, I know that the GLP-1 medications are stuff for diabetes, but like, whenever you take a medication that you're not prescribed, you don't know what kind of effects it'll have on you, right? So since this is for diabetics, if you don't have diabetes and you take it, what kind of adverse effects could present themselves because you're taking a medication to treat something that you don't have? Sure, it could just be that it does nothing to people who are non-diabetic except help them lose weight. Maybe. Again, I'm not a doctor. But I just feel really weird if I were to take like a prescription that was for something specific and I don't have that something specific. The extent men care about Sabrina Carpenter seeing a picture of her on Twitter and going, her pretty girl. The only men that like Sabrina Carpenter are gay. You liking her checks out. That's true. I am a giant gay black man. Burritos19, thank you for the R's. Question, doesn't the heterosexual male gaze also cater to the homosexual female gaze? That's a very interesting thing to say. And I feel like the people we're reading about would say no, because they would want to be like, oh, females know how to be gentler and less aggressive. And then I would say, I don't know if they're also catering to the homosexual female gaze, because things like Queen Snake exist, right? That just reminds me of how violent lesbian fantasies can get. They're just gonna say no because actual lesbians are ugly. Well, that's just not true.
Can't believe my retarded fox Oshi isn't a doctor. Halliday says that while black girls are rarely the target audience for ads, some may still be curious to try the jeans. The desire to be perceived as beautiful is hard to ignore. You know, I like how they said the desire to be perceived as beautiful instead of the desire to be beautiful. Because sometimes being beautiful is going, well, not even sometimes, all the time being beautiful is going to take effort. It's going to take stringent exercise routines, stringent diet, like different ways that you like do things to dress yourself up or change your hair. People wear colored contacts. Like, the desire to be perceived is an interesting way to phrase this. Many Gen Zers may not have experienced this genre of advertising or intentional provocation as branding strategy before, says Gilbert, for whom the campaign also reminds her of 90s Wonder Bra ads with their "Hello, boys" slogan. But maybe they will come to see through it. They're extremely savvy as customers, she points out. They have the kind of language and expertise in terms of deconstructing media that I couldn't have dreamed of utilizing as a teen during the 1990s. And they know when someone is trying to play them, which seems to be happening here. This is a really weird sentence to me because it's like, we've propagandized these children so well that they're able to articulate our points when they see things in media that shouldn't belong there, like a single white female. She adds, it all feels like we cooked up in a conference room to provoke maximum controversy and maximum outrage, and to get maximum attention. And it seems, in the business sense at least, to be working. Since the campaign launched, American Eagle stock has shot up almost 18%. Wow! People buy product when it's sold by a beautiful woman. News at 11, water's also still wet, guys. Toxic Mix, thank you. This play on words is clearly dangerous eugenics rhetoric. Now, can we please talk about my right to decide which IVF eggs get to live? Play a round of Adam Sandler or lesbian and you'll definitely see it. Adam Sandler is my favorite lesbian. So women are incapable of seeing themselves as pretty, so we must control the women they see in ads. Meanwhile, men are expected to look like Arnold. It's just like... I really don't understand the anger around this. It's just funny that this happened to be in a Bridge Smart Brief. This is such a pain point to them. Bridge has started mentioning it. Melville, black unemployment marks ominous bellwether. And then a little bit of the Bridge IMAX stuff here. A little bit of the Bridge IMAX, as it were. As a daughter of New Jersey, I'm required by law to say John Bon Jovi is my favorite lesbian? Absolutely not. You wonder if slapping tits on the SR-71 would fix Lockheed's profits being down by 80% this quarter. You know, why not just go a step farther, slap an anime woman on it, see how fucking far your sales go like McDonald's did. Just replace the 3D PD with 2D. Supremacy, honestly. Ammonia. You fucking love John Bon Jovi. They should make male models just a sleazy porn director type. Why? Because it would be funny. The ugly bastard advertising angle. Notice how she didn't deny being from New Jersey? I shouldn't have to deny it because I'm not. Literally just not. Bet there are anime titties and an SR-71 already. Victorian ain't got much secrets left. I managed to get through all of my DEI tabs that I promised I would on Friday, but now I have no time left for French game. My life is an eternal struggle on trying to balance doing everything I love, and there's never enough time. I'll just do Pokemon cards and McDonald's meals. C'est la vie. We'll have to do more French game on Tuesday. Azure Lane, but planes would be cool. Yeah. A French free Sunday. I've always wanted to work at Lockheed, so if that works out, you could potentially arrange to have a Kirsche on a jet. Hell yeah, we're not just putting sexy women on jets, we're putting Kirsches on jets, brother. Well, do I have any sort of, like, short tabs I could bring up? Oh, this could be funny. I had this from Rebel News with this ridiculous-looking header. A straight white poet pretends to be black, exposes the woke poetry scene. This is a 13-minute video. I'm just going to read the article.
When we hear the term systemic racism, political correctness doesn't portray straight white men as the victim. But Vancouver-based writer Aaron Barry, also known as Adil Nwankwo, BH Fine, SAB Marcy, and a whole rainbow of DEI-friendly alter egos just proved otherwise. For more than a year, Barry pulled off what he likes to call a prank on the poetry world, fooling 30 respected literary journals into publishing what he freely admits was trash poetry over 50 times. One piece under his persona Adil Nwankwo, a gender-fluid member of the Nigerian diaspora, reportedly received a nomination for 2025 Best of the Net Award. While Barry admits his experiment was partially entertaining, it was mostly about giving these editors and publishers a bit of a reality check, due to how lost they've become in publishing based on identity politics. I think a lot of readers are now deterred from the type of material they're putting out. Book sales and poetry sales, I catalog it all in my collection, are drawn considerably, are down considerably. And I would say part of that is because of the practices they've been using for the last decade or more. I want more people to engage in poetry. Some of the poems he got past editors would make any serious literary critic spit out their fair trade soy latte. Take Shakespeare's cum slut, angry crying emoji, smirking emoji, a vulgar emoji-filled jumble with the subtitle, "To be or not to be," and lines like, "Do you think," monocle, unhappy face, he'll write a sexy pussy heart exclamation point, iambic number 2 pentameter number 5, slut liloquy, exasperated face, steam poot, drooling happy face, tongue out winky face emoji for me. I like slut liloquy as a word though. I'll give that guy props for that. Shakespeare's cum slut. To be or not to be? William Shakespeare's little cum slut. That is the question. I want Billy Bard to spank my big juicy fanny while his pens his sexy sophisticated plays. No Edward de Vere conspiracy here. If I'm lucky, Daddy will dress me up like one of his stage players and lick my mouth, my eyes. I need to Ophelia him inside me. Do you think he'll write a sexy iambic pentameter slut liloquy for me? His little tight-ass Andronicus. But it's as Daddy always says. Why express yourself when you can undress yourself? Daddy knows best, so I'll be a good little slutty and stroke his penis till his ink comes out. He did a very good job of writing like them. The poem is still published in Jake, the anti-literary magazine, which originally credited to B.H. Fine. An editor's note now lists Barry as the author, explaining that removing it from the record would be problematic in archiving the magazine, and claiming they see artistic value beyond the cruel joke intended by Mr. Barry. It's a piece of satire, and Jake took it as such. Yeah, okay, saving face there, eh? His most popular persona, Adil Nwankwo, the woke alter ego behind most of his prank poems, had, after coming out, a wrestling promo published. A piece that reads like a fever dream monologue. Ooh, I'm so mad I could kiss a woman I don't even like right now. Yeah, I see all you pretty ladies in the crowd right there. Ric Flair might be broken down old Magic Mountain, but I'm Raging Bull at 6. I can't say that word on Twitch. Step right up. In May, under the persona Jasper Ceylon, Barry published Echolalia Review, an anti-poetry collection, compiling works from all his invented poets. But Barry's pen names weren't always used for satire. His novel Femoid was inspired by real experiences both he and his biracial ex-girlfriend had. Hold the fucking phone. Oh my god. Okay. This is I can't show it because it's Amazon, so maybe if this is made into a clip, Stray Wolf can put the fucking Amazon description in. Femoid paperback, published May 15th, 2025. Jaded, maidenless, hypersensitive. Savoy Matvienko is a biracial femoid at odds with the world. Not a female incel or a normie female, but someone caught in the murky interstices, I don't know that word, between the two, when she isn't doom-scrolling the dark recesses of the deep web, drawing digital porn for sicko clients, grinding away at a dead-end job, or lurking in a dingy comedy club with her slovenly roommate, Dax. She fancies herself a future botanist, a would-be comedian or poet, a present-day edgelord who's totally not like the other girls. Once Savoy starts courting, parentheses, stalking, Avery Bazin, a burgeoning sculptor with a penchant for Sioran, her underlying psychological imbalances tip her towards instability. Her delusional notions of romance, spurred on by her tumultuous upbringing and neurotic idealism, steer her into a crash course of self-reconciliation. Can a hopelessly romantic femoid keep it together long enough to find love in today's caustic, chronically online culture? Or is an ADHD-riddled BPD baddie like Savoy designed to be forever alone with her pet slugs? Weird crying emoji. After an unhinged stand-up debut that almost lands her in the can, and some crazy time spent on the brink of a suicidal collapse, Savoy must overcome the loathing of her era and find her way back to Earth. Femoid is a meta-modern novel whose hybrid pastiche of styles reflects the fractured mindset of Gen Z and the pluralized toxicity they were born into. It embodies a new alternative archetype in literature, giving shape to an urgent ethos for a disoriented generation. I feel like I need to read this book. Maybe we need to have a book club stream, chat. Maybe we need to fucking book club stream, dude. In the year of our Lord 2025, shame officially disappeared from humanity. That was a crazy synopsis. If only I knew how to read. Despite my rigorous use of pen names for the sake of satire and industry destabilization, if you will, Femoid was meant to be a serious work under a pen name created from the fusion of my name with my ex's, Barry told Rebel News. I wrote this book exactly the way I did, rawness and all, because I knew my ex-girlfriend deserved to have her story told. And that if even one person learned that you can live the kind of life she did, that we did, and make it out the other side, whatever it took to get this project out into the world would have been worth it, and then some. That's pretty much the basis for my entire content. It's like, look at me, I'm a little retarded fox woman, and I've escaped crazy fucking parenting. If I could get through that shit and turn out even somewhat sane, you're gonna make it too, brother. I hope you can make it through whatever's fucking keeping you down. Love him or hate him, Barry's stunt leaves the literary world with an uncomfortable truth. When identity politics become the gatekeeper, it's possible for nonsense to walk right in, as long as it checks the right diversity boxes. Barry also says he didn't keep the honorariums for his prank poetry. He provided Rebel News with evidence of his request for some to be donated to an animal shelter, and another where gift cards were purchased on his behalf to support folks in Gaza. What the fuck? Bad latency, thank you. Can't believe he wrote about a new Face Connect tire. That was a crazy fucking synopsis that I just read. Holy shit. I feel less clean. Touch the pages. Kind of glad you have a reluctancy to pick up a book. The book seems like self-torture. It's written by a fucking shit-posting shitlord. It should be interesting. Oh, I just hear Hada. She never reads us a nice and happy bedtime story. What do you mean? That was a funny bedtime story. She got them crazy eyes. Speaking of crazy parenting, I should play Princess Maker 2 on Steam sometimes. Wonder which ending I would get if I raised my virtual daughter like my mother would. I do not wish my mother's kind of upbringing on anyone, actually. Absolutely not. It's the not confirmed Gen 4.
Probably read worse fanfics of your own free will. Probably. Probably. Speaking of, it is past 8. I must find someone to go touch with my spindly little fox fingers. I am starving. I started munching on fucking licorice during stream, man. I didn't eat anything before stream, and I had been doing so, and I ate during stream yesterday. Battleizer, thank you for the 5. Please define funny. I mean, you can't really define something that's subjective to every person. Bad at video games is judging custom Mega Man levels. What? I was gonna go into Sheena today. I was gonna go into Sheena. She's loud. She's loud. She has something on her desk that looks like a ball. It looks kind of like my buffalo cheese, but without the semen water. It's like a ball of dough. What is she doughing over there? Error 404, thank you. What the fuck going on? Your eyes glazed over 5 minutes ago. She's making daifuku? Oh, it does say making strawberry mochi. I have never eaten a mochi, so this will be my first time seeing it made. The what water? Watch yesterday's stream. We had a plate full of semen water. Buffalo semen water. Okay. You'd listen if someone were to read it. It goes the satire route. Yeah, I'm just intensely curious now. That man did good marketing. Tiny raccoon-like fingers. True. Never had mochi? I've never had mochi. I've never had mochi, chat. I'm glad we managed to get through all of the DEI tabs I had racked up. It was, you know, I fucking was waiting. I was waiting. I had so many, chat. But as always, remember to not bring up politics to non-political streamers. And on Tuesday, we'll have to interrupt the yapping program for some French gaming program, as it were, since we missed out on that today. Tuesday gonna be gaming. So go give Sheena some nice friendly say-so loves. I know no bringing up politics, as if you're new here, if you do bring up politics to non-political streamers, I do ban you. That is our thing. So thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate it. And I will see you on Tuesday. Go give Sheena a big happy. And have a great rest of your night. Bye bye. Bye bye.